John, you ready? Order, order. Questions to the President of COP26, Andy Carter.
Number one, Mr Speaker.
President.
Mr Speaker, I have established a Civil Society and Youth Advisory Council, the first of its kind at any COP, and it's working with the UK Presidency to deliver a successful summit. The co-chairs are youth climate activists, one from the Global North and one from the Global South. And of course, I'm also meeting civil society and youth groups on my international visits to ensure that their voices are heard.
Andy Carter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. Does he agree with me that children in our schools can play a crucial part in helping us to get to net zero by becoming young climate leaders? And let me give him some examples from my constituency. Groups such as Warrington Youth Voice, who've organised their first Green Schools conference last month, or pupils at Penketh Primary School who've come together to take steps to reduce energy in their homes. And would he encourage members from this House to reach out to their schools in their constituencies to build greater understandings of the work of COP26?
Sharma.
Well, what an excellent question, Mr Speaker. And can I commend my honourable friend for the work that he is doing to encourage youth climate activists in his constituency, in the Warrington Youth Voice, the Penketh South Primary School. Of course, as he will know, that in May we sent a COP26, or in fact last month we sent a COP26 schools pack designed to engage students on climate action. It's been sent to primary schools across the UK. And of course, MPs in May also received a UK engagement pack.
Question number 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, we are pressing all countries to come forward with mid-century net zero commitments and aligned, ambitious 2030 emissions reduction targets. We have seen some progress. When the UK took on the COP26 presidency, less than 30% of the global economy was covered by a net zero emissions target. That figure is now 70%.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Some of government claims that the UK has reduced its emissions footprint by 42% since 1990, which is a commendable feat. But this has been achieved in part by offshoring manufacturing and outsourcing many emissions to countries that produce the goods we consume, such as China. If we factor in those emissions, the UK emissions reduction is possibly as little as 10 to 15%. So ahead of COP26, what steps will the Minister take to include the full scope of our emissions in its accounting, including those arising from UK consumption, supply chains and international aviation and shipping?
Well, Mr Speaker, as the Honourable Lady knows, when she talks about aviation shipping, we have included that in Carbon Budget 6. What I would say to her is the role of the UK COP presidency, of course, is to ensure climate action and ambition across the whole of the UK, and that is what we're working to deliver.
Shadow Minister Matthew Pennicook.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Keeping 1.5 alive is quite rightly now one of the government's stated aims for COP26. But while we don't doubt the COP President's personal commitment to delivering on that objective, the government as a whole is patently still not doing enough. If we're to markedly increase the global ambition when it comes to 2030 targets, forge a coalition with vulnerable nations to hold the major emitters to account, and mobilise the climate finance essential to unlocking any agreement, we need sustained engagement and focus from the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor, and we need it now. With just over 100 days left to this critical summit, does the President recognise that if senior members of the government don't raise their game quickly, there is a very real risk of failure in Glasgow in November?
President Shaw.
Well, Mr Speaker, I can tell the Honourable Gentleman that, of course, there is a concerted effort across the whole of government to ensure that we are pressing other countries to come forward with ambition. We, of course, are seen around the world as a leader on climate action, both in terms of the actions we've taken, but also the commitments we've made. And I can tell him that Prime Minister has regular dialogues with world leaders, as does the Chancellor and the Foreign Secretary with their counterparts.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Deirdre Brooke. Deirdre.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Current carbon budgets will see the world miss the 1.5 degrees target, with all the disastrous consequences that will have. And the UK's portion of that carbon budget is up to 3 billion tonnes of CO2 higher than is proportional for its population. And we saw France put in the effort for a global improvement in the Paris Agreement, but we've seen nothing comparable from the UK government. When will we see that change? And what conversations is he actually having with his colleagues in the Cabinet about the immediate actions their departments should be taking to reduce the UK's carbon contribution?
President Shaw.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I disagree with the Honourable Lady. Firstly, since the year 2000, the UK has decarbonised faster than any other G20 nation. And of course, our NDC of at least 68% reduction on emissions on a 1990 base year by 2030 is world-leading, as indeed is the commitment in terms of our carbon budgets. So we are doing our bit. Of course, there is always room for all of us to do more.
Let's go to the Chair Select Committee, Durham Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has Britain lost her credibility when asking developing nations to pay to decarbonise, following the government's affirmation yesterday to cut UK international aid spending?
Mr. Speaker, I can tell him that I have seen firsthand when I was Deputy Secretary of State, and indeed in other roles, that the UK support continues to transform millions of lives for the better across the world. He will know that we will continue to spend over £10 billion this year in aid, and of course, we now have certainty that we will be returning to the 0.7% target.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, number 6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for COP26, we want clean power to be the most attractive option for new power generation for any country. This presents economic opportunities for every country choosing clean energy. The UK Government will showcase a variety of organisations and technologies at COP26 in the blue and green zones, including innovative energy solutions, green technologies and services that can help fight climate change and support resilience.
Richard Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that the auction, the CFD auction that is happening in November shortly before COP26, is a wonderful opportunity to ensure that there is a separate pot for marine energy, which can give opportunities for some of our great new technologies around the coastlines to shine, and that COP26 provides an opportunity for us to showcase some of these technologies to visiting delegations from abroad, particularly Asia, where, Mr. Speaker, you'll be interested to hear that a British company is the second biggest investor in renewables in the Philippines and will be launching a new large fund on the London Stock Exchange this autumn to invest in further renewable opportunities in Asia.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to confirm, the next Contracts for Difference auction will open in December of this year and will be our biggest yet, firmly charting our path towards net zero. Technologies such as wave and tidal stream projects are eligible to compete in Pot 2 for CFD auctions, and we will publish specific allocation round parameters in advance of the auction. Government continues to provide support to UK companies who are looking to export tidal technologies and other marine renewables abroad.
Substantive question to President Shaw.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said in response to an earlier question, all members of Parliament were sent a COP26 pack in May, which provides ideas for engagement on climate issues with their constituents. With regards to the issue of attendance at COP26, we will set out more details very shortly on how parliamentarians can register their interest to attend.
Let's go to Elliot Colburn. Elliot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And reducing greenhouse emissions and tackling air pollution is a priority for many Carshalton and Wallington residents, not least of which because we have the Beddington incinerator in my constituency. So in the spirit of engagement, I will be hoping to host a local COP26 event later this year to discuss how we can work together to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So what steps is the President taking to ensure that the public can engage with COP26 and also play their part in this important event?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I commend my honourable friend for the work he's doing in terms of hosting a local climate event in his constituency, and I would urge all honourable and right honourable members to consider doing the same. We are today also launching the Local Authorities and Mayors COP26 Engagement Pack. We want everyone to play their part in terms of taking climate action. Of course, I've always said we want this to be the most inclusive COP ever.
Stephen Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK recognises the serious and unequivocal threat that climate change poses to our planet, and that it can indeed undermine the enjoyment of human rights. The Paris Agreement preamble states that respecting and promoting our human rights is fundamental to effective climate implementation. Therefore, human rights are a cross-cutting consideration in all climate action. So we will be working with all countries this year to achieve an ambitious, inclusive and shared outcome at COP26 to help safeguard human rights.
Thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, Scotland was not only the first country in the world to declare a climate emergency, but also the first in the world to establish a dedicated climate justice fund. a fund which was recently doubled by the SNP Scottish Government in Edinburgh. So, will the UK Government, ahead of COP Glasgow, match Scotland's ambitions? Will this Government create such a fund, and will the Minister and indeed the President ensure that the focus of COP26 is placed squarely on the rights of those who will be first and foremost affected by the climate emergency?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As my right honourable friend set out, the UK remains one of the largest donors in supporting a number of areas, including, obviously, humanitarian assistance and humanitarian rights. And I would be interested to hear more on the details of the Climate Justice Fund to understand the premise of it. But I think as the UK, we continue to have an absolutely clear commitment to that.
Stephen Dole.
Number 9, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the committee which I chair has been working with departments across Whitehall to develop our plans to deliver on our carbon budgets and indeed our net zero commitments. The government considers geothermal energy as a low-carbon technology which is within scope of our new £270 million Green Heat Network Fund, which supports the commercialisation of low-carbon heat network projects and opened for applications earlier this month.
Very much, Mr Speaker. The President will know from his recent visit to Cornwall that Cornwall is leading the way within the UK in the development of geothermal energy, with 2 wells already being drilled and many more being planned. But people developing this new technology do need the government to back it to make sure that we can realise the potential that he offers. And they need certainty in order to make their plans in the near future. So would the President ensure that the government come forward with a renewable heat incentive for geothermal as soon as possible?
President Sean.
Mr Speaker, can I say I very much enjoyed my visit to Eden Geothermal with my honourable friend, and it was particularly pleasing to note that some of those working in the project had made the transition from the oil and gas sector due to their transferable engineering skills. I've already set out the fund that has now been launched, and I know that my honourable friend, the Energy Minister, will be delighted to meet with my friend to discuss this issue further.
Let's go to Philip Dunn. Philip. Go to Alex Shelbrooke.
Number 12, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the UK presidency is focused on delivering a successful COP26 with ambitious outcomes across mitigation, adaptation and finance. We will use our presidency year to champion the outcome, maintaining close collaboration with our partners and indeed the COP27 presidency to make those commitments a reality.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and could I congratulate my honourable friend on the work he's doing and urge him to look at putting mechanisms in place that could quickly address issues that may blow the objectives off course, as has happened since Paris.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very important point. So, as well as pushing for net zero and 2030 emissions reduction targets, we are indeed asking countries to set out their long-term strategies to demonstrate how they will turn ambition into action. In addition, we want to resolve the outstanding issue of transparency in the Paris Rulebook, which will allow for reporting by countries of progress on climate action.
Question 13.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 13, 14, 15 and 16 together. The Prime Minister's 10-point plan sets out our blueprint for a green industrial revolution. The plan commits to investments in green technologies and industries, leverages billions of pounds of private sector investments to create and support up to 250,000 green jobs across the UK. It is a clear plan to build back greener from the COVID pandemic, and the Government will publish its net zero strategy before COP26.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Now, 2 weeks ago, I went on a fantastic community litter pick led by the fantastic Hannah Pickin, who leads an environmental group called Wild Earth Movement, which is a local group to my constituency. Now, within an hour, we collected 244 kilograms of litter and waste. The majority of that was plastic. And in old terms, that's a quarter of a tonne, so it's pretty significant. Can my right honourable friend explain to me, can my right honourable friend agree with me that individuals need to do more and personal responsibility for us to achieve that net zero carbon goal?
My honourable friend is leading by example, and I commend Hannah and her local group, the Wild Earth Movement, for their impressive clean-up operation but of course it's a very depressing one to have to do. The challenge we have is to educate and encourage all our citizens to make this wonderful group's activities redundant by stopping plastic pollution. So through our Domestic Together for Our Planet campaign, we're building awareness and understanding of COP26 in every part of the UK to help educate our children, our families and the behaviours to change so that we are all part of that positive impact on our carbon footprint.
Let's go to Paul Blomfield. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The success of the UK presidency requires leadership at home. The government has pledged to consider the Climate Change Committee's recommendation for near zero emission iron ore steel making by 2035, but a plan for decarbonising steel production must be published before COP26. Hydrogen is among the emerging technologies offering solutions, and its use is progressing across the rest of Europe. The ECIU recently reported on 23 pilot projects planned or live across several countries, producing 10 million tonnes of clean steel annually by 2026. So can the Minister say whether the government is considering hydrogen-based pilots as part of its plan for steel?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman will know that we are shortly to publish our hydrogen strategy, which will set out in much more detail the commitment that government is going to make to that developing technology and a £250 million fund, which will be available in due course for pilot projects to develop those skills.
Let's go to Vicky Foxcroft. Vicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm often contacted by young constituents who care passionately about climate change and want to see ministers taking bold action. The UK's credibility as COP president rests on climate action at home. The government has set legally binding net zero targets, but is currently off track to meet its fourth and fifth carbon budgets, which are calibrated for previous, more lenient targets. When does she expect the UK to have its house in order so I can let my constituents know their words are not falling on deaf ears?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be thrilled for her to go back and talk to constituents and say that in putting Carbon Budget 6 into law, which I did just a few weeks ago, we are driving up not only the ambition but also the policy making and the frameworks, the business models that will help both industry to decarbonise, for us to change the way we travel and the way we live in our houses of the future, which ensure that we are all part of the solution to meeting that net zero by 2050.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent United Nations analysis makes clear that the current climate pledges will only achieve emissions reductions of 1% by the end of this critical decade, not the 45% required to stay below 1.5 degrees C. What has the Minister done to pressure large emitters like Australia, Japan, South Korea and Russia, who have merely resubmitted old pledges, or in the case of Brazil, backtracked even further, to step up and do their fair share?
So the COP presidency has this incredibly important role in drawing everyone together and driving that ambition. And as the COP president set out in an earlier question, we have shifted the dial in terms of the ambition brought forward through NDCs by many countries. But there is much more to do, and we are under no illusions that the challenges we all face as a planet to meet that is yet to be resolved. And we continue to work tirelessly as a team and across the globe to encourage more ambition.
Sholman.
Number 17, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Businesses have a key role in tackling climate change, which we will showcase in the UK managed spaces of COP26. Businesses were able to apply for the expression of interest process and will also be able to participate through other delegations and within the action zone organised by the UN and the high-level climate champions.
Sholmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cornwall is taking the lead in the emerging green economy, in particular looking at the use of local lithium to store electricity. Will my honourable friend promote Cornwall's great potential at the summit and advise businesses of any opportunities?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local government has a key role to play in tackling climate change and meeting net zero targets, and we are keen to ensure that there is representation at the summits from cities and regions across the UK. My honourable friend will know that following the G7 in June, the government's backed a major drive to make Cornwall the first net zero region in the UK, and I'm sure that my honourable friend will be leading on getting a maximum impact for her constituents, from town deals for Penzance, St Ives and Camborne worth £65 million, up to £1 million of innovation funding in energy efficiency, power generation and energy storage for Cornish businesses, and the opportunities for Cornwall to pilot the new e-bike support scheme.
Harriet Baldwin.
Topical 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, last week we set out our high-level two-week programme for COP26. The conference will open with a World Leaders Summit, followed by a range of themed days of activity, including on finance, energy, youth, nature, adaptation, gender, science, transport and the built environment. These days will also be an opportunity to showcase specific global action on tackling climate change, and I look forward to welcoming parliamentarians to Glasgow, and we will very shortly be inviting members of both houses to formally register their interest for attendance at COP26.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the President-designate says, it's not just world leaders and governments that are needed to make COP26 a success, but also parliamentarians from around the world. And as chair of the British group of the Interparliamentary Union, we'll be hosting events for parliamentarians around the world. And I hope that he will encourage his officials to accredit as many parliamentarians from international delegations as possible.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we want to ensure that we have a physical event and that in terms of accreditation, those who apply have an opportunity to try and get accredited. And obviously, as I said to in terms of parliamentarians from this and the other place, we will be opening a registration process shortly.
Shadow President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Copenhagen Summit of 2009 was undone by deep mistrust of the developed world by developing countries. Rather than learning from this, rich countries are still failing to deliver on the promised $100 billion of climate finance and the billions of vaccine doses still required by poorer countries. And yesterday, shamefully, the Prime Minister decided to press ahead with the cut in our aid spending. When he went to see the PM yesterday, did he explain that COP26 is not some international photo opportunity, but a complex and fragile negotiation, and that the aid cut simply deepens mistrust, damages our moral standing, and undermines our COP presidency?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman has raised two issues. One in terms of vaccines. He will know that we now have an offer open so that any accredited delegates who are not able to get vaccinated in their home country are able to receive vaccinations through the programme that we're setting up. And secondly, I can tell him that there is huge appreciation for the UK's leadership on climate action around the world, and that's based on conversations that I have day in, day out with world leaders.
Mr. Speaker, I think he knows that world leaders and others are saying to him, why is the UK the only G7 country to be cutting aid spending in the year we're hosting the COP? And the President knows that delivering support to developing countries is not just morally right, but is essential to building a coalition to pressure the world's largest emitters. Now, the most significant of these is China. To have a chance of keeping global warming to 1.5 degrees, we need China to ensure its emissions peak and start to decline by 2025 at the latest. Does he agree? And if he does, can he tell us what the Prime Minister is actually doing to engage directly with China on this issue and persuade them to step up?
Mr. Speaker, we are engaged with all big emitters, and as he knows, I'm travelling around the globe talking to different countries. I just want to come back on his point about aid spending. Just point out that this year we will spend more on aid as a percentage of our GNI than any of either the US, Japan, Canada or indeed Italy.
Right, we now come to Philip Holloway.
In contrast to Kettering, which generates enough renewable electricity locally to power all 45,000 homes in the constituency, this week the Sun Yat-sen University in Guangzhou, China, reported that 52% of the world's urban greenhouse gas emissions come from just 25 megacities, 23 of which are in China. Will the President be focusing on this at COP26?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a very important point, and that is precisely why, as part of the work that we are doing, we are aiming to support countries to make a clean energy transition to solar, to wind power, and indeed other renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the President join me in congratulating the Mayor of Cambridge and Peterborough, Dr Nick Johnson, for pressing ahead resolutely with the recommendations of the Independent Climate Commission established by his predecessor, chaired by Baroness Brown? Fantastic example of what can be done locally in the run-up to COP26.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate all local areas and local leaders who are doing their bit in terms of climate action. As I said, we are today launching the local authorities and mayors engagement pack, and I hope local authorities and mayors will use that to encourage climate action across their areas.
Mr. Speaker, cleaning up our air, both here and across the globe, is a major challenge for all of us. The conversations I'm having with local people and businesses in the cities of London and Westminster make it clear that we have a key opportunity at COP26 for the UK to become a global leader in promoting cleaner, greener urban environments. With this in mind, can my right honourable friend confirm that he will do all he can to accelerate action to tackle urban air pollution through collaboration between governments, businesses and civil society?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK is already leading the way on tackling air pollution. The Government is backing a £3.8 billion plan to clean up transport and tackle air pollution, investing in green transport and working with local authorities just like the City of Westminster. My honourable friend will be keen to read the Transport Decarbonisation Plan, which is being published later today, which will set out a world-first green print for decarbonised transport and clean air.
Let's go to Christina Rees. Christina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. May I ask the President what proportion of the billions of pounds of private sector investment and how many of the 250,000 highly skilled green jobs contained in the Prime Minister's 10-point Green Industrial Revolution plan to level up across the UK will go to Wales?
Mr Speaker, we are supporting industrial clusters around the world, as you will know from the 10-point plan that the Prime Minister published at the end of last year, and we are seeing action across the country. She will know that the government has recently funded some new offshore wind ports, and of course you've seen the investment that's going into battery manufacturing for electric vehicles.
Final question, Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. There's real concern regarding the UK Government's accommodation provider for COP26 MCI groups, extremely high costs and unreasonable terms and conditions. Will the President be providing details of the MCI contract to the committees scrutinising COP, and can he assure us that delegations, many of which operate on very small budgets and are among the worst affected by climate change, will not be deterred from attending the conference?
President Sharma.
Mr Speaker, I would just point out to him that in terms of MCI, it has only secured around a third of the market availability for hotel rooms, and there are alternative options for booking accommodation which are still available. If he has specific issues, I'll be happy to speak to him separately.
That was the final question. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on parliamentlive.tv. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister, and we're going to start those questions with Andy Slaughter.
Question number one,
Mr Speaker, while Sunday's result may not have been the one we were all hoping for, I know that the whole House will want to congratulate Gareth Southgate and the England squad for their fantastic achievements over the last month. The nation is proud of each and every one of them. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I second the Prime Minister's support for our outstanding England team and players, but perhaps say that it's a pity it didn't come sooner from him and we all know the importance of double vaccination, especially against the Delta or Johnson variant of the virus. But in Hammersmith and Fulham, despite the hard work of our local NHS council and volunteers, only 36% of adults have been double jabbed. So will the Prime Minister think again before recklessly removing all barriers to infection and transmission on the 19th of January? Will he keep the regulations on mask wearing and, like the Mayor of London, keep fighting the virus until it's beat?
Well, Mr Speaker, if we had followed the honourable gentleman's precepts, and I remember, of course, he campaigned vehemently to stay in the European Union, we would not have achieved the fastest vaccine rollout of any European country and have vaccinated the highest proportion of any European population, Mr Speaker. That is the reality. And as for his criticism of the roadmap, Mr Speaker, I respectfully point out to the honourable gentleman the month is July, not January, Mr Speaker.
We now come to Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Mr Speaker, it should be obvious that the Cabinet is as inclusive as the English football team, and some of these criticisms, I think, are misplaced. Can I welcome, Mr Speaker, your words at the beginning of Tuesday's debate and the Prime Minister's first paragraph on the Treasury Minute from Monday. Can we agree that a vote in this House does not amend an Act of Parliament passed by both Houses? Are we expecting a similar debate in another place? And can I suggest to the Prime Minister that instead of leaping from point 5 to point 7 at some stage in the future, we step towards it, because a 40% increase in 1 year is ludicrous, and perhaps the Chancellor can consider going to 5.5, 6, 6.5 and then 7. Thank you.
I thank the right honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, very much for his opening point. And just on on odour, of course, I can give him this reassurance. We will continue to follow the law, and he will have heard clearly what both my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, had to say from this dispatch box, and what I said as well. We want to return to point 7 as fast as we can, when fiscal conditions allow.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I start by thanking the England football team for everything they've given this country over the last 6 weeks. I'm so proud of this young, diverse and humble team and everything that it represents. Mr Speaker, they're the very best of modern Britain, everything that I know this country can be. Does the Prime Minister think that it was wrong to criticise the England team's decision to oppose racism by taking the knee as gesture politics?
I agree very much with what the right honourable gentleman said about the England team. And I repeat, I want to thank each and every one of them for what they did, their incredible campaign they ran in the Euro 2020 Championships. And they do represent the very best of our country. And I repeat that I utterly condemn and abhor the racist outpourings that we saw on Sunday night. And so what we're doing is today taking practical steps to ensure that the football banning order regime is changed, so that if you are guilty, Mr Speaker, of racist abuse online of footballers, then you will not be going to the match. No ifs, no buts, no exemptions and no excuses.
Keir Starmer.
Mr Speaker, I'm sorry, that just won't wash. And it rings hollow. On the 7th, remind the Prime Minister and the House, on the 7th of June, the Prime Minister's spokesperson said this: on taking the knee, specifically, the Prime Minister is more focused on actions rather than gestures. On the 14th of June, the Home Secretary said, I just don't support people participating in that type of gesture politics. The Conservative MP for Bassetlaw called it a ridiculous, empty gesture. So there's no point of pretending that these things weren't said. The England footballer, Tyrone Mings, said that Labour Party member I hear shouted out. Is that really the response? Is that it? Tyrone Mings said, and the House might want to listen, he said this: labelling anti-racism messages as gesture politics serve to stoke the fire of racism and hatred. Prime Minister, they're powerful words from someone who has himself been subjected to racist abuse. He's right, isn't he?
Mr Speaker, I want to reiterate my support, our total support for our fantastic England team, and I support them in the way that they show solidarity with their friends who face racism, Mr Speaker. But when he talks about the Home Secretary, let me just remind him that my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has faced racism and prejudice all her career of a kind that he can never imagine, and she has taken practical steps to get black and minority officers into the police in record numbers. In fact, Prime Speaker, I am...
Sorry to interrupt you. I want to hear the Prime Minister. If his own side don't want to hear him, I'm sure the tea room will accommodate them. It's very important to listen to what the Prime Minister's got to say. Have you finished, Prime Minister? Are you OK? Yeah. Keir Starmer.
Mr Speaker, let me be clear. I totally condemn all racism, including that directed at the Home Secretary. But she's got this wrong. The whole country knows it. His own MPs know it. In the last few days, everybody has seen England's black players have been the targets of disgusting racist abuse following Sunday's match. Disgusting. And this is really simple, Mr. Speaker. Either the Prime Minister is with the England players in their stand against racism, or he can defend his own record, those of his ministers and some of his MPs. But he can't have it both ways. So can he tell the House, does he now regret failing to condemn those who booed England players for standing up to racism, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, we made it absolutely clear that no one should boo the England team. And Mr. Speaker, what we're doing now is following the racist abuse that our players sadly suffered on Sunday night and thereafter, we're taking practical action. So in addition to changing the football banning order regime, last night I met representatives of Facebook, of Twitter, of TikTok, of Snapchat, of Instagram, and I made it absolutely clear to them that we will legislate to address this problem, Mr. Speaker, in the online harms bill, and unless they get hate and racism off their platforms, they will face fines amounting to 10% of their global revenues, and we all know, Mr. Speaker, that they have the technology to do it.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the online harms bill has been promised for 3 years. I'm not sure a 15-minute chat at a garden party moves things forward that significantly. But I want to take the Prime Minister up on what he said about being absolutely clear, because here I have the headline, Mr. Speaker. Boris Johnson refuses to condemn fans booing England taking the knee. That's the story, that's the headline, June the 6th. Boris Johnson refuses to condemn fans booing England taking the knee. That's absolutely clear. It's not quite what the Prime Minister is implying today. It goes on to quote the Prime Minister's spokesperson, saying that the Prime Minister fully respects the rights of those who choose to make their feelings known. This is about booing. Fully respects their rights. And the Home Secretary said that booing was a choice for them, quite frankly. So no condemnation there, no absolute clarity there, Mr. Speaker. When senior government ministers and Conservative MPs defend the booing of an anti-racist message, who do they think they're defending, Prime Minister, and why are they defending it?
Mr. Speaker, nobody defends booing of the England side. Nobody defends booing of the England side. And if he continues to attack the Home Secretary...
Prime Minister, look, I want to hear the Prime Minister. I want to know the answer, and I expect the opposition to listen to the answer. Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We love and admire the England side and what they did. They represent the best of our country. Nobody defends booing the England side, Mr. Speaker. But what the Home Secretary has been trying to do all her life is not just to fight racism, but to take practical steps to advance the cause of black and minority ethnic groups, which he has done successfully, notably in the police. And since, Mr. Speaker, he's chucking this kind of thing around, could I ask him now to retract this leaflet produced by the Labour Party during the Batley and Spen by-election, which was condemned by his own MPs as dog-whistle racism, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister isn't kidding anyone in this House. He's not kidding the public, and he's not even kidding his own MPs. Let me quote the Conservative MP for Plymouth Moor View. Conservative MP, the painful truth, says the Conservative MP for Plymouth Moor View, is that Tyrone Mings is completely right. I am very uncomfortable, he says, with the position we Conservatives are needlessly forcing ourselves into. So, Prime Minister, behind you they don't believe you, and neither do we. Mr. Speaker, we can all see what's happened here. The government has been trying to stoke a culture war, and they've realised they're on the wrong side. And now they hope that nobody's noticed. Why else would a Conservative MP boast that he's not watching his own team? Why else would another Conservative MP say that Marcus Rashford spends too much time playing politics when he's actually trying to feed children that the government won't? And why will the Prime Minister refuse time and time again, even now, to condemn those who boo our players for standing up against racism? Mr. Speaker, what is it that this England team symbolises that this Conservative Party is so afraid of?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the House will judge for themselves. the quality of the question that the right honourable gentleman has just put. I think the whole House is united, including our distinguished members from Scotland, by the way, Mr. Speaker, in admiration of the England team and of every single member of that squad and what they did. And we stick up for them, Mr. Speaker. And what we're doing is taking practical steps to fight racism, changing the football banning order regime, fining the online companies, and, by the way, we will use more legislation if we have to, just as we use the threat of legislation, Mr. Speaker, to stop the European Super League. And we will get on. We will get on with delivering for the people of this country. We will get on with vaccinating the people of this country while they continue to vacillate. We will continue to immunise the people of this country while they improvise and dart around. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to engage in a political culture war of any kind. I want to get on with delivering for the people of this country. He simply wants to get on with dithering.
Keir Starmer.
He doesn't want to engage in a culture war and point scoring. Give me a break. Football's a game. Racism isn't, Prime Minister. That's why many of us have been involved in the charity Show Racism the Red Card for years. But far from giving racism the red card, the Prime Minister gave it the green light. And I'll tell you the worst kind of gesture politics, Mr. Speaker, putting an England shirt on over a shirt and tie whilst not condemning those booing is the worst kind of gesture. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Prime Minister, finally, about the reported amnesty for crimes committed during the Troubles in Northern Ireland. I worked in Northern Ireland for 6 years with the Policing Board and the police. I've also prosecuted terrorists as the Director of Public Prosecutions, so I know how difficult and how sensitive this is. But a blanket amnesty, including for terrorists, is plain wrong. I was in Northern Ireland last week, and it's absolutely clear that the government's amnesty is not supported by the political parties in Northern Ireland, and it's not supported by victims' groups. Last Thursday, I spoke to victims of terrorism at the Wave Trauma Centre in North Belfast. Mr. Speaker, they haven't even been properly consulted on this proposal. If things are to move forward in Northern Ireland, any discussion has to start with the victims. Politicians in London can't simply draw a line under terrorism and other crimes and then force it on those most affected. The Prime Minister looks up, so let him look up and let him hear. Because I want to quote Julie Hambleton, Prime Minister. Her sister Maxine was among the 21 people killed by the IRA in the Birmingham pub bombings. So that's Julie Hambleton, Prime Minister. She says, tell me, Prime Minister, if one of your loved ones was blown up beyond recognition, where you were only able to identify your son or daughter by their fingernails, would you be so quick to grant their murderers an amnesty and propose such obscene legislation? What does the Prime Minister have to say to Julie, and she's listening, and other victims like her?
Mr. Speaker, I think that the whole House will acknowledge the suffering of victims like Julie and their families. And, of course, nothing I say or can do now can in any way mitigate her loss, and that is clear. But it is also true that the people of Northern Ireland must, if we possibly can allow them to, they must move forwards now. And he will know that the proposals that are being brought forward, and the House will hear about them in more detail later on from my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. The proposals that are being brought forward are measured, they are balanced, and they have a wide degree of support, I may say, from former Labour Prime Ministers and former Labour leaders who I think are of considerable more distinction, I may say, than the right honourable gentleman opposite. And he will recall that it was under that Labour administration that many terrorists were unfortunately given effectively an amnesty, and they were allowed to escape the full consequences of their crimes, as he knows very well, and that is the reality. Whilst the sad fact remains that, and this is of course no consolation to people like Julie, but the sad fact remains that there are many members of the armed services who continue to face the threat of vexatious prosecutions well into their 70s and 80s and later. And we are finally, Mr. Speaker, bringing forward a solution to this problem, to enable the province of Northern Ireland to draw a line under the Troubles, to enable the people of Northern Ireland to move forward. And I think someone with greater statesmanship and clarity of vision would have seen that, Mr. Speaker, and given these proposals a fair wind.
Bell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the scandalous situation at Wally's Quarry landfill in my constituency with the noxious gas emissions is, I'm afraid, continuing. To date, there's been no apology from the operator, Red Industries, and no credible explanation for the odour that is blighting the lives and the health of so many of my residents. So what assurances can the Prime Minister give me today that every effort will be made to speed up the works that have been mandated by the Environment Agency, that we will get a deadline as to when we can expect this awful situation to be resolved, and that those responsible are held fully to account?
Stop the stick. Mr. Speaker, I yield to no one in my admiration for the Environment Agency, but in this case, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend because they are not, in my view, sorting this problem out fast enough. I am fed up with this being raised with me. We must stop the stink, and I want the air around Wally's Quarry to be of alpine freshness before too long.
Ian Blackford, the SNP leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by congratulating the England team for reaching the final, an incredible achievement. But the tragedy of the tournament was the undercurrent of racism that was ultimately targeted at 3 young men, Rashford, Sancho and Saka. Mr. Speaker, wherever there is racism, it falls on all of us to face it down and to call it out. And it is shameful that it took until last night for the Prime Minister to meet with the main social media companies and finally wake up to the fact that those who publish and promote vile, racist online abuse need to be faced down and sanctioned. So, can the Prime Minister tell us what sanctions he thinks would be appropriate for someone who publishes racist content? And it is shocking even to have to say this out loud, describing Africans as flag-waving piccaninnies with watermelon smiles.
Shameful. Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've commented many times about the words that I've said in the past, and I think the House understands how. And I think the House understands how you can take things out of context, Mr. Speaker. I think people do understand that. But what they also understand is that there is a chance now to hold these internet companies to account and to make sure that they face fines running to 10% of their global income if they fail to take hate and racism off their platforms, so to speak. And I hope, actually, that the Scottish Nationalist Party will support it.
Ian Blackford.
You know, still no contrition, still no apology. And, Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the Tory party doesn't sanction those who publish that kind of racist content. They promote them to be Prime Minister. The legacy of this Prime Minister's dog whistling has followed him into 10 Downing Street, and it is now at the heart of this Tory government. As the England international Tyrone Mings has so powerfully stated, this government doesn't get to stoke the fires of racism and pretend to be disgusted when it happens. They don't get to condemn the racism of others, but deny that the racism that they have even provoked. In March, this UK government's own report on racism, the Sewell report, said that there was no systemic problem in the UK. I think the England men's football team would beg to differ. After the shocking racism on show over the last week, does the Prime Minister still stand by his government's belief that systemic racism is not a problem that exists in the United Kingdom?
Mr. Speaker, I do think that racism is a problem in the United Kingdom, and I believe it needs to be tackled and it needs to be stamped out with some of the means that I've described this morning. But when he attacks our party, my party, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid he's got the wrong target. This is a party that has not only had the first ever Muslim Secretary of State for Health, now he was former Chancellor, of course, but has had 2 female Prime Ministers, the most diverse cabinet in the history of this country, the most diverse government in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. We are the party. If you are a young person growing up in a black or ethnic minority group in this country, we are the party that represent hope and opportunity. That is the reality about the Conservative Party today.
Julian Marston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK is packed full of incredible innovation-led businesses capable of leading entire industries, not least in Hertford and Stortford, where we are at the heart of the innovation corridor. I know this government wants to ensure the best possible access to venture funding over multiple rounds to catapult scale-up businesses full of potential into world-beating companies. Would the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss how we can best make venture work for the scale-up community and transform some of our best ideas into some of the world's biggest businesses?
I thank the honourable lady, and she knows a lot about what the subject that she mentions. This is a fantastic opportunity for this country because we indeed produce a great many tech breakthroughs, and we're looking very much at how to make sure that we scale up fast. But don't let her forget that as I speak, there are 3 countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, that have scaled up tech breakthroughs to unicorns worth more than $1 billion, 100 unicorns worth more than £1 billion. Only 3 countries have 100 unicorns. They are the United States of America, China and the United Kingdom.
Ms. Savile-Roberts.
For over 7 years, Plaid Cymru has been calling for the gargantuan HS2 railway to be treated as an England-only project so that Wales gets our fair share. Not a single inch of track will be in Wales, but we're footing the bill. Today, the Welsh Affairs Committee backed our call, calling the UK Government's categorisation of HS2 in relation to Wales as unfair and biased. Will the Prime Minister today right this wrong, respect the Welsh Affairs Select Committee and ensure that Wales, like Scotland, receives our fair share from HS2?
I normally have a great deal of respect and interest in what the honourable lady says, but actually in this case she's missed what the government is doing for transport connectivity in Wales and to Wales, something about which I know that she's as passionate as I am. Look at what we're doing in the Union Connectivity Review with the A55, with the North Wales Railway corridor into Liverpool, and look at the M4, Mr. Speaker. Never let it be forgotten that it was the Welsh Labour government, not her fault, of course, because she's plied, but it was the Welsh Labour government, Mr. Speaker, that spent £144 million on a study, and then didn't even do the diversion.
Let's go to Dr. Matthew Offord. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The circumstances of Jewish burials around the world is a sensitive and important issue to my constituents, and as such to me. In January 1942, the Nazis built 2 concentration camps on British soil on the island of Alderney. Conditions were appalling, with multiple deaths. However, there are just 397 recorded graves in Alderney, just 6.6% of a total population of 6,000 internees. In 1961, a British delegation undertook an inquiry into these atrocities that occurred on Alderney. Today, I ask the Prime Minister to authorise the release of all documents and information residing in the archives into those investigations so we know what happened to thousands of people on the island of Alderney during World War II. To quote Elie Wiesel, to forget the dead will be akin to killing them again.
Minister.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point about the victims on Alderney. We must never forget the suffering of those who, on the Channel Islands, who suffered under occupation between 1940 and 1945. I'm told that the documents in question have been transferred to the National Archives, Mr. Speaker, but I will make sure that the relevant minister meets my honourable friend to discuss the matter further.
It's Kyle.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently 800,000 students self-isolating, and even after the reforms to the bubbling system, the government's failure to get the Delta variant under control means that infections rising over the summer will mean that the autumn term will be very severely affected in our schools. If the JCVI says that it is safe and appropriate for adolescents to receive the vaccine, will the Prime Minister promise that every single adolescent will be offered the vaccine over the summer and parents given all the information they need to make an informed decision so that schools can return and not continue to be affected by the bad policy making of this government and the failure to get the Delta variant under control?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman seems to want us to relax our rules on protecting people from coronavirus. I don't think that's the right thing to do at this time on self-isolation. And he also calls for us to go against the JCVI, and that is a matter, Mr. Speaker, for the JCVI.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the economy rebounding and a great many job vacancies currently available, does my right honourable friend agree that there's a tremendous opportunity emerging now to build a stronger British labour market post-Brexit and post-COVID, and that we need to help employers create jobs with better pay, more security, more opportunity for skills and career progression? Isn't that one of the keys for levelling up and ending the blight of in-work poverty?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend, and I know how much he cares about them, and that's one of the reasons why we're not only rolling out our massive plan for jobs, but why I'm proud that under this government we've increased the national living wage by a record amount to £8.91 per hour.
Let's go to Peter Grant. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The communities of Leslie, Markinch, Echuca, Thornton, Woodside and East Reims in my constituency are all either losing or have already lost their post offices since 2019. In addition, constituents in Coltner, Balgony, Windigates, Cadham, Methil, Buckhaven and Methil Hill have all had the disruption of temporary closures or relocations, and the post office at Glenwood is currently closed until further notice. Given that the post office is 100% owned by his government, what exactly does it take for him to admit that the current trading model for the post office is not working for the people that rely on its services?
Mr. Speaker, the treatment of the post office, the masters, the sub-post masters in the recent computer malfunction was, I'm afraid, appalling, and I've made that clear. When it comes to protecting and supporting post offices, particularly rural post offices, but I think is what he was driving at. This government will do everything it can to protect them.
Let's go to Angela Richardson. Angela.
Mr. Speaker, too noisy, too much air pollution, and too much time wasted sitting in traffic, impacting productivity. The A3, as it narrows through Guildford, has been the cause of frustration for decades. According to Highways England, there are no more sticking plasters, which is why I'm calling for the A3 to be tunnelled under Guildford. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that as we build back better after the pandemic, investment into major road infrastructure solutions will be an important part of delivering on the levelling up agenda right across the whole country?
Minister. I thank my honourable friend. I know the stretch of road that she refers to very well, as I'm sure many members across this House do as well. I would love to be able to clip my fingers and say that we could tunnel under Guildford. All I can say is, Mr. Speaker, in all candor, we will certainly look at it. But honourable members should be in no doubt that we're spending record sums, £27 billion on improving England's strategic roads, part of a £640 billion biggest ever package of infrastructure investment in this country.
Let's go to Howell Williams. Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people are aghast at the potential consequences of thrashing English COVID regulations in a triumphalist prime ministerial crash attack. Wales's regulations, to be announced today, are expected to take a cautious and measured approach. Will the Prime Minister make it clear that those visiting Wales this summer must stick to Welsh laws, and that on COVID regulations, he can only speak for England?
Prime Minister.
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, and I think that people should stick to the the rules and the guidance wherever they are, and I think he's absolutely right to talk about a cautious and a measured approach.
John Penrose.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will have seen that 2 recently published Government Commission reports, mine into competition policy and the Task Force on Innovation, Growth and Regulatory Reform, both make the same 2 recommendations to inject fresh energy into our better regulation regime so we can deliver our Brexit ambition of replacing ponderous EU regulations with simpler, digital and less burdensome UK equivalents without reducing quality standards in the process. So, will he take this opportunity to unleash a big post-Brexit better regulation dividend by declaring his enthusiastic support for a strong new one-in, two-out regime with no loopholes or exceptions right here today?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I think it is obvious that the UK has a massive amount to gain, not just from his report, which I much enjoyed, as I told him I thought was excellent, but also from the TIGA report, the Task Force on reducing regulation, and I thank them for that, and they'll be seeing, he and they will be seeing a lot more in the next few weeks.
Let's go to John Nicholson. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yesterday, at the Prime Minister's instigation, 333 Conservative members of this House, including some of its wealthiest, voted to deprive some of the world's poorest children of clean water. Education for girls programmes we guaranteed will be slashed. Polio eradication schemes too. Most people go into politics to make the world a better place, but the Prime Minister seems to be an exception. As he reads of the anguish his decision has caused, and as the father of a young child, doesn't he feel the merest hint of shame?
Mr. Speaker, I think the people of this entire country should be immensely proud of what the UK is doing abroad, whether it is educating millions of girls with an increase to support for female education, whether it is helping the countries around the world to tackle climate change with £11.6 billion of investment, or helping refugees in Yemen or Syria or Ethiopia with £900 million. We're spending £10 billion a year on overseas aid alone, Mr. Speaker, to say nothing of what we're doing with vaccines. The whole country should be immensely proud of what the UK is doing in spite of this pandemic.
Let's go to Faye Jones. Faye.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will know the Green Man Festival, which is an incredibly popular international music event, which takes place in Crickhowell in my constituency. The festival organisers have gone to great lengths to ensure the event is COVID secure, but the Welsh Government refuses to give them the green light to go ahead as a test event, unlike similar events in England. So will my right honourable friend help us by giving the Green Man Festival his full support and encourage the Welsh Government to get behind the festival at long last?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I haven't been invited to attend the Green Man Festival, but it sounds great. She's obviously my honourable friend's obviously a big fan. I will do what I can to pass her message along. I thank her for campaigning for Wales and for the Green Man Festival.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Jackie Davis was diagnosed with a type of blood cancer in April, which prevents her immune system from developing antibodies against COVID. Jackie wants to live as normal a life as possible and to do everyday things like going shopping, but she's terrified and she thinks that the rapid lifting of restrictions on Monday is putting her at risk. With the Delta variant about to spike due to the government's decision to lift restrictions, particularly the requirement to wear masks in public places, what's his message to people in Jackie's situation? Will he rethink his reckless gamble of lifting all these restrictions on Monday? And yes, Jackie did support staying in the EU.
Well, my message I'm sorry, obviously, for the condition that Jackie suffers, and I think that the Labour Party obviously needs to work out whether it's in favour of going ahead with step 4 or not, because it's not at all clear from what he has said or what the right honourable gentleman, the leader of the opposition, has said. They don't have a clue, Mr. Speaker. But what I can say to him is that we expect and recommend everybody, and I say this to Jackie, we expect to recommend everybody to wear a face covering in a confined space where you're meeting people you don't normally meet, and that is quite right.
Final question, Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with the Reading Agency that is about to launch its annual Summer Reading Challenge and hopes to reach 1 million children, primary school children, this year. What a great excuse to go to one of our brilliant libraries and take part in the COVID education catch-up. With this in mind, would my right honourable friend join me in encouraging every child across the nation to take part in the Summer Reading Challenge, pick up a book and read back better?
Yes. I thank my honour. She's quite right, and there couldn't be a better campaign. For the summer, we put 1.9 million of support into the reading scheme that she mentions. But of course, there's 200 million going into the Holidays Activities Fund, and there couldn't be a better, more useful, happier way of occupying your time on holiday than by reading a good book, Mr. Speaker.
Can I just gently say to all leaders that in the end I've had to cut off quite a few backbenchers because of the amount of time that's been taken up at the beginning. Can we think about those as well? It's so important that they get their questions heard. There's no points for order from them. I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements for the next business period. Order. Order. I now call Nick Thomas-Symonds to ask the urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for the Home Department if she will make a statement on the prevalence of racist abuse on social media.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. I'm going to take a moment, if I may, to reflect on the extraordinary success of the England football team in this tournament, knowing as we do that the background to the urgent question. That team played their hearts out for us, and they won through to the first international final for 55 years. They did so with enormous skill, with sportsmanship, and with dignity. They brought our country together, and they united us in joy. It is therefore a great shame that the success and achievements of every member of that team has been overshadowed by the racism of online trolls. The Prime Minister has just, in Prime Minister's questions, reinforced our collective condemnation of racism online and offline. Individuals who commit racist offences should face the full force of the law, and we already have robust legislation in place to deal with online hate. But governments around the world are grappling with how we collectively tame the wild west of the internet. We are leading the world in tackling online harms in the introduction of the Online Safety Bill. It put in place measures to tackle illegal and legal but harmful abuse, including racist abuse. If major platforms do not meet their own standards to keep people safe and address abuse quickly and effectively, they could face enforcement action. Let one message ring loud and clear to those companies. There is no reason for companies to wait until the regime is fully running to take action against this abhorrent abuse. Indeed, such delays, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, will serve to stiffen the resolve of the government and indeed of this House. In addition to this, we have asked the Law Commission to conduct a wide-ranging review into hate crime, including offensive online communications. Let's put this in context. In 2019 to 2020, the police recorded more than 76,000 race-hate crimes. Increases in police-recorded hate crime in recent years have been driven by improvements in crime recording and better identification of what constitutes a hate crime. While statistics can help us track trends, we must, of course, always remember that behind the numbers are real people who are often left traumatised and shaken by their experiences. There is nothing so damaging, so corrosive about the impact that racism has both on victims and on our communities more widely. And so I'd like to conclude this statement with the words of our England captain, Gareth Southgate. We have been a beacon of light in bringing people together. The national team stands for everybody, and so that togetherness has to continue. We have shown the power our country has when it does come together. Mr. Speaker, let us all live up to those words.
Now call Nick Thomas.
I'm grateful for that response, but the reaction of this government has lacked urgency and completely failed to understand the scale of the revulsion that exists as a result of the events of recent days. The England men's football players have been a credit to the country on and off the pitch. And when they took the knee to stand against racism, this was not gesture politics. They spoke courageously to a desire for change across our country. And the failure of the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary to condemn those who were booing the team taking the knee was shameful, and it frankly makes their later protestations of support for the team no more than empty words. And the Home Secretary hasn't even bothered to turn up to answer this question today. The racist abuse to which Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho and Bukayo Saka have been subjected is disgraceful, and such behaviour has been too common on social media for too long. Social media platforms have had more than long enough to act. The Home Secretary said to me on Monday that legislation will be absolutely pivotal, but the government has dragged its feet on bringing the Online Harms Bill forward. Worse still, the bill as currently proposed will not address what we've seen in the last couple of days. Allowing social media companies to set their own terms and conditions will not be enough. Will the government therefore commit to including criminal sanctions for senior executives in that bill? And in addition, will the Minister tell us exactly when the government will be acceding to the demand on these benches to extend football banning orders to offences that take place online, as was promised by the Prime Minister in Prime Minister's questions? And finally, will the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary finally show some leadership and apologise for siding with those who are booing and not with the brave England players?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd just explain to the House where the Home Secretary is today. She is, at this very moment, hosting a long-standing meeting with charities who are on the front line of tackling victims, tackling violence against women and girls and survivors of those crimes. And so I hope the House will instead put up with me in order to answer this urgent question. But I know that the Home Secretary would reject many of the, indeed all of the allegations that the Honourable Gentleman has just made about her conduct. She has been relentless. She has been relentless in pursuing social media companies to ensure that they take much tougher stances, as we all expect, not just in relation to racism online, but also child sexual exploitation and terrorism and other offences. And so I do not accept his accusations across the dispatch box. In terms of the online safety bill, this is a landmark piece of legislation. The government has been very, very careful to ensure that this bill, A, receives the scrutiny of the House. That is why we are taking the confident step, I would say, of opening the draft bill up to pre-legislative scrutiny. We don't do that for every bill, but we want to get this bill right. The House will remember we did exactly the same with the domestic abuse bill, and the bill was made all the better for it. And so I'm delighted that Labour have provided now, I understand, the names for their committee members so that the pre-legislative scrutiny can take place at pace. But I underline the message that this House, but also the public, are watching the behaviours of online companies very carefully. Any company would be very wise to set out what it plans to do in relation to meeting the expectations of this place and the public when it comes to conducting their systems in a way that is clear and that prevents the sorts of abuse we have seen this weekend. In terms of football banning orders, again, the Honourable Gentleman, Right Honourable Gentleman, forgive me, would have heard the Prime Minister say very clearly at PMQs about the work that the government is conducting in relation to football banning orders. It is complex because we know, for example, some of the trolls that have targeted some members of the team over the weekend are overseas. But we want very much to work with football clubs and others to ensure that these orders have the powers that we all want them to have. And as I have said throughout, and this is the golden thread that runs throughout our work on tackling online crimes, what is illegal offline is illegal online, and that is the principle we will be adopting throughout the online safety bill.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for a statement and for calling out some of the vile racist abuse that our brilliant players have had to face. On Sunday night, the Centre for Countering Digital Hate identified and reported 105 Instagram accounts which racially abused members of the England football team. As of this morning, only 6 of them have been taken down. So whilst we're getting warm words from some of these social media companies, that appears to be all we're getting from them at present. Can my honourable friend therefore confirm that the online safety bill will be brought forward with speed and that those who post this abuse online will be held to proper account?
Extremely grateful. Indeed, my honourable friend highlights some of the very practical responses that social media companies can take right now. They don't need to wait for the online safety bill. I read with some dismay and anger a report in the paper today about how Instagram had applied its own rules community rules in relation to offensive emojis that were sent to players and indeed highly offensive words. Now, the social media companies themselves have to explain how exactly their community rules accord with the expectations and indeed the law of our country. But may I just make this point again? We are not alone in this. This is a challenge facing every democratic society in the world, and it is by working together, as we are doing with our voluntary principles on tackling terrorism and child sexual exploitation, that is how we're going to be able to make real progress against these companies and against this hatred.
We now go to SNP spokesperson Stuart C. MacDonald. Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The disgusting online racism faced by England players is unfortunately overshadowing a fantastic tournament and a fantastic performance by an England team that has rightly attracted admiration and perhaps even a little bit of envy. So yes, we urgently need stronger online regulation. Content must be taken down faster, and platforms can no longer be allowed to support racist content through shamefully lax rules. And we need a debate on how we identify and punish those peddling this hate. But will she agree that social media regulation is not a silver bullet? Online racism reflects offline racism, and the government needs to take tackling racism, including structural and institutional racism, more seriously. Mr. Speaker, whatever our disagreements, no one could say that the previous Prime Minister didn't take tackling racism incredibly seriously. Why do we struggle to say the same about the current Prime Minister? Isn't it because on his watch, too many in his party have spent more time downplaying racism than tackling it, and more time ridiculing anti-racism campaigners than going after those who actually peddle racism? So yes, we'll support action to clamp down on online platforms, but will she support a change in attitude in her party?
Again, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question, and I can assure him that had Scotland reached the same dizzy heights as England, I'd have been cheering them on with great passion and strength of feeling. So I'm pleased that he is able to concede some support for the England team. In terms of his wider question about racism and hate speech across society, he is right to acknowledge that this is a matter for us all to tackle, and he will know, as sitting on the Home Affairs Select Committee as he does, the work that the government is doing to tackle hate speech and hate crimes. Of course, hate crimes is a very wide term. It includes not simply racism, but also hatred towards disabled people, towards transgender people and so on. And so that's why we have asked the Law Commission to look at online crimes to make sure that they're up to date and meet our expectations. But the wider message, I think, on racism more generally is actually I have been overwhelmed by the public's response to these trolls over the weekend. If we look at what happened to the mural in Withington, for example, and how the public responded, how angry they were that some individual had defaced the mural in Withington, and how positive the public's reaction to that has been. I think that is what we need to very much reflect on and act on. And indeed, that's why I quoted our captain, because I think he has summed up where the public and where we are on this. And it is by working together that we're going to tackle some of these hateful attitudes.
Well, good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Home Secretary herself has been at the receiving end of terrible racist abuse. So will the Minister agree with me that fighting racism online and in any other form is a priority for her and for the government? And does she also agree that this fight is mostly effective when racism and anti-racism campaigns are fully understood by everyone, and that what really matters is when meaningful action is taken to tackle the scourge that racism is?
Very much so. And the Home Secretary, like other members across this House, and we know, sadly, that women in particular, women of colour, are targeted, it seems, by online trolls. There are many people in our society who have to deal with this racism, both online but also, sadly, offline. And so I think part of our national conversation should be how we can each of us show our complete support for the campaigns to combat racism and to ensure that we are doing everything we can, both individually but as a country, to tackle racist behaviour. I know the Home Secretary feels very strongly about this, and indeed she has been particularly strong in her communications with tech companies across the 2 years she has been in office. But I know that that is a feeling shared by many in this House, and as I say, I'm very conscious that there are others in this place who are victims as well.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Yvette Cooper. Yvette?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Instagram profiles of England heroes this lunchtime are still racist posts, including blatantly racist words and emojis that have been up for more than 24 hours. I have challenged Instagram on this from the Home Affairs Committee repeatedly over the last few days. They have told me this morning that using some of those emojis as racist slurs is against their rules, yet inexplicably, they are still up and it is still taking them days to remove these posts. Speed matters. Can the Minister tell me what the online safety bill is actually going to do to take action on this speed issue and to penalise companies for not moving fast enough? Because at the moment, it looks as though that action won't happen. That's unacceptable. Keyboard cowards are being given a megaphone by these social media companies, and it has to stop.
Well, I completely agree with the Right Honourable Lady and Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee. It is, I don't think these tech companies quite understand the anger and frustration of everyone involved in trying to scrutinise and to hold these companies to account when they come back at us with it doesn't meet our community rules. Words such as the words I suspect she is thinking about, the emojis, the language, this is unacceptable in any civilised society, and that includes online fora as well as offline. And so this bill is a real opportunity for the government, A, to lay the law down, but also, as I say, for parliamentarians across the House to make their views known. I have long urged the companies to listen carefully to members of Parliament in this place, and I would urge them again to do so, because if they don't listen, we will act.
We now come to Felicity Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who represents one of the most diverse constituencies in the entire country, can I put on the record how abhorrent racism is of any form? Does my honourable friend agree with me that many of these online trolls hide behind the cloak of anonymity? Can she confirm that the police can still prosecute anonymous postings? And will she consider whether we should outlaw online posting? Because I do think people would take more personal responsibility if it were in their own names.
Well, the Honourable Lady alights upon a very important point, but also actually one that will require the scrutiny and the debate of this House, because whilst we know that many cowards hide behind anonymous accounts, there are people who use their anonymity legitimately. So, for example, victims of domestic abuse and indeed whistleblowers in very restrictive regimes overseas. So I know that this place, when we come to scrutinise this bill, will weigh those arguments up very carefully. But again, I do have great sympathy with her viewpoint that if people are able to hide behind these accounts anonymously, then of course it makes it much more difficult for the police to trace them. And so again, we need to think through, I think, as, collectively, where we are prepared to draw the boundaries in the wild west of the internet.
We now come to Sarah Sultana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister gave the usual Tory platitudes. Yes, she condemned the horrific racism our England stars have faced, but what will she think about the Prime Minister when he was doing, when he was describing black people as pickaninnies with watermelon smiles, when he used newspaper columns to mock Muslim women as letterboxes and bank robbers, when he refused to condemn the booing of England players taking the knee, and when his Home Secretary derided the anti-racist message as as gesture politics? Isn't it the case, Mr. Speaker, like England star Tyrone Mings has said, that the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister were stoking the fire of racism, giving the green light to racism, and only now, when the consequences are clear, are they feigning outrage?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I had hoped that we were going to be able to conduct this debate in a measured and collective way. I don't genuinely think the Honourable Lady is accusing either the Prime Minister of this country or indeed the Home Secretary of racism. That would be a truly extraordinary allegation to make. But I hope at some point we will be able to work together to tackle racism. That is what we all want to do. That is what the work of this government is directed towards. And I hope that we're able to just lower the tone a little bit and understand that again, she's trying to shout at me, again, that in tackling these horrific instances of racism, we need to work collectively together, and shouting at me across the dispatch box is not going to help with that.
Let's go to Damien Collins. Damien.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my honourable friend agree with me that the incidence of racism on social media over the last few days shows why the approach taken in the draft online safety bill is right, that we need an independent regulator that will hold the companies to account? They've failed to take down this abuse even though it's against their platform policies. They've failed to take it down when people have complained about it. And worse than that, their own recommendation tools were actually promoting the content on Sunday night. This has to stop, and it'll only stop when there's independent regulation of these companies.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. He is absolutely right in his description of this bill as being necessary and required. As I said, I think in 10, 15 years' time, we will look back on this era of the internet, and we will, with the regulations in place, we will be in a much better place in terms of people being able to access social media and so on in a positive, healthy way, rather than having to put up with this hatred that we have seen in some quarters. But I also would emphasise that with the bill, we have, as part of imposing this duty of care, we are proposing fines on the companies concerned of up to £18 million, or, importantly, up to 10% of qualifying annual turnover. I suspect that second figure may be the figure that helps to concentrate minds.
Let's go to Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't the issue that the government has refused to take any action towards ending social media discrimination of any kind? This, in turn, has fanned the flames of divisiveness and hate in our communities that we're currently witnessing, as my friend, the member for Coventry South, has just pointed out. The Amnesty International report on toxic Twitter pointed out that black women are 84% more likely to experience racist abuse online than anyone else. So the question to the Minister is quite simply this: what real steps is she going to take urgently to ensure that no one, and I mean absolutely no one, is able to post any racist abuse online at all?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect I'm not the only person who has felt a little bit astonished that it is this right honourable member who's chosen to ask that question about taking immediate action to tackle racism. I remind the House of the findings of the Equalities and Human Rights Commission under his watch. Labour has unlawfully discriminated against, harassed or victimised people because they are Jewish. And I am also reminded that a Jewish female MP had to have police protection at his party conference because of fears of her own safety. So I will listen to many, many people about tackling racism. I will work with pretty much anyone, but I must say I will take a long spoon in which to sup with this particular member.
Let's just go to Caroline Notes. Caroline.
Mr. Speaker, it is popular to blame mutant algorithms for many things, but social media giants could use algorithms to quickly and effectively shut down accounts spouting racist bile. Please can my honourable friend assure me that the government is prepared to take action against platforms like Instagram, who've been painfully slow to respond to the horrific racist abuse targeted at black players since Sunday?
Indeed, and again, my right honourable friend, is alights upon a very, very important point, that this power is already within the reach of internet companies. They seem to think that their community rules somehow take precedence over the laws of our country. And I can only imagine it's the same across other countries in the world. So the message to those tech companies is that please listen to the public's outrage, actually, at some of these posts that are festering on your platforms, and deal with them. It is simply not acceptable to expect players or victims of this abuse to deal with it themselves. These tech companies have the algorithms, they have the powers, I've no doubt, in order to intervene, and they should use them now.
Let's go to Dame Margaret Hodge. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is similar, but the racist abuse which was targeted at the black footballers has been absolutely abhorrent. And the tech giants could have stopped it, but they chose not to because it suits their business model. In October 2020, Mark Zuckerberg decided, literally on a whim, to remove Holocaust denial from his Facebook, and he did that. In February 2021, Instagram, after a public outcry, made a U-turn, changed their policy and started to regulate some direct messages of racial abuse. So does the Minister agree with me that it's not the powers or the capability of the tech giants that is lacking, but the will? Everybody knew the Wembley final could result in a torrent of abuse, yet the online platforms chose not to plan, not to monitor, not to act. And does she further agree with me that if we're to turn empty rhetoric into action, it's not enough to fine the companies, but the government must legislate to hold the senior executives to personal account and be personally liable for failing to remove harmful content from their platforms?
Well, I'm extremely grateful and mindful of the own experiences that the Right Honourable Lady has had in terms of abuse online and offline. And I agree with her that, of course, that these powers exist already, and so one can only conclude in the cases that have been highlighted both in this chamber and in newspapers that the businesses concerned do not wish to remove those items. I've no doubt, if I'm wrong, that they will correct me. But there must be a will there, and I very much hope that a former member of this House, one Sir Nick Clegg, who, as we know, advises Facebook at a very senior level in California. I very much hope he is advising Facebook as to the powers of this place and the anger that members across this chamber are feeling, because it seems to me responding to these concerns makes not just good moral sense, but also good business sense.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The abuse we saw after England's heroic final Euro game is beyond disgusting and has no place in any world, let alone the modern world. I know my honourable friend will agree it is not beyond the ingenuity of social media platforms to deploy their vast coding expertise to develop AI and algorithmic solutions to rapidly remove disgusting, abusive, racist posts while still being able to protect appropriate freedom of speech. Sadly, there is more than enough training data for them to use.
Very much so. And my challenge to these tech companies is, look, you have some of the brightest brains in the world. You recruit from the top universities, you pay, I imagine, handsomely, use those brilliant brains to do some good and to stop this abuse on your platforms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole England team has been remarkable in opposing racism and championing justice and equality for all. Sadly, they have not had the full support of this government. It is up to all of us with a public platform, including the Home Secretary, to personally confront racism in all its forms and give our full support to those who are working on it. The Home Secretary is not here today, so I cannot ask her personally, but can I ask her, will she add her support to the petition to ban racists for life from all football matches in England, which now has over 1 million signatures?
I don't know whether the Honourable Lady was in the chamber, but when I explained at the beginning that the Home Secretary is in fact hosting a meeting, a long-standing meeting with charities that work with survivors of violence against women and girls. This is, I hope the House would understand. In terms of her general allegations, I mean, again, I'm minded to just point out that the Home Secretary herself receives extraordinary levels of online hatred. It is eye-watering, some of the things that she and, in fairness, others across this House have to deal with. But I do, as I say, just do urge on members to join together with us in tackling this racism. And in terms of the petition, she may have missed the Prime Minister's answer in PMQs. We are going even better than the petition because we are looking urgently at football banning orders to ensure that people with these racist views who are expressing them are stopped from going to our matches entirely.
Susanna.
Mr. Speaker. Now, I do believe this great and united nation is one of the most tolerant and anti-discrimination nations I know, and that what we have witnessed is orchestrated hate crime by the minority and trolls. And does the Minister agree that we need tougher punishments for racially driven violence, intimidation and abuse on social media, and that the biggest issue I see are the social media companies who have been very slow to take abuse off their platforms?
Again, and my old friend, I know, has worked assiduously, not just in relation to online hatred directed to on racist grounds, but also, of course, other categories of people, other groups of people who are affected on social media, including women. But I hope she will work tirelessly with the government on our forthcoming online safety bill to ensure that these companies do what they should do, clear out their own backyard, but that we also work together to tackle the horrific attitudes that underline this abuse.
Let's go to Catherine McKinnell. Catherine.
Thank you. Minister, we live in an era where online abuse is becoming normalised. The disgusting comments directed at our footballers on social media has in many cases been illegal, and the perpetrators must be brought to justice. But in other cases, while being technically legal, the abuse is still extremely harmful and distressing. Warm words and veiled threats are clearly not enough. Will she therefore commit today to ensuring that legal but harmful content will be adequately addressed in the online safety bill, to improving the bill to ensure social media companies' terms and conditions meet a minimum standard, and to ensuring that those standards are enforced so that harmful content is swiftly removed from their platforms?
Yes, very much happy to confirm that, of course, we're looking at legal but harmful material. And indeed, I would just pray to the House's attention the fact that the online safety bill is a really significant piece of legislation, but there will be other fora for legislating, other vehicles for legislating on these sorts of crimes, including, of course, the Victims Bill, but also the Law Commission's work on online hate law more generally. It's really important we get this right. You know, the law has, I think, probably struggled to keep up to date with some of these developing advances in technology, and we've got to make sure that it is future-proofed to cover these terrible crimes.
Let's go to Caroline Ansell. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Sunday's final, everywhere I have been, everyone I have spoken to in my constituency has expressed nothing but pride in our England team. Racist abuse online has in fact inspired an outpouring of support and solidarity. But in contrast, figures released by Twitter in 2020 show the company responded to fewer than 50% of all requests for information from law enforcement in the UK. Alongside support for campaigns like Kick It Out, does my honourable friend agree with me that such social media platforms must seriously raise their game or face serious repercussions?
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and I'm delighted to hear that the football team have received such support in her constituency. And indeed, I suspect that is the experience of us all, actually. And the racist attitudes that have been displayed by a small number of people, and indeed trolls, some of whom we know originate from overseas. We want that, they are very much in the minority. The overwhelming majority of us are incredibly proud of our great team.
Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to my register of members' interests and my position as co-chair of the Show Racism, the Red Card All-Party Parliamentary Group. So, can I ask the Minister, Show Racism, the Red Card do fantastic work in tackling racist abuse online and elsewhere, but the Home Office, in its wisdom, cut its funding to zero 18 months ago, but Show Racism, the Red Card still get funding from both the Scottish and Welsh governments. So, can the Minister, or will the Minister, meet me and parliamentary colleagues, Show Racism, the Red Card, so we can discuss their funding to help tackle this scourge in our society?
I'm very happy to do that, and I should point out as well that there's a huge programme of work that continues, including, for example, the online crime hub run by the police that we help to fund. But very happy to meet him to discuss those issues. Look, campaigns that help to tackle racism are clearly in our country's interest, so very, very happy to meet him to discuss it further.
What's Luca?
Sunday night should have been a celebration of achievement. Instead, we woke up on the morning with racism aimed at 3 men simply doing their job. And this is not acceptable. We know social media is at the centre of the storm, and there's a growing influence across our lives, from bullying, racism, to my interest of body image. So would my right honourable friend agree with me that social media campaigns and their companies have a duty and responsibility to work proactively with government and the police to better our society?
Yes, I most certainly do agree with my honourable friend. And look, in fairness, we have, as the House would expect, we do a lot of work with online companies across a great range of subject matter. Only yesterday, indeed, I was meeting business leaders, including tech leaders, to discuss how we can create opportunities for our hardest to reach young people who are at risk of serious violence. So I'm grateful to them for those activities, but I do think the message is coming out loud and clear, not just in this country, but across the world, that we have got to somehow tame, as I say, the wild west of the internet so that these more hateful practices are not dominating our national headlines and taking away from the great achievements of our England team.
Let's go to Andrew Gwynn. Andrew.
Thank you. Racist abuse online isn't just abhorrent, it normalises and desensitises racist views offline too. And can I say, the scenes she's mentioned of the community placing messages of support and love on the defaced Marcus Rashford mural is the true spirit of Greater Manchester, not the graffiti of some pea-brain moron. As a Man City fan, I say that United's Rashford is among the best of us. Now, I welcome the PM's commitment to extending football banning orders to cover online abuse, something this side of the House has been calling for some time. So given the urgency, can I ask her when this will happen and how it will happen?
I will happily write to the honourable gentleman on this. I don't have a time frame to hand, but I will very much write to him. And may I thank him as a Man City fan and a Member of Parliament of one of the greatest cities on the planet. Can I thank him for raising the great humour and also the great support that the people of Withington have shown recently.
Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know social media companies have the tools and powers to prevent online hate, yet it's still happening day in, day out. And the incidents following Sunday evening have shone a light on this disgusting abuse. If social media companies will not act on their own, what actions will the government take to ensure we finally put a full stop to online hate?
Well, my honourable friend has identified the opportunity that the government has, and indeed the House has, in relation to the online safety bill. As I say, I have no doubt that powers that be within the tech companies are watching this debate very closely, and I would assume they have got the message loud and clear from all sides of the House as to our expectations on their next moves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming this afternoon. The racist incidents online don't exist in a vacuum. They exist in a world where, according to the YMCA, 95% of young black British children have witnessed racism in education. They exist in a world where, according to the Runnymede Trust, racism is systematic in the UK, in our health system, in the criminal justice system, in employment, and even in politics, which I know all too well. To every young black, minority ethnic person, young person watching today, I want them to know that they have a place in this society. They can reach here like I did from a council estate in Brixton, and I will continue to do my bit to ensure we speak out against racism. And this racism also exists in a vacuum where so-called spectators even want to boo their own team. Disgraceful. Social media companies need to take a lot more action, and until they feel the full weight of the law, they won't understand that. So can the Minister confirm if the government will introduce criminal sanctions against social media executives in the online harms bill?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her comments? And she spoke with such passion, and she's right. Every time she and other members of this House stand up across the chamber to speak on behalf of their constituents, they are role models. And so I'm delighted that this House is more diverse than it has ever been. It needs to be more diverse, but I'm also very proud of the fact that the government is more diverse than it has ever been, and indeed the fact that we have two of the great offices of state filled by people who happen to be of ethnic minority heritage. I think that is a real credit to our country and how one can achieve what one wants with hard work and effort. In terms of the question relating to executives, this is something that we are looking at in the bill. There are measures within there that have been set out in terms of dealing with executives, but of course I welcome her and any other members' input with DCMS to ensure that the bill is meeting the expectations of all.
David Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, some of these vile abusers are totally open, but the cloak of anonymity does embolden others. And it also opens a door for hostile actors with their divisive exploitation that can sometimes follow. Now, as the Minister said in response to an earlier question to our friend from Kensington, anonymity is very important in some contexts, including, for example, survivors of domestic abuse. But it doesn't follow that it's therefore required to be available in all contexts. And if you're online communicating in your own identity, shouldn't you be able to say you only want to hear from, be commented on by other people using their own identity? Will the government please look at that again for the online safety bill?
That is an extremely interesting point, and I promise I will look into it.
Let's have a Roberts.
Dear Llefarydd, like thousands of other Welsh fans, I stand with Marcus Rashford and others, including many Welsh players, against the vile racist abuse they've received. Now, Tory Home Secretaries have wasted years through their inaction on this issue. In 2016, I introduced an online abuse and cybercrime bill, which included tackling racist abuse online to make the current fragmented law workable in the 21st century. 5 years on, and we're still waiting for action. But a specific question. Will the online harms bill provide clarity on what constitutes illegal racist hate speech against groups of people, as well as offences against individuals?
So the Honourable Lady knows that we have asked the Law Commission to look into the laws relating to malicious online communications. This is, and I declare my interest as a former prosecuting counsel, this is a horribly complex area of law, and as technology develops with, for example, deep fake images and so on, it's very complex, and it is precisely why we asked the Law Commission to look into it. In terms of her other challenges, I mean, again, the bill is going to be scrutinised at length by the House, so she will have the opportunity, no doubt, to put her views forward. But I do want to get the message out. This bill, the online safety bill, needs to be considered carefully, because we very much want it to be a piece of legislation that stands the test of time. And as I say, I can't really think of another country in the world that has entered into such an ambitious project to try to hold some of these corners of the internet, bring them into the light so that we're not seeing these sorts of practices online.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much of the online racist abuse against England's footballers is thought to have originated from overseas social media accounts. I wonder if my honourable friend could tell the House what steps she and her department are taking with counterparts in other countries to ensure there's a concerted international effort to stamp out these appalling attacks, that there is no hiding place.
Yes, I think the Honourable Gentleman is referring to the early analysis of the Premier League. He will know, I hope, will be reassured by the fact that we are looking into this with some urgency because as a global football competition, it is perhaps no leap of the imagination that some of this abuse may have come from overseas. We want to look at that very carefully, but also, again, it underlines the point that the internet, it clearly is available across the world, and so we have to act collectively with other nation states in order to bring these trolls to a heel, and we are already doing that through the Five Eyes and the voluntary principles that we have one agreement on in relation to child sexual exploitation and tackling terrorism.
Let's go to Gregory Campbell. Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join in the congratulations and tributes to the England football team that the Minister has paid and others, and also the condemnation of the abuse suffered by the 3 black players. In a couple of months' time, David in the form of Northern Ireland will take on Goliath in the form of Italy in the World Cup qualifying, Mr. Speaker, and we will endeavour to build on the national pride and endeavour that we've seen in the past few weeks. But on the online safety bill, can the Minister reassert the issue she's raised several times, that if the providers do not act, then they will suffer grievous financial hardship? We will hit them where it hurts, in the corporate pockets.
Well, I'm very pleased to join the Honourable Gentleman's support for Northern Ireland. Italy, I'm sure, will pose no problem for Northern Ireland. I wish them all the greatest of successes. But on the very serious subject of our work to tackle the online hatred that we've seen this weekend, again, the online safety bill is a landmark piece of legislation, and I very much look forward to working with the House in our efforts to take it through.
Let's go to Craig Williams. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Racism, racist bullying, and any form of bullying is completely unacceptable, and I hope my honourable friend uses all of her powers to stamp down on such behaviour. With regards to divisiveness in our society, it appears that it has become about whether or not you take the knee. Would my honourable friend agree with me that the single biggest cause of divisiveness is the lack of tolerance and the lack of respect from both sides of the argument equally? And it doesn't matter if you choose to take the knee or not. What matters is that you have tolerance and respect for those that want to, and equally for those that don't want to.
Very much. The Honourable Gentleman has, I think, defined what it is to live in a free country. We abide by the principles of free speech within the genuine and legitimate confines of legislation such as hate crime legislation, but the message surely coming from our football team is that we have a wonderfully diverse football team with enormous talent, enormous skills, and we, just as they have treated us with tolerance and respect in terms of their humility in the face of the nation's joy and adoration, so too we should extend that to each other and treat each other with toleration and respect.
Let's go to Janet Davey. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that when it comes to racist abuse, this is not just confined to social media. On the 3rd of July, the Sunday Times ran an article stating that Raheem Sterling's success in the Euros was being celebrated on the violent streets of Jamaica where he grew up. This sort of ignorant and tasteless commentary only feeds the stereotypes that black people and black populations or countries are dangerous. Will the Minister today condemn the disgusting attitudes that have been propelled by tabloids and broadsheets for decades, and what will she do about it?
Well, I haven't seen the report that she refers to, but I have to say my memory of Raheem Sterling is the story he's told of growing up in the shadow of the arch of Wembley and imagining himself playing under that arch, but instead of being outside the stadium, being inside the stadium. And of course, he has done exactly that. And that shows that in this country, there is opportunity, there is the chance, if you have the talents of Mr. Sterling and others, to really succeed. And I very much hope that that is the message that comes out of our debates, both this afternoon, but also more generally in relation to the horrendous hate crime we have seen over the weekend.
Richard Hull. Mr. Speaker. And does the Minister agree with me that this should be a matter where actually all sides of the House and all parties come together to ensure that we put an end to racist abuse once and for all? And can she highlight how, through the work on the online safety bill, that this will actually happen?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that by working together, we are so much stronger. And I think today, actually, we have seen that there is great unity of intent and will across the House to ensure that those who are expressing racist views are held to account, they're brought to justice, but that each part of society plays its part, including online companies.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister think that their colleagues' refusal to condemn the booing of players for taking the knee, or the dismissal of taking the knee as gesture politics, or Number 10's denial of institutional racism in the UK, or the government's 3-year delay of legislation to the crackdown on online abuse could have given space to a culture or hostile environment which sees the racist abuse of England players as acceptable? And does the Minister regret that denial of the problem and the failure to act?
If I'm just going to temper the Honourable Lady's remarks with some facts. The Home Secretary did not say that she supports football fans booing England players for taking the knee. The Prime Minister was clear in saying that members of the public should be cheering our team, not booing them. And it is, if I may say, we've got to be very careful with how we handle the facts so that when we are presenting our plans for the future to help eradicate racism and our plans for taming the internet, that is how we will achieve this. A little bit of back and forth over the dispatch box is of course welcome and part of our rich tapestry of democracy, but I do hope that the Honourable Lady will stick to the facts next time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I draw the Minister's attention to the paradox identified by Sundar Katwala, who's the Director of British Future, that there are far fewer overt racists in Britain today than there were 20 or 30 years ago, and that's a very good thing. And there are far fewer racist attitudes in Britain. But because of social media and because of the fact that everyone is always online, individuals from the black and ethnic minority communities experience far more racism on a day-to-day basis than they did then because of that paradox. And this is the reason why fixing this needs to be a public policy priority and why the people in Twitter and Facebook really need to step up. They need to stop people who get banned from opening new accounts, and they need to address the algorithms that promote this material, and that way is that how we can rebuild community cohesion.
I think we all acknowledge the echo chamber that social media provides and how being available online across the world enables perhaps just a single person to have far more volume added to their voice than would be the case if they were known, as they usually are, to be sitting in their bedrooms rather pathetically in the corner, tapping away on their laptops or their phones. So I think the more we build resilience amongst our young people, actually, in schools to prepare themselves to understand that torrents of abuse like this can, in fact, represent only a tiny number of people, but also very much building on the education, the cultural attitudes that we're seeking to address through RSHE education in schools to ensure that people understand the principles of tolerance, of kindness, of being able to debate without hatred. You know, there are many ways of tackling racism. I look forward to debating them in the months and years to come, but we don't need to take chunks out of each other whilst we're so debating.
I now suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. Before I call the Secretary of State, I wish to make a short statement about the sub judice resolution. I have been advised that there are active legal proceedings on the legality of the Northern Ireland Protocol and the active legal proceedings and open inquest in relation to historic troubles-related deaths. I am exercising the discretion given to the Chair in respect of the resolution on matters of sub judice to allow full reference to the challenge to the Northern Ireland Protocol as it concerns issues of national importance. Further, I am exercising the discretion to allow limited reference to active legal proceedings and open inquest in relation to the historic troubles-related deaths. However, references to these cases should be limited to the context and to the events which led to the cases, but not to the detail of cases themselves, nor the names of those involved in them. All honourable members should, however, be mindful of the matters which may be the subject of future legal proceedings and should exercise caution in making reference to individual cases. I also wish to say something further about the actions of yesterday of the Honourable Member for Foyle in naming somebody apparently subject to an anonymity order. As members of this House, we enjoy freedom of speech. As Erskine May states, a member may state whatever they think fit in debate, and that the member is protected by parliamentary privilege. From any action of defamation, as well as from any other question of molestation, this freedom extends to statements which is made out of Parliament. Would breach the injunctions, although this has been deprecated by the Speaker. Freedom of speech must, however, be used responsibly. It is a great step to use privilege to breach a court order, as the Joint Committee on Privacy and Injunctions made clear. Privilege places significant responsibility on parliamentarians to exercise it in the public interest. The presumption should be the court orders are respected in Parliament, and that when a member does not comply with one, he or she can demonstrate that it is in the public interest. It is for others to judge whether or not the actions of the Honourable Member for Foyle were indeed in the public interest. However, the Honourable Member broke no rules of the order, as his comments were made while the House was considering the Armed Forces Bill, and the sub judice rule does not apply when legislation is in question. Finally, before I call the Secretary of State, I have to deprecate the fact that once again a statement appears to have been extensively briefed to the media before made to this House. This is not acceptable. This is not the way we want to do business. And I've got to say, the number of texts and emails I've had on this, that get members who take a very keen interest, are very supportive of this issue, are quite rightly disappointed that it seems more important that newspapers are the one that carries it, not this House. So can I say once again, and I say to all Secretaries of State and all departments, this House must hear that statement first, not briefing to the newspaper 24 hours before. So please, look and listen. If not, it will be much more difficult, as we'll grant new queues every day to bring that department to this dispatch box. So please, let's work together and let's respect members of this House and those who have got, and quite rightly, are very concerned and want to make sure they're involved in the statement first. And I now call the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Brandon Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies to you and to the House, and I accept the comments you have made. I would just say, in defence of myself and colleagues who have been working on this issue for the last 18 months or so, that obviously we've been having wide engagement on a range of issues that inform the statement I'm going to make. And the first time anybody will hear or have seen this statement, apart from the advance copies we gave to colleagues earlier, as per normal protocol, is as per has always been done, not to the press, Mr. Speaker. And actually, I think it has been important in the last few weeks and months and in the weeks ahead to have that wide engagement with people around the issues that we are talking about because of the complexity and sensitivity. And I would like to make a statement about the way forward in addressing the legacy of Northern Ireland's past. The Troubles did see a terrible, extensive period of violence that claimed the lives of some 3,500 people. left up to 40,000 people injured and caused untold damage to all aspects of society in Northern Ireland. The Belfast Good Friday Agreement in 1998 sought to move Northern Ireland forward, setting a bold and a visionary path that would guide all the people of Northern Ireland towards a shared, stable, peaceful and prosperous future. It is wonderful to mark in this centenary year just how far Northern Ireland has come. While Northern Ireland is undoubtedly today a fantastic place to live and to work and visit, the unresolved legacy of the Troubles remains. It continues to impact and permeate society in Northern Ireland. The past is a constant shadow over those who directly experienced the horrors of those times, and also over those who did not, but who now live with the trauma of previous generations. It is clear that the current system for dealing with the legacy of the Troubles is not working. It is now a difficult, in fact a painful truth that the focus on criminal investigations is increasingly unlikely to deliver successful criminal justice outcomes. But all the while, it continues to divide communities and it fails to obtain answers for a majority of victims and families. This is borne out in the figures. The Police Service of Northern Ireland are currently considering almost 1,200 cases, which represents just a fraction of the 3,500 deaths and wider cases. These would take over 20 years to investigate. More than 2/3 of Troubles-related deaths occurred over 40 years ago, and it is increasingly difficult for the courts to provide families with the answers they are seeking. If we fail to act now, to properly address, acknowledge and account for the legacy of the Troubles, we will be condemning current and future generations to yet further division, preventing reconciliation at both the individual and societal level. Mr. Speaker, that is why I am today laying before this House and publishing a paper that proposes a series of measures to address the legacy of the past in Northern Ireland. These proposals are being considered as part of an ongoing and an important engagement process, which I announced alongside the Irish Government at the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference last month. As set out in the framework, which we published at the same time, this engagement process is committed to involving not just the UK and Irish governments and the Northern Ireland parties, but also those directly affected by the Troubles and experts and members and committees of this House and the other place. The objective of this engagement is to deal with legacy issues in a way that supports information recovery and reconciliation, complies fully with international human rights obligations and responds to the needs of individual victims and survivors as well as society as a whole. This is a hugely difficult and complex issue, and many have strongly held and divergent views on how to move forward. But we can all agree that I hope we can all agree that this is an issue that is of the utmost importance to the people of Northern Ireland and beyond. It is critical that all involved continue to engage in a spirit of collaboration in order to deliver practical solutions on this most sensitive of issues. This government reaffirms its commitment to intensive engagement in this spirit, and we are committed to introducing legislation by the end of this autumn. The measures set out in the paper will include 3 key proposals. Firstly, a new independent body that will focus on the recovery and provision of information about Troubles-related deaths and most serious injuries. This body will be focused on helping families to find out the truth of what's happened to their loved ones. Where families do not want the past raked over again, they would be able to make this clear. For those families that want to get answers, the body will have the full powers to seek access to information and find out what's happened. A package of measures will also include a major oral history initiative, consistent with what was included in the Stormont House Agreement. This initiative would create opportunities for people from all backgrounds to share their experiences and perspectives related to the Troubles, and crucially, to learn about those of others. Balance and sensitivity would be of central importance, and a concerted effort would be made to engage with those whose voices may not have been heard previously. And thirdly, a statute of limitations, to apply equally to all Troubles-related incidents. We know that the prospect of the end of criminal prosecutions will be difficult for some to accept, and this is not a position that we take lightly. But we have come to the view that this is the best and only way to facilitate an effective information retrieval and provision process, and the best way to help Northern Ireland move further along the road to reconciliation. It is in reality a painful recognition of the very reality of where we are. And as I say, these issues are complex and they are sensitive. That is why they remain unresolved 23 years after the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And we also understand the importance of the Stormont House Agreement and remain committed to its key principles, which this paper will outline and cover. In particular, we acknowledge that any proposal that moves away from criminal justice outcomes would be a very significant step that will be extremely difficult for some families to accept. The Belfast Good Friday Agreement was a bold step, one to address the past, and there have been other such bold steps, such as the decommissioning of weapons and the limiting of sentences all those years ago to 2 years. However, it is increasingly clear to us that the ongoing retributive criminal justice processes are far from helping, in fact impeding the successful delivery of information recovery, mediation and reconciliation that could provide a sense of restorative justice for many more families than is currently the case. The Government is committed to doing all in its power to ensure that families from across the United Kingdom do not continue to be let down by a process which leads only to pain, suffering and disappointment for the vast majority. As part of this, we will deliver on our commitment to veterans who served in Northern Ireland. We will provide certainty for former members of the security forces, many of whom remain fearful of the prospect of being the subject of ongoing investigations that will hang over them for years to come, even though the vast majority acted in accordance with the law and often at great personal risk. We are also unequivocal in our commitment to delivering for victims and survivors. Time is crucial, and as it moves on, we risk the very real possibility that we will lose any chance to get the vital information that families want and need. They have waited long enough, and a focus on information would offer the best chance of giving more families some sense of justice through acknowledgement, accountability and restorative means. We need to progress our understanding of the complexity of the Troubles and in doing so seek to reconcile society with the past as we go on to look forward together. This Government is determined to address all aspects of Northern Ireland's troubled past. We know from our recent history, particularly with the implementation of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, that we can achieve more when we are bold and move forward together. And I want us all to continue to engage on the shape and the detail of the proposals as we work to address this issue, which is of the utmost importance to the people of Northern Ireland and beyond. Finally, Mr Speaker, I would just draw the attention of the House to a quote from Margaret Fairless Barber. I came across it in reading the report by Lord Eames and Dennis Bradley into Northern Ireland's past, and I think it's just worth repeating today in this House. To look backward for a while is to refresh the eye, to restore it, and to render it more fit for its prime function of looking forward. I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to the Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Louise Haig.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, but share your frustration, Mr Speaker, that the Government has repeatedly chosen to brief newspapers rather than respecting this House and, more importantly, the victims which these proposals concern. Mr Speaker, in debates around Northern Ireland's past here in Great Britain, it is all too easy to forget the victims of the conflict. People like Brian Service, who was just 35 years old when he was shot in the head by loyalist paramilitaries in a random sectarian attack just weeks before the Good Friday Agreement. After his death, his mother said she felt he never really existed as a person, as though his life and death did not matter. The deep pain of that conflict was the proximity of the violence and the absence of justice. Over 3,000 people lost their lives, tens of thousands injured in a place of less than 2 million. Society, the peace process in general, remains so fragile precisely because the pain runs so deep. It is why any proposal to deal with legacy must have victims and the communities of Northern Ireland at its heart. That requires real care from the Secretary of State. So it is deeply regrettable that his approach has already seen trust among victims reach rock bottom. Victims have been treated appallingly over the last 18 months. Promises made, torn up, gaslighted by this Secretary of State at this dispatch box. Little wonder that many have greeted today's proposals with deep scepticism and question
whether it is more an exercise in shoring up narrow party support than it is in delivering the reconciliation communities in Northern Ireland crave. Because we must not forget that this government gave victims their word. Just 18 months ago, they promised to legislate on the Stormont House Agreement in New Decade, New Approach. These proposals are a seismic departure from that promise. If the goal is reconciliation, why would the Secretary of State begin by taking a sledgehammer to promises made by his own government? And I'm afraid to dress this up as truth and reconciliation is deeply disingenuous. These proposals as they stand will deliver neither. You cannot impose reconciliation, and the truth will never out with an amnesty in place. Because at the heart of these proposals is an amnesty in all but name, which is profoundly offensive to many. No wonder that the 5 main political parties in Northern Ireland have objected to these proposals, as have victim groups right across the spectrum: SEF, WAVE, Relatives for Justice. Crimes committed in the United Kingdom, the vast majority of which relate to Republican and Loyalist murder, closed for good. No justice for the Bloody Sunday families whose cases remain live. No justice for the 21 innocent people murdered by IRA bombs on a November night in Birmingham in 1974, the deadliest act of terror in Britain until 7/7. Their families have said today that such an amnesty would be abhorrent. And as veterans of the Ulster Defence Regiment, who I met with in Cookstown, told me, we have nothing to hide. We were there to protect the rule of law. If we broke it, use it against us. If we didn't, defend us with it. Ministers today appear to have concluded that the rule of law no longer applies. An amnesty for the Republican and Loyalist terrorists who tortured, maimed, disappeared and murdered men, women and children. Addressing the toxic legacy of the past in this way, through unilateral imposition from Westminster, without the support of any political party in Northern Ireland, is foolish and unsustainable. A way forward has to be found, one done with people, not to them, that genuinely prioritises reconciliation and upholds the rule of law. It is striking that the Secretary of State made scant reference to the government's obligations under Article 2 to conduct effective investigations. If his proposals are not legal, they will be tied up in the courts for many years to come. And the work of Operation Canova is demonstrating that even now, many years on, important new evidence can be retrieved. The case for a comprehensive legacy process, as outlined in Stormont House, through investigations with full police powers, remains strong and compelling. It is totally wrong to abandon it. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would say the Secretary of State's deliberations concern the most shattering moments, the midnight hour of some of the darkest days seen on these islands. They concern whether families for whom the violence was so intimate have the chance of coming to terms with what happened to their loved ones. I would urge him, in his deliberations, to ask himself whether society's interests are truly served by an amnesty, or whether it is in his own party's interests that he is serving. This is the last chance for many victims to find the truth. The decisions the Secretary of State takes could be the last word. On this issue, more than any other, those most affected by the dark legacy of the past must come first.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to addressing, as I said, the unresolved legacy of Northern Ireland's past, so that communities can reconcile and heal. That is what the command paper that we will publish today sets out, and I would suggest the Honourable Lady has a look at that to see that some of the issues that she has raised are issues we've been talking to people about and issues that we cover in that command paper. Clearly, as I've said before, anything we do, we are determined to ensure is Article 2 compliant. And I would just point out to the Honourable Lady, she used the reference of Operation Canova, which has done excellent work, working with victims and families to get to the bottom of truth. In the 4 or 5 years that's been functioning, of course, no prosecutions. But there is a model in Operation Canova about how these things can work, and it's a very clear indication how you can get to information in a way as we move forward. And that's the kind of process that I think would be constructive for us to be looking at and dealing with. And I would just say to the lady, in terms of Stormont House, it is increasingly clear, and I've been frank with the House about that in my opening remarks, that any approach to dealing with the legacy of the past that focuses on criminal investigations will be unlikely to deliver the outcomes that people hope for. There is a point at which we in this House need to be honest with people about the very painful, difficult reality of where we are today, and as cases that we've seen recently have shown us. And that is probably why one of the previous police ombudsmen of Northern Ireland themselves made the comment that some of those things were simply unworkable. And we are also very clear that we will never accept any moral equivalence between those who upheld the law in Northern Ireland, who served their country, and those on all sides who sought to destroy it. And I would just gently say to the Honourable Lady that while she stands here and talks about engagement, some of the people that she has criticised as not engaging with, in fact we were engaging with just last week, along a wide range of engagement that has gone over the last 18 months and will continue. This is intended, this paper, as part of the talks that are ongoing at the moment and will continue in the weeks ahead. And in light of not hearing from the Honourable Lady a single thing about what the Labour Party would propose as a way forward, I would finish as I did in my opening statement with a quote. Instead of releasing the sort of politics that can ensure the success of the Good Friday Agreement, the party is an obstacle to progressive political development. That's a quote from Boyd Black, today the Secretary of the Labour Party in Northern Ireland.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Belfast Good Friday Agreement enabled peace to come to Northern Ireland and opened up the prospect of a much brighter future for that part of the United Kingdom. But does my right honourable friend agree that young people today and future generations will only be able to enjoy that brighter future if Northern Ireland can find a path to reconciliation and is able to address and, crucially, move on from the legacy of the past?
Yeah. So state.
Yes, my right honourable friend, who I know has had a great interest in Northern Ireland for many, many years, is absolutely right. It cannot be right that 23 years on from the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, still only some 7% of children in Northern Ireland are able to enjoy integrated education. If we want to see society move forward, we need to be clear and honest with ourselves about there is much more work to do on that. And she is absolutely right. We need to end the intergenerational trauma that we are seeing and find a way to help Northern Ireland move forward in the future so that the next generation and today's younger generation can look forward whilst always understanding where we've come from and what has happened, but have the ability to look forward.
Richard Thompson, SNP spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I associate myself with your remarks at the start of this session about the unfortunate way that this information has entered into the public domain. However it is, and while I thank that happened, and while I thank the Secretary of State for the advance sight of his statement, we shouldn't be reading these things on the BBC and RTE websites before we're able to discuss them in the House. Mr Speaker, allow me to acknowledge first of all, the untidy and imperfect nature of some of the compromises that have had to be made over the decades. First of all, to achieve peace in Northern Ireland and then to maintain it. But whatever merits there might be in principle in proposals surrounding aspects of truth, reconciliation and ensuring that the hidden truths of the Troubles are at last able to be told while it's still possible to do so, there still remain huge concerns about the lack of formal consultation and engagement that there appears to have been over these proposals. Could I ask the Secretary of State, does he understand the huge concern and the unease and the upset that these proposals for a statute of limitations will cause, not just across Northern Ireland, but right across these islands? Will he acknowledge that unease and commit to engage with victims groups and political leaders to discuss the way forward? And will he also think again about that statute of limitations and find a way to ensure that whatever final proposals he brings forward to this House, that wherever independent prosecutors consider that there is a sufficiency of evidence, a likelihood of successful conviction, and where, importantly, they also independently judge that it is in the public interest to bring forward a prosecution, that they will still be able to do so.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would say to the honourable gentleman, I absolutely agree with him around the issue around making sure that we're able to get to the truth, get to information. We cannot, nobody in this House can ever want to see again a situation where, as we have done recently with the families in the Ballymurphy case, have had to wait 50 years to get to the truth. We've got to find a better way forward. The current system is failing everybody. So to do nothing simply isn't an option that is going to deliver for people in Northern Ireland. And he's absolutely right. We do want to engage. We have been engaging, not just over the last 18 months, but even just last week, myself and my officials engaging with victims groups on these very issues. And in the weeks ahead, with this command paper, for people to be able to read through, look at and get engaged with, that engagement will continue, as well as with the political parties and indeed our partners in the Irish Government.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Simon Hoare. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend should be commended for trying once again, as others have tried, to resolve legacy. And as we do so, can we resolve not to use the language, I know he hasn't, of drawing a line and closing a chapter? For those who suffer still, that is something unreachable, and we need to show utmost sensitivity on those points. Mr. Speaker, the work of Operation Canova has commanded cross-community support. Where does that model and approach fit in my right honourable friend's thinking as he tries to pursue truth and reconciliation? How will he evolve these plans working in concert with the Irish government in order to ensure and maximise buy-in for a joint approach? And is there a George Mitchell-like figure hovering in the wings who could be deployed to help to act as an honest broker as we try to resolve this all too long issue?
Chief State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of the Chairman of the Select Committee. There is a lot of work to do with our partners, not just victims and veterans, who are also, of course, often get kind of victims of the troubles themselves in a wide sense as well, and directly in some cases, and the parties in Northern Ireland, but also the Irish Government. There are still a range of cases that I know exist that the First Minister of Northern Ireland not that long ago wrote to the Taoiseach about, and that's why we want to make sure we are looking at how we can work together to ensure that as we look at information recovery, we find a way to do this that gets the truth, gets to information that we have not yet been able to secure in a process that works for families and victims. I do think Operation Canova is a very, very good example of how you can show that you can get to the truth, you can get information in a format that hasn't been had before. We need to accept the difficult reality of over the last 5 years. It's not yet seen any successful prosecutions, but the model of how they have worked and worked with victims and with families, I think, is an important part of the discussions to have around information recovery. And I share with him the view that this is never about ignoring what has happened. We shouldn't do that. It would be wrong to do that. We have to be conscious of our past in order to be able to understand and learn more about where we can go for our future. And that has to be the aim for people and the young generation of people in Northern Ireland in the future.
We now come to Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this is a difficult issue, and the Secretary of State is not the first to attempt to address these matters. And I think we all have to take responsibility for the failure since 1998 to deal effectively with this matter. Today, Mr. Speaker, on the 14th of July in 1984, two of my comrades in the Ulster Defence Regiment, Private Norman McKinley and Corporal Heather Kerrigan, were murdered by the IRA near Castle Derg in a landmine explosion. I think also today, even of members of this House who lost their lives during the Troubles, people like Erin Neve, murdered in the precincts of this House, and for whom no one has been brought to justice. I think of the Reverend Robert Bradford, the member for South Belfast, murdered in his advice centre, for whom no one has been brought to justice. Like the former Prime Minister, I want to take the path to reconciliation, but I cannot believe that the path to reconciliation is made easier when we sacrifice justice. And I think that the victims have to be at the centre of this. And I would urge the Secretary of State, in taking forward his proposals, to listen to their voices. This must be a victim-centred process. It cannot be at their expense. I want Northern Ireland to move forward. I want that young generation to see a Northern Ireland that looks to the future and not living in the past. But the rule of law is important, and upholding the rule of law after all that we've been through in Northern Ireland is important. Justice is important. Yes, truth is important as well. But I think the Secretary of State, Mr. Speaker, needs now to reassure the victims that they will be part of the discussion of these proposals, that their quest for justice will not be ignored.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Victims must be a huge, an important part of this process. As I say, I know we were engaged with organisations such as WAVE, and I met with the South East Fermanagh Foundation myself just last week, and their stories and those of others that I've met and talked to are moving, and in cases, as he will know, and many in this House will know, harrowing. And he's right to talk about members of this House and members of my party who obviously have been victims. I noticed the comments this morning, I think powerful comments from Lord Tebbit as well around his views of this. And it's right that we have victims in our mind. And as I say, we often forget that many of those who served, as he rightly outlines, are also victims and close to victims as well. And that's why taking this thoughtful approach, as he outlines, I think is absolutely right. I think it's why it's right that there is a point at which we need to be honest with people and deal with that very painful reality of where we are and what is achievable for people, and acknowledging the reality of where we are with retributive justice following the Sentencing Act that followed the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and actually looking at restorative justice and reconciliation as a way forward, and how do we facilitate getting to the information, to get to accountability, to get to truth, and to get to reconciliation. We think this is a way forward. We think this is after so many years of looking at this is the right way forward, but I look forward to having that discussion and debate with him and with others.
Butler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many families who've lost loved ones during the Troubles, the chances of achieving a criminal justice outcome is vanishingly small, and that is leading, understandably, to pain, to suffering and to disappointment. And even despite that, for many, then the proposal to apply a statute of limitations is going to be extremely difficult to accept. So will my right honourable friend assure me that he's working with communities on all sides to ensure that everybody's voice is heard?
So state.
Yes, I can absolutely give that assurance. We have been over the last 18 months, both with wider civic society as well. We were certainly in the intensive talks that began after the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference on the 24th of June and therefore started effectively last week. The week before last will continue for the next few weeks. We will certainly be doing that.
We come to the columnist with the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October 1990, Patsy Gillespie was abducted from his home by the IRA. His family were told he would be back soon, whilst being held at gunpoint. Patsy was then chained to the driver's seat of a van filled with explosives and forced at gunpoint to drive that van to a nearby army base. The IRA then remotely detonated that bomb, killing Patsy and 5 soldiers. Will the Secretary of State come with me and explain to his widow, Kathleen, why he wants to protect his killers from prosecution and even investigation?
Secretary of State.
Well, look, I appreciate the honourable gentleman tends to, in this House, as we saw yesterday, use emotive comments for sound bites, often for his own social media outlet. What I would say to you is to use somebody's harrowing experience and loss in that way, I think says much about him. I would happily meet with any victim to talk to them about the experience they've been through and why we need to be honest with them about what is achievable and how we help Northern Ireland move forward in a positive way, rather than continuing to use harrowing experiences like that for political end in the way that he has done in the last 24 hours.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome your opening statement, particularly about the way that this information came out today. Can I also say to the House that many years ago I was called to serve in Northern Ireland. I didn't ask to go, and it was a terrible thought that I had to carry a rifle in amongst members and citizens of the United Kingdom. I, like many others, lost a friend. Robert Nairac was taken prisoner, captured, tortured, murdered, and his body has never been found. And his parents died never knowing where he was or what happened to him. And the Good Friday Agreement, with its associations, and also the letters of comfort that followed, have meant pretty much that many of us have accepted now, sadly, that we will never really know the truth about what happened to that brave man. And so I simply say today that this process, which is 4 years in the making, and I do upbraid the Secretary of State for not having brought forward legislation, at least give us an idea of what they are planning. But I do say to my right honourable friend that this will not be beloved of anybody. But I recognise sincerely, that if we are to move forward, we will all have to make some kind of sacrifice. My only concern is that the vexatious pursuit of soldiers who served like many of us did, because that's what their country called them to do, should end, and they themselves be seen as victims.
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend makes a powerful point, and obviously he'll appreciate, I know about obviously the Robert Nairac case is a very good example of where we've not been able to get to information, and actually why it is important to try and work with our partners, both with the Irish government and potentially in the United States as well, around how we can actually find a way forward that delivers information in a way we've just not been able to do so far. And what is it that allows us to step forward and do that? And as I say, I think these proposals give us the basis for doing that. I also think he makes a very powerful point, and I absolutely accept his point about legislation. Both himself, my honourable friend, the member for Rayleigh, the member for North Dun, and others around this House have for a very, very long time made the case for needing to move this issue forward, and I absolutely accept that they want to see that done and see that delivered as quickly as possible. And he makes a very important point, which I made, I alluded to earlier on in my comments, and I think it is worth making again, and I support his very, very strong, powerful point. Those who serve their country with honour, to protect life, to protect their country, are victims as well, and have just as an important voice in this as anybody else in looking at how we move things forward for the people of Northern Ireland.
Let's go to Stephen Farry. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These shameful proposals are an insult to all victims and indeed to many veterans who served honourably. They don't draw a line, but rather they cross the line on justice and the rule of law. It is staggering that the government is contemplating an amnesty, including for IRA and loyalist terrorists, in order to address this false narrative of vexatious investigations into veterans. There is near universal disapproval of these proposals in Northern Ireland. So can the Secretary of State give an assurance that he will not seek to impose these one-sided proposals over the heads of local political parties in Northern Ireland and indeed victims groups across the spectrum?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, I would just say to the gentleman, as I said earlier on, there is a very important, and I appreciate for some it can be now, but there is an important difference in why this is a statute of limitations. We are not pardoning terrorists for the heinous crimes that they committed. We are very clear as a government, we will never accept any moral equivalence between those who upheld the law and served their country and the citizens of Northern Ireland and those on all sides who sought to destroy it. I absolutely do want to find a way to work through this with people in Northern Ireland, parties, civic society and representatives of the victims groups and victims themselves to find a way forward. And I would say to him to look carefully at what we are talking about and engage positively around how we are looking to deal with information recovery in a way that means we can get to the truth, and with truth comes accountability, in a way that in the last 23 years has failed everybody. There has to be a better way of doing this. I think there's a duty on all of us to find it.
Can we go by video link to Richard Drax?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having served on 3 operational tours, I have some knowledge of the province and more about the ongoing witch hunt of our veterans. Of course, I welcome any move to try and end this injustice. But I'm afraid I don't believe that former terrorists on both sides of the Secretariat divide will now participate in a truth recovery process if indeed I've understood my right honourable friend correctly. This is not South Africa. Does my right honourable friend agree that it's time for the long-awaited and frequently discussed and promised bill, not further discussions?
Secretary of State.
Well, I do recognise, as I said to my honourable friend, the member for Woodford Green, I do recognise the desire from colleagues to see legislation, and they will see legislation before the end of the autumn. I would have liked to bring legislation forward earlier, but I think it is important. We are working with our partners, not just in the Irish Government, as I've outlined earlier on, but parties, interested parties and political parties in Northern Ireland to find a way forward if we can. This paper is intended to inform those discussions in the next few weeks and over the next few weeks so we can find a mutual way forward. I have to say one of the challenges with the situation we have at the moment, and I do recognise his point around who will and will not come forward with information, is at the moment that information is not coming forward. So if we don't find a way of doing something different, we are sadly in a position where, because of time, that information will no longer be with us. So it is time, we believe, to do something bold and different to find a way forward that can get to the truth as far as we can, to get answers for families who have waited for far too long, as well as helping Northern Ireland move forward.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State's statement today is a quite remarkable achievement. I've followed Northern Ireland politics all my adult life, and I think I can think of very few occasions where Secretaries of State in this place have been able to unite all 5 parties in Northern Ireland. But the Secretary of State today has achieved exactly that. They are, however, all united in telling him that on the question of an amnesty, he is wrong. He stands at the dispatch box today and says that he makes no moral equivalence between those who broke the law and those who uphold it. Why then is he offering them all legal equivalence?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm sure people would have asked our predecessors those sort of questions with the equivalence that came from the Belfast Good Friday Agreement under the Labour government back at the time of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the Sentencing Act that followed that. That is the reality of where we are. My difficult is why I refer to this. There is a difficult, painful reality of where we are, the situation we are in, the reality of not seeing prosecutions, and painfully being honest with victims about what is achievable. And in actually the conversation I know Operation Canova has had and I've had, when people talk about, as we've seen in the last 24 hours as well, wanting to get to the truth, get to information, get an understanding, in many cases, of what actually happened, the current system isn't working, and we need to find a different way forward to do something that can make a difference to get to the truth. And that's what we want to achieve with a proper, genuine, delivering information recovery process.
We go by video link to Mark Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can the Secretary of State confirm that today is but one part of a process that seeks to get buy-in from both parties and people across the political spectrum in Northern Ireland and engender hope for both current and future generations?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I can say to my honourable friend, absolutely. And I don't underestimate, and I do appreciate, as I said in my opening remarks, this is a very, very difficult, sensitive and complex situation. And I appreciate we are asking people to take a very, very big step. That's why we want to engage intensively over the weeks ahead, but we are being very honest with people. We need to do something different. The status quo has failed, and we need to find a different way forward. And I hope we'll be able to do that in the weeks ahead before we legislate in the autumn.
We go by video link to Tony Lloyd.
And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State, can he honestly think of any circumstance when he would say to the families of victims of murder anywhere else in the United Kingdom, and including Northern Ireland, under different circumstances, that an amnesty is the way that would bring them reconciliation and peace? Because if not, how does he say to the families of victims of the Troubles that this is the correct way forward? And far from practically meaning that we move towards reconciliation, he's set up another wave, if he carries on with this, of intercommunal unhappiness, and that cannot be the way forward.
Secretary of State.
Well, I do agree with the Honourable Gentleman, is the desire to end the intergenerational challenge and trauma that we are seeing with families now and people now who are with us who were simply not alive at the time of the Troubles and have no recollection of just how dreadful a situation that was for Northern Ireland. We need to stop this intergenerational issue. And I was saying in direct answer to his question that the Troubles does represent a uniquely troubled time in our history. The Good Friday Belfast Agreement itself acknowledged that in focusing on a shared future for Northern Ireland. We sometimes do need to make difficult decisions in relation to the past, as his colleagues did and as our colleagues did back at the time of the Belfast Agreement. We are in a different situation in Northern Ireland with the Troubles to most other crimes because of the Sentencing Act that followed the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. We need to be honest about that and deal with the reality of where we are, however difficult that may be.
James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've had the privilege of working closely alongside the Secretary of State on legacy for much of the past 6 months, and I do believe he is onto something. This is difficult work and it involves compromise, so I am slightly baffled, both today and previously, by some of the negativity that I've encountered with regards to the statute, because I think we in Westminster have a responsibility to get behind him. So does my right honourable friend agree that his emerging statute will not just unpick and end this unpalatable cycle of vexatious behaviour, but will also help to create a strategic environment in Northern Ireland whereby truth, reconciliation and alternative forms of dispute resolution can flourish for the benefit of future peace and stability?
Secretary of State.
Well, I want to thank the honourable gentleman for his comments and experience that he has shared with our department over the last period, with his huge experience of serving in the armed forces and in Northern Ireland, the reality on the ground. And look, he's absolutely right. The focus has to be, and our intention is absolutely as he outlined, to find a way ultimately to ensure that people in Northern Ireland, families can get to the truth, those families who want it, and as a wider society in Northern Ireland, we can share and understand what happened and find a way to look forward to the future in a positive way.
Jim Shannon. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for coming to the House to make a statement? Just put it on record, the DUP do not support an amnesty for terrorist killers at all. Can the Secretary of State understand why legacy issues leave a bitter taste in the mouths of so many in the province who have seen hundreds of millions spent on inquiry after inquiry to ostensibly further the Republican agenda, to rewrite history, to make their abhorrent atrocities seem acceptable? There can be no equivalence whatsoever between the soldier and the police officer who served our country and those cowardly terrorists who hid behind masks and terrorised under the cover of darkness. We find, honestly, any such attempted equivalence as offensive, deeply offensive to us.
Secretary of State.
Look, I absolutely understand the point the honourable gentleman is making with clarity and passion, as I know he has done before. But obviously, as I said, the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the Sentencing Act that followed that created legally an equivalence in the sense of how you deal legally with the troubles of the past, certainly in terms of sentencing, and that's the reality we are dealing with. And this is why I make the point that there is absolutely no question that we would ever accept a moral equivalence between those who served their country, protected life, and put themselves at risk, obviously, clearly for many suffering injury and loss of life as well, and hence why I agree with my honourable friend's comment earlier on about many of those who served our victims as well. There is no moral equivalence between that and those terrorists who put Northern Ireland through a period of dark, as the Honourable Lady rightly outlined, a dark and dreadful period of the troubles that are preventing Northern Ireland from moving forward in an economic way that we are still seeing the fallout from today. And that is why, some 23 years on from the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, I think we do need to be honest about the difficult reality of that, what that means, and what we need to do to take that big step to look at how we move forward and free society and the young of today and tomorrow to move forward in a positive way, but never forgetting the past of what happened.
Mark Francois.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I say to the Secretary of State, more in sorrow than in anger, after 4 years of promising to do something about this, after 2 general election manifestos, after endless promises at the dispatch box, not just from him, but from the Prime Minister himself, and after he privately assured the Veterans Support Group many weeks ago that we would see the second reading of a bill by the summer recess, what do we have today? We have a consultation document, and then he's promised to introduce legislation by the end of the autumn. That means first reading by Christmas. This will undoubtedly be a controversial bill, so that means we'll be lucky to get it onto the statute book by next summer. So our veterans, many of them in the autumn of their lives, many of them in ill health, will still have to undergo the sword of Damocles for at least another year. I say to our procrastinating Secretary of State, you are the boy who cried wolf once too often. Here's my question. After 4 years of this, where's your bill, Brandon?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I think my honourable friend has just outlined and highlighted the seriousness with which we are taking our engagement. And I think the very fact that he's quite right. I did want to, as I said earlier on this afternoon in this statement, I would have liked to have brought legislation before this House before the summer recess. I had committed to update this House on where we were back in January, February before the summer recess, which is what we're doing. But I would have liked to have brought forward a second reading of a bill before the summer recess. But, as I say, the reality is the Irish Government had agreed to come into talks with us. We agreed that formally on the 24th of June. I think that's a very important and positive step. I do think it's important that we work together on that with the parties in Northern Ireland and wider civic society, and the victims groups and veterans groups as well. And the fact that we have put off taking legislation forward at this point in time, I think, highlights our credentials for the fact that we do want to engage on this and find a way forward for people and with people in Northern Ireland. I absolutely accept his point around how long this has taken and the determination. I know the dogged determination he has shown over a very, very long period of time to deliver for veterans in Northern Ireland, as well as more widely. I am determined that we will end the cycle of investigations for veterans, which has gone on for far too long. He is right about that. And the proof of me, and I've heard his quote a couple of times now, I'll have to take that on the chin until I can prove him otherwise, in fact, by bringing forward legislation that can ensure that we end this cycle of investigations that is unfairly treating our veterans, that is serving nobody, and ensuring we have a system at the moment in Northern Ireland that is not getting to the truth, that is not getting to information, and therefore is not allowing our society to move forward and reconcile in the future. All of that has to come together as a package. We're determined to do that in partnership with people and to do that at speed.
We go by video link to Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is it the case that vexatious complaints are only half the story? That the outcome of inquests, the outcome of the Canova investigation, if they propose that there should be trials, that they are now, as of today, redundant? And can the Secretary of State confirm if cases against people like Rita O'Hare, cases against John Downey, cases against Owen Caron, are those cases because they are already live? Do they cease to exist and do those people get off scot-free? Can I confirm to the House what is the true outcome of today's proposals?
Secretary of State.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman has just highlighted some of the challenges with how you deal with these issues and move forward in this difficult reality that I outlined. I would just say to him, as we're working through in the weeks ahead, some of the details around this are the details we need to work through, including talking to, as I say, victims groups and political parties, people such as himself, to make sure we take this on board so that when we do legislate, we're able to do so in a way that isn't just able to help Northern Ireland move forward, but make sure that it deals with everything in a genuinely holistic way, so that if we say we're going to end this cycle of investigations that is serving nobody and is acting unfairly, that we actually are able to ensure we do so properly.
Tamanjeet Singh Dasi.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, Margaret Valenti was just 30 years old in 1980 when her husband was abducted by the Provisional IRA, held captive for 3 days before being murdered. 10 years later, her son-in-law was brutally murdered by the UVF, and to this day, she has no idea whether there was a thorough investigation into either murder. So how can the Secretary of State stand there and say that the answer to this staggering failure of justice for Margaret and hundreds like her is to completely close the book altogether and to cruelly deny her any chance of finding the truth about what happened to her loved ones? And would Conservative ministers be so insensitive about coming up with such ludicrous legislation if a member of their own family was such a victim?
Secretary of State.
Well, I would just say to the Honourable Gentleman that he's just highlighted the fact that he hasn't really paid any attention to what we've been talking about and what has been, and he clearly is not up to speed with what we've been talking about with parties and victims groups and veterans around what these proposals are. I would suggest he has a look at the command paper, because quite the opposite is true. The very fact that those victims have not been able to get to the truth is the issue we need to deal with, and it's why the information recovery part of this is so important in going forward. I'd suggest he looks carefully at the command paper, looks again at what I said in my opening statement, before standing up and making a comment that is so far from the truth that it almost doesn't really bear answering.
And finally, Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend accept that these proposals are practically identical to those put forward by the Defence Committee in its report of April 2017? Does he also accept that the time will never come when there will be agreement by all parties, and that it is up to government to decide what it's going to do and do it? Does he accept that the vexatious pursuit of soldiers cannot be stopped without a statute of limitations, and a statute of limitations to conform with international law cannot be selective, And finally, does he accept that a truth recovery mechanism fulfills the requirement of international law to have a proper inquiry, and that is the only way that people are going to be likely to reveal what happened when they no longer have to fear prosecution that would in any case almost certainly fail?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend is hugely expertise and experienced in these matters. He's quite right. The Select Committee report is very clear and goes into great detail in terms of how this can work. And he's also absolutely right, as none of us will be surprised, in terms of his understanding, his outline of why it is so important that the information recovery, the truth and the reconciliation part of this is so important. Because that is not only how we move Northern Ireland forward, but actually coming back to my opening remarks in my statement earlier this afternoon, it's how we ensure that what we do is compliant with human rights, is Article 2 compliant, and to do that we need to make sure that information recovery is very clear, very focused and able to deliver. And there are examples that we've seen through Operation Canova and others where that can be done. And I want to thank the Honourable Gentleman for the expertise and the advice that he's been able to give from that report and since, but he is absolutely right.
Thank you. I will now suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order. Order. I call Secretary of State Grant Shapps to make a statement.
Madam Deputy Speaker, transport decarbonisation is a dull way of describing something much more exciting and far-reaching. Because transport is not just about how you get around, it's something much more fundamental. It shapes our towns and our cities and our countryside. Today we're publishing our transport decarbonisation plan, the first in the world, a comprehensive yet urgent strategy to end transport's contribution to climate change within the next 3 decades, showing global leadership as we prepare to host COP26 in November. It's not about stopping people doing things, it's about doing the same things differently. We still want to fly on holiday, but it will be in more efficient aircraft. We will be using sustainable fuel. We still drive our cars on improved roads, but increasing in zero emission. And we'll still have new development and additional housing, for example, but it won't force us into high-carbon lifestyles by planning them more carefully. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know the world is running out of time to tackle climate change. Unless we take decisive and radical action now, it will be soon to be too late to prevent catastrophic damage to our planet. And that will also threaten our security and our prosperity. But at the same time, terms such as decarbonisation and net zero seem abstract to many people. This plan argues that transport is not just how you get around, it influences our living standards, in fact, our whole quality of life. It can shape all these things, for good or for bad. Bad is traffic congestion and pollution, which also contributes to climate change. Indeed, transport is now the single biggest contributor to UK greenhouse gas emissions. And carbonisation is not just some technocratic process, it's how we fix some of that harm. It's how we make sure that transport shapes the country and the economy in ways that are good. It's about taking filth out of the air and creating better places. It's about a second industrial revolution, creating hundreds of thousands of green jobs in places that were the cradle of the first one. And driving all this will be the consumer, making greener travel choices informed by better data, and government working with industry to meet our carbon budgets and to keep this green transport revolution on track. And what's exciting about the plan is that for the first time we have the opportunity to decarbonise transport without curtailing our freedoms. It won't stop us from driving, commuting to work or going on holiday, but we'll be using zero-emission cars, motorcycles and trucks, we'll be travelling in zero-emission trains, ferries, buses and coaches, we'll be cycling and we'll be walking more and we'll be flying in more efficient aircraft using sustainable aviation fuels. Now, I accept that even a few years ago, this vision we're setting out today would have seemed overambitious. But such is the progress we're making in the country in terms of technology and engineering and building momentum for the net zero challenge ahead and in showing real political leadership for the biggest challenge in our lifetime that we can now commit to a bold strategy to help wean transport off fossil fuels and reach net zero in under 30 years. We've already announced that the sale of new cars and vans powered solely by petrol or by diesel will cease in 2030 and for all cars and vans to be fully zero emission at the tailpipe by 2035, a commitment that would not have been deliverable while we were members of the EU, and this is because our own type approval framework would have breached the single market had we tried. To underpin these phase-out dates, we've had today published our 2035 delivery plan, which sets out the investment and the measures from government to deliver mass ownership of zero-emission cars and vans. And we published a green paper, one of 10 different documents which sit alongside this transport decarbonisation plan, which shows our new road vehicle CO2 emissions regulatory framework and which will be ambitious in decarbonising road transport and tailored to UK needs. And this could include, for example, a zero-emission mandate for manufacturers, so they sell an ever-increasing proportion of zero-emission vehicles before they're able to sell any others. But the decarbonisation plan goes further still, with a commitment to consult on a world-leading pledge to phase out sale of all new non-zero emission road vehicles and motorcycles
from motorcycles to HGVs. And we believe this should be done from 2040 at the latest, and that's a massive step forward towards cleaning up our road transport altogether. And by doing so, we'll remove the source of over 90% of our total domestic transport emissions. But we'll go further, creating a net zero rail network by 2050, replacing all of our diesel-only trains by 2040 with super clean technologies like hydrogen. Hundreds of electric buses are already operating in many UK cities, but soon that will be thousands. And this will not just benefit urban areas, but the whole country, remote and rural areas that have not always been best served by such changes in the past. They'll see the benefits as well this time. Completely clean buses will form the backbone of our local public transport system. And we'll continue to work with industry to roll out a national electric vehicle charging network, as I announced from this dispatch box, nearly 25,000 public charging devices already installed, including more chargers per 100 miles of major key strategic road network than any other country in Europe. And that will include smart vehicle charging to reduce energy bills and when demand for electricity in the system is at its lowest. And something that will also benefit the government would be the government's own fleet of some 40,000 different vehicles, which we aim to have fully electric by 2027. We'll consult on phasing out sales of new, non-zero emission capable domestic ships too. And of course, we'll be a hub for green air travel. Today we've launched a consultation which sets out how we'll deliver net zero aviation by 2050, working with the Jet Zero Council, with a target to achieve zero-emission transatlantic flight within our generation. And if that seems like science fiction, Madam Deputy Speaker, then it's interesting to know that we have already flown the world's first zero-carbon hydrogen aircraft from Cranfield Airport in Bedfordshire. Took a 20-minute flight, another world first for Britain. We'll support and incentivise green development by aligning billions of pounds of infrastructure investment with our net zero programme, like the billions we're investing to build a thriving electric supply chain, to secure gigafactories here in the UK to create more efficient aviation engines, lighter planes, sustainable fuels, and develop clean freight transport. So just as green transport won't stop us travelling, it certainly won't hold back industry either. In fact, it will open up unparalleled opportunities for new jobs and for enterprise. Just in recent weeks alone, we've seen both Nissan and Vauxhall committed to massive investments in electric vehicle and battery production in Sunderland and in Ellesmere Port. They're the modern-day equivalents of early investments in our railway 200 years ago, or indeed in our fledgling motor industry a century later. What we're seeing here is the start of a second greener industrial revolution, which, just like the first, will be driven by transport. But this time, delivering triple the benefits for our economy, for jobs, and for the future of our planet. But we cannot, of course, simply rely on technology, nor can we believe that zero-emission vehicles will solve all of our problems. They won't, especially in meeting our medium-term targets for 2030s. The pandemic has provided a chance to rethink how we travel, how do we do public transport. In fact, we've already seen a 46% increase in the number of road miles being cycled last year, the biggest increase since the Second World War. And cycling rose by more in a single year than the previous 20 years put together. And with £2 billion of new funding, more than 300 cycling and walking schemes are being delivered, and many more are on their way. We pledged also £3 billion to revolutionise local buses in England outside London, with London-style, cheap, flat fares and integrated ticketing. And, of course, we're creating Great British Railways to bring the railway network back together and make it easier for people to travel by train. We want to make public transport, cycling and walking the natural first choice for who can. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, 2050 may seem like a long way into the future, but it is just 29 years. And that's why the pace of change will be unparalleled, and why this new decarbonisation plan is a landmark in the evolution of the way that we do transport in this country. We're the first country in the world to do this, taking a firm leadership position as we host COP26 later this year in Glasgow. and from being part of the climate change problem to a major part of the solution. That's the transformation we must deliver by 2050, and that's the transformation we will achieve with this transport decarbonisation plan. I'm placing a copy of the plan in the library of the House, and I commend the statement to the House.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I thank the Secretary of State for advanced sight of his statement. We haven't yet had the joy of reading the plan, although I look forward to seeing it later in the library when I get pointed towards the fiction section, as with most of the strategies produced by the government more recently. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I hope we are coming through the COVID-19 pandemic, we cannot forget that we're still in this climate emergency, nor can we miss the opportunity to kickstart a new green economy built on decent, well-paid and skilled jobs. With transport now the largest contributor to UK emissions, this should have been the chance for ministers to really set out that ambitious plan, which would really lead the way ahead of COP26. Not warm words or re-announcements, but a real plan supporting aviation and maritime, rail and freight, local public transport, alongside active travel. This climate emergency requires urgent action, actually many years ago, yet after a decade in government, I'm afraid they've been found wanting. In the time the government has been in office, the number of petrol and diesel vans has rocketed by 1 million. That's more polluting vans on our roads. And much of that can be attributed to last-mile courier delivery vehicles. Yet the government have been silent on an approach to dealing with that. Under these plans, the government will treat the likes of Amazon, who were boomed during the pandemic, no differently than the self-employed builder, who will take the van at the start of the job, often leaving it parked outside the house until the job is finished. No differentiation at all between those different uses. And today, the average age of a van on the road is the oldest since records began. Nearly 1 million vehicles on the roads are now more than 13 years old. Yet there is no van scrappage scheme, let alone one for cars. All we have on offer is that the government have committed to do what, in fact, they should be doing already, which is to electrify the entire fleet of government cars and vans by 2027. But how can we trust the government to deliver on this promise when its own transport department has only managed to fully electrify just 2% of its own fleet? And there's nothing to support back in Britain in the future for the economy by making and buying more vehicles here in Britain, as championed by the Shadow Chancellor. Madam Deputy Speaker, he notes that smart electric vehicle charging points are important, but he'll also know there is a woeful lack of them across the country. The government must be ambitious, but it must also genuinely make sure that the investment reaches all parts of the country. So Westminster sees 390 charging points per 100,000 population, 390, compared to just 5.1 for people in Wigan. Numbers on the whole are more charging points. What we find is that there are more charging points in London than the whole of the north of England and the whole of the Midlands combined. So we are not seeing the investment being levelled out in an equal way. So where is the plan to accelerate that and make sure that every part of the country gets its fair share? And although he mentions the zero-emission vehicle mandate, it's only nodded to. There's no strong commitment. There's no firm plan in place for achieving that. And aside from the environmental emergency, there is also a clear health emergency. 40,000 people a year die from air-polluted related illnesses. And so we must be leaders in modal shift away from private cars and ambitious on investment in active travel. Yet the government has overseen a reduction of thousands of bus routes. At the same time, ticket prices have rocketed on buses and on trains. The government hasn't even delivered a single one of the 4,000 green buses they've repeatedly promised. And even if they were to deliver on this promise, it's a drop in the ocean and doesn't address the remaining 28,000 buses that won't be replaced under that scheme. And beyond the bus, the Secretary of State talks about long-promised money for cycling, but when's that money going to be spent or will be here next year hearing the same re-announcement. Unless would-be cyclists feel safe, they will not make that shift. The government's own survey reported that 66% of those who responded said that the roads were too dangerous for them to consider cycling on. And moving on to aviation, he wants to get to net zero international aviation emissions by 2050 and 2040 for domestic flights. Why then, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this department planning to cut air passenger duty on those same flights rather than having a targeted sectoral deal that had very firm commitments to decarbonisation built in? As usual, we get more Jet Zero Council consultations, more meetings will come through the pipeline, but where's the action? And the list goes on, and it goes on, and it goes on, including the failure to deliver on a genuinely flexible season ticket to get commuters back on our trains. Instead, what we do see is a £1 billion cut from Network Rail's infrastructure budget. And at the same time, fares for passengers are increasing all the time. Now, we were promised an ambitious plan to lead the world ahead of COP26. Madam Deputy Speaker, if that was the test, then I'm afraid the government has failed.
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid we've been here before a couple of times of late, and I understand the difficulty. For the honourable gentleman. He freely acknowledges he's not actually seen or read this document, and yet he has a stream of criticism for what's inside it, which I find it extraordinary. And rather than taking, I thought, what was quite a detailed statement, so that you could hear all the various different points, instead he read from the preordained script, which claimed that none of the things we're doing were really actually happening. And let's just remind the House, therefore, what actually happened, because I heard him clearly. He mentions that he doesn't think we've been moving fast enough. Let's just check the record. Whilst they were in power, they delivered 63 miles of electrified trains. In the last 3 years, we've done 700 miles under this government, just in 3 years. He points to a lack of charging, although I announced in my, actually at the dispatch box a couple of weeks ago and commented on my speech, there were 25,000 public chargers. I should also comment there are a couple of 100,000 private chargers on top of that. And I am very sorry to hear that Wigan Labour Council has not got enough charging points. I will, on his behalf, this afternoon, ensure that I contact them to make sure they apply for the grants that are available, so we can sort that out for residents in Labour Wigan forthwith. He mentions about zero emissions vehicle mandates. Look, I'm pleased it sounds like there's some agreement on that. The decarbonisation plan discusses it. We also launched a consultation today. I hope you'll agree that you can't simply spring upon the entire sector something as important as a zero mandate. You've got to consult with them first. That's being launched today. There's also another 9 either consultations, technical documents or outcomes from consultations being launched alongside this today. Again, I invite him to read it. I accept that he won't have done at this time, but I think he'll find a lot of his concerns and criticisms are covered. He mentions, for example, that, where are these 4,000 buses? I have some good news for him. It's not that just when one comes along, 3. Actually, not just 3, 900 buses. 900 of them are in production right now. 50 of them are already on the road, 900 of them in production, putting us easily on track to meet our 4,000 by the end of Parliament in production. So good news for him there. He mentions the Jet Zero Council. And he's absolutely right. I make no apology for government meeting with academia, with the sector. We've had our 3rd main Jet Zero Council meeting. There have been dozens of the sub-meetings of the technical working groups. And, what I hear, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the opposition doesn't understand. We've already in this country, thanks to our Jet Zero Council work, flown the world's first hydrogen aircraft. But it's not good enough for them. They still think that we're not doing anything. Good news for him, that aircraft is being upsized to a 19-20-seater aircraft, and that's going to be flown shortly, so he won't have to wait long for even more news on that front, along with the electrification of aircraft as well, with the likes of Rolls-Royce and others. I heard what he had to say about rail and usage and increasing usage, particularly coming out of the pandemic. It is a carbon-friendly way to travel. And I heard the criticism that his party laid against the flexible season ticket previously. His stats, Madam Speaker, I'm sure inadvertently, are completely dodgy. What they failed to do was take into account that anybody travelling 2 or 3 days a week would be at least 20% better off when they do that, by comparison to buying a regular ticket or indeed a season ticket. And I saw, and I invite members, I saw his YouTube video on the subject. I will write to him, explaining chapter and verse why he was misquoting stats and information, which I'm pleased he's reminded me of, because it will give me the opportunity to write back to him. And I will, for the purposes of clarity for the whole House, ensure I publish that letter to the House, so that the House is able to judge the stats for themselves. But lastly, Madam Speaker, because I know there are members who want to come and speak, I've mentioned today, and we're very proud of the Transport Decarbonisation Plan, the 9 or 10 different documents which back this up, the incredible level of detail that's gone into this work. I ask, where is Labour's plan? Where are the detailed plans? Where is the level of technical analysis? Because all I ever hear is, not having read our plan, they don't have their own, and yet they're still up for criticising ours.
Thank you. We go now by video link. Go now by video link to Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was told the Minister had sent the draft final plan back for not being ambitious enough, I actually harboured hopes that this might well be a serious plan to match the seriousness of our times. It will certainly require investment of a scale that the Chancellor won't naturally be disposed to. But sadly, from zero-emission cars and buses to rail, maritime, active travel and aviation, it's the lack of ambition, certainly relative to Scotland, that stands out. Scotland aims to cut car use by 20% by 2030, and we will spend 10% of the transport capital budget on active travel. But for the cars that remain, we have twice as many rapid charging points per head, with 60% of charging points free to use. That's 3 times higher than England's 20%. Meanwhile, this government has halved the plug-in car grant. Why won't he match Scotland's ambition on car use? And how does he think he will meet his EV targets with poor charging infrastructure and reducing incentives without a scrappage scheme, whilst a substantial price gap between petrol and diesel cars and zero-emission cars remains? On buses, the pledge on 4,000 new buses represents only a tenth of the English fleet. And even now, the Zebra scheme is finally in place. Progress is glacial. In contrast, Scotland plans to remove half of its diesel fleet by 2023 and has the equivalent of over 2,700 buses already on order. Will it confirm when 4,000 buses will actually be delivered under the current scheme and when the next scheme will begin? The Secretary of State aims to decarbonise rail in England by 2050. That's 15 years after Scotland aims to. Scotland has led the way in a programme of rolling electrification. The Transport Select Committee recommended a similar programme for England. So will it commit to such a programme matching Scotland's pace? And if so, when will the first schemes be announced? And on decarbonising the maritime sector, there is only lip service. But I will try and end on consensus with aviation, something which we agree is difficult, and in which hydrogen alongside SAFs will play a leading role. Again, Scotland leads the way with government investment in decarbonisation programmes, with plans for battery electric and hydrogen test flights, working with partners such as Zero Avia and Loganair as part of our ambition to make the Highlands and Islands the world's first zero-emission aviation region by 2040. We have a leading position in hydrogen aviation technology. We must increase investment to ensure we stay that way.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm always keen to work across the House wherever we agree on that last point on aviation and indeed on the number of car chargers in Scotland. This is all very good. What I can't understand is why the Honourable Gentleman is both talking about the success of a car charger rollout whilst being anti-car and actually saying that he doesn't want people to use the car, even electric vehicles, which are green. I don't understand how he can be proud of both points at the same time. But the main point that I make to the Honourable Gentleman, who, let's face it, comes here quite often, either remotely or in the chamber, and quite often sings the praises of the Scottish Government. So I thought I would check the facts for the clarity of the House. And time again, SNP government has actually missed their own statutory target for reducing emissions. Not 1 year, not 2 years, but now for the 3rd year in a row.
Elaine Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the strategy outlined by my right honourable friend. Can he reassure rural constituents like mine in North Devon, where there are fewer buses and longer journeys to even basic amenities, that they will not be left behind?
Well, yes, indeed. And in fact, the bus strategy, which announced £3 billion of money to do a number of different things, including to get to a London-style service for other parts of England, also has the rural bus strategy contained within it. Currently, we're going through work with trialling that in 17 different areas, and I know that her area will benefit from the outcome of that work, and that her work on championing the bus for her constituents is very welcome to them, and I know it will pay dividends.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Restoring Your Railway Fund and the £3 billion Bus Back Better strategy are both vitally important to levelling up in Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Torque, following decades of local bus and rail decline. So would my right honourable friend agree that reopening the Stoke to Leek line, providing access for all upgrades at Longport Railway Station, and ensuring Stoke-on-Trent secures a major piece of funding to improve our best services and roadside infrastructure, we can reduce emissions in our fantastic city?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody, but maybe apart from the other two Stoke MPs, do so much to promote the interests of everybody in Stoke. And I know the Stoke-Leek line is something he's been very passionate about. I know that he has a bid into the Restoring the Railways Ideas Fund. He'll know that that comes to conclusions this summer. I wish them every success in that competition and making active travel, as well as those railway lines, the first choice for everybody in the city.
Sarah Aldey.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I looked for a copy of the plan online this morning, and alas, I was unable to find it. I see it there now, tantalisingly out of reach. So I just don't know whether to take what I saw in the press release this morning about the government's commitment to achieve net zero aviation in this country by 2040, but I see no mention of that in the statement. However, my question was going to be if that is the government's commitment, and as I say, I don't know. It's not clear to me that developments in aviation are going to help us to reach a net zero aviation industry by 2040. I've been speaking to some businesses who are doing incredible work in this area around hydrogen aviation. I'm very excited about the possibilities, but it seems to me if we are aiming for 2040 net zero aviation, there needs to be a combination both of technological development but also flight reduction, because otherwise it's not going to be possible. So on that basis, can he confirm that reducing flights will form part of this plan, if it is a plan, to reduce net zero, to get this country to net zero emissions in aviation by 2040, and that he will therefore act decisively to stop expansion at Heathrow?
Thank you very much. These are good questions. I just want to point out that the written statement was put down to the House at 7 a.m. this morning. It does indeed confirm that the plan is for domestic aviation to reach net zero by 2040. She rightly asks a list of questions about whether that's possible. I should point out to the House that whereas, for example, roads accounts for 90% of CO2 emissions from transport, and transport itself perhaps 27 to 30% of total emissions, within that 27% of total emissions, the aviation section of that, whereas roads is 90%, is 1.2%. So this is a small sliver, but a very difficult bit to decarbonise. And to answer a question, I think the answer is emphatically yes, because I've been working with the Jet Zero Council over these recent months. We will, for example, have planes for VIPs returning from COP26 with the offer of SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, taking them home. And that is in 2021. We've got until 2040 to develop some of the other great plans, including hydrogen and battery technology. So yes, I'm confident we can get there, and it's very much included in the plan.
Dr. Luke Evans.
I welcome the Secretary of State's shiny new plan. I too hold a shiny new plan from the Midlands Engine, 10-point plan for green growth released this month. Point 2 is about the net zero transport, and I'm proud as a Midlands MP that the Midlands has an automotive industry that employs 293,000 people and 16 of the world's top 20 automotive suppliers. So will he meet with me and the Midlands Engine to discuss how Bosworth, Leicestershire and indeed the country can benefit from both our plans?
Oh, lovely.
Well, I just want to pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work he's been doing with the Midlands engine. I thank him for welcoming the plan as well. And I think it would be a great idea if he were to meet up with my honourable friend, the Minister for the Future of Transport, to discuss exactly that.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thought the Secretary of State must have been reading Labour's manifesto, where we set out a comprehensive sustainable transport plan. I want to ask the Secretary of State about the infrastructure his government are building, because we need good infrastructure to see that modal shift and not to see transport polluting our urban centres in particular. So can I ask him why LNER and Network Rail are building 1,297 new car parking spaces in the centre of York, and on the York Central site owned by Network Rail, they're putting 2,600 car parking spaces, which is going to suck congestion and pollution into the heart of my city, and will he meet to discuss it?
Well, I hesitate to mention, I don't want to embarrass the Honourable Lady, but when she talks about us reading from their manifesto, I can assure her that's not the case. It was, of course, an utterly unachievable manifesto when it came to a net zero, not my words, but the words of the GMB union from the time. We're not anti-car. I can't get this across enough. We're building roads, £27.4 billion in RIS2. We believe that not just cars, but buses and bicycles require roads to get around. We want them to be of good quality. We want to reduce the congestion and therefore reduce the environmental damage as well. So quite simply, we're not anti-car. But I know that York will have many different attributes next to that fabulous York Railway train museum, which I enjoy visiting so much. Who knows, one day they might have the home of Great British Railways.
Andrew Griffiths.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend the Secretary of State on today's announcement? Would he agree with me that it is the work of business that is providing the solutions to these problems, from the fabulous endeavour and effort that's going into the Jet Zero Council to Electric Avenue at that former fount of petrol heads that my honourable friend, the member for Redditch, visited last week to see the new array of electric vehicles that are coming. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, would you just also agree with me? It's such a great shame that the member for Brighton Pavilion is not here today to hear about the fabulous solutions to these problems.
Well, I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend for his work as the UK's net zero business champion in promoting all of these causes. He's absolutely right. I haven't been to Goodwood, but yesterday I went to Bedford to see a Formula E car, which is an electric racing car. The technology is moving from the cars in about 18 months, from car to, for example, the Nissan Leaf that I was stood next to. It really is a tremendous transfer of power one to the other, of technology one to the other. And I do think that all of his work in encouraging this along, working hard to push for the Jet Zero, the Net Zero, the Cars Zero, is doing a fantastic job and helping us on the road to zero. So I thank him.
John Speller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Secretary of State certainly in Duracell bunny mode today. And can I share the concern of the Shadow Transport Minister at the lack of focus in making transport vehicles in Britain? The Minister talked of new buses, but will the hydrogen-powered buses come from Scotland and the electric-powered ones, from Northern Ireland and the electric-powered ones from Scotland and Leeds? Or once again, will the British taxpayer be subsidising jobs in China and Europe? And that's quite apart from trains, cars, vans and trucks. The government is a massive customer, so will it use that buying power to boost British industry and support British workers?
Madam Deputy Speaker, this Duracell bunny says yes.
Daniel Kozinski.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the Secretary of State's statement, but it is, in this day and age, it's wholly unsustainable for Shrewsbury to be serviced by diesel trains. And at the last general election, I promised many young people that I would campaign for the electrification of the line between Shrewsbury and Wolverhampton. He will be pleased to know that all the MPs between Shrewsbury and Wolverhampton support this vital investment. We're getting great support from Midlands Connect, Mr. Paul Butters and others are being very, very helpful. The electrification of the line would not only massively reduce times between Shrewsbury and our regional capital of Birmingham, but also massively reduce carbon emissions. So would he join me and support our campaign to ensure that this vital link between Shrewsbury and Birmingham, between Wolverhampton, is finally electrified?
Well, I do congratulate my honourable friend on his doughty campaign on behalf of the electrification of Shrewsbury to Wolverhampton. I know that he's met with my honourable friend, the the train minister, the rail minister, on this subject, and I look forward to seeing further progress. I mentioned before we've done 700 miles of electrification in just 3 years, over 1,100 since we came to power, and I hope that it's coming to him soon.
We now go by video link to Jonathan Edwards.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Madam Deputy Speaker. As he outlined in his statement, electric vehicles will be key to decarbonisation. What steps is he taking to address concerns about the vulnerability of charging networks to attacks by hackers?
Well, that is an excellent question. I have been speaking to the energy infrastructure, not only to make sure that it's secure from hackers, but also that we're able to provide the provision as the number of people buying electric cars continue to increase. It's worth mentioning that 1 in 7 people who bought bought a car this year, bought a car with a plug on the end of it, effectively. So electric vehicles are being used in ever greater numbers. The question of electricity security and all our infrastructure security is also wrapped up in the good work that happens throughout government, and I'll make sure that I press his point home as we have those further discussions as well.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also very warmly welcome the statement today, and I look forward to digging into the plan, the details of the plan a bit later. But can I pick up on the point around HGVs? Because they are incredibly polluting. I have many constituents who live alongside the M25 and the M3 where this is an issue. And I very warmly welcome the consultation process in terms of trying to decarbonise them and thus stop that pollution. Sustainability has to be sustainable, and so I see why there needs to be a consultation to make sure it works and we can do this properly. But as a result of the consultation, can my right honourable friend really try and push forward as quickly as possible, getting diesel HGVs off the roads, decarbonising them and making a huge difference for my constituents who, quite frankly, for whom this cannot come soon enough?
Madam Deputy Speaker, a small but important subclause to my announcement that we'll be consulting on 2040 to outlaw the sale of diesel HGVs is actually that by 2035, 5 years earlier, we will have already done that for lorries up to 26 tonnes. And if you look at a 26-tonner, it's actually a very considerable size lorry. So his prayers may well be answered much sooner than he fears.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Poor air quality caused by congestion causes health problems and costs lives. This is a particular problem for my constituents in the village of Golgate, which has the A6 running down the middle of it. So will the Secretary of State look favourably on plans to reconfigure junction 33 of the M6 to create a bypass for the village? But regardless of that, there will still be buses running through the village. And I note that the Secretary of State did say that some buses were in production, but does he not admit that his target of 4,000 zero emissions buses is unambitious when it represents just about a tenth of the English fleet?
Well, the Honourable Lady will be pleased to hear that the bus target, if anything, we're ahead of schedule on that, with 900 already sort of on their way in production. So I hope we can go even further. Our £3 billion bus strategy is by far and away the largest for generations when it comes to buses, and I look forward to it helping her constituents. I will, with reference to the A6 junction 33, certainly mention this conversation to the Roads Minister and ask her to come back to the Honourable Lady.
We now go by video link to Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement. Decarbonising our roads will be greatly assisted if we transfer more freight to rail. What progress is being made on delivering an east-west rail freight corridor from the Humber ports across to Liverpool and the West Coast ports? As well as being a boost to the economy of my constituency, this would result in a massive reduction in HGV movements on the M62, resulting in less congestion and the accompanying pollution.
Well, I'm very excited about the possibilities of opportunities, really, of taking traffic from ports and then putting it onto rail. It's known as intermodal because it requires delivery gauge capacity enhancements in order to achieve it, to make that flow. This is something that we're spending a lot of time on to get containers and biomass and the like to operate on the Transpennine routes between principally the western east coast ports of Liverpool, Ingham, Hull and Tees inland terminals. So we are working very hard on exactly his suggestion. We recognise it can take a lot of traffic off the roads.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Key to the successful decarbonisation of transportation will of course be the availability of sustainable fuels. Now in that regard, in Aberdeen, the Scottish Government and the local authority have put their money where their mouth is and backed Scotland's first commercial, at-scale hydrogen production and distribution facility. Sadly, the UK Government hasn't committed a single penny towards the Aberdeen hydrogen hub. So in that regard, and in good faith, can I ask the Secretary of State whether he will review that decision with a view, of course, to opening the chequebook and backing Aberdeen's renewable future?
Well, I'm very pleased to say that we have, in many senses, backed this because we, of course, are making sure that the consequentials from all of our decisions, including those decisions on decarbonisation of transport, are made in such a way that the government in Scotland is able to benefit from them. As I mentioned earlier, I think that it's very good to work closely together on these things, and so perhaps in that spirit I can ask the Honourable Gentleman to press the Scottish Government on ensuring it reaches its statutory requirements to deliver carbon cuts over the next few years as well.
Teresa Villiers.
Will the Secretary of State agree with me that to tackle climate change, we need to decarbonise cars, vans and taxis, not demonise cars, vans and taxis? And with that in mind, will he talk to the Mayor of London about dismantling some of those schemes which have unjustifiably removed access to these vehicles to so many of the streets of central London?
My right honourable friend's absolutely right about our stance. We've heard it here in the debate this afternoon already, the discussion, that we are not against the car. We want people to have access to cars. Indeed, in rural areas, it's often the only way that people are able to get around, despite obviously wanting to improve bus services and the rest of it. And so we intend to carry on investment, but to make sure that the cars can run without damaging people's health and the environment, and that makes sense. And I'm afraid too often the Mayor in London gets the wrong end of the stick on all of this, seems to spend his time working out new ways to introduce boundary taxes and the like to try to charge constituents who aren't his at the cost of running his administration in London, and it's not on.
We now go by video link to Barry Shearman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State probably won't know that I'm very much involved in optimised waste logistics and the Clean Air Commission. But does he know that my consultation with industry, since this report has been leaked or it came out, and people have got a good idea what's in it, they think it's not ambitious enough. They want to move much faster. There is the technology, especially in heavy goods vehicles, at 4%. HGVs are 4% of the wheels on the road, but they're 25% of the pollution. So the industry is saying, Minister, we can do it faster. Hydrogen technology is far more advanced than he's been saying today. Give them the nod, give them the incentives. They can deliver on much better targets than 2030 and 2040.
Well, I welcome the Honourable Gentleman's enthusiasm for this agenda and also his work on logistics and clean air as well. Look, this is already the world's most ambitious plan, as far as I'm aware, to decarbonise the transport economy. He'll be pleased to hear that I'll be saying more about experimentation on things like hydrogen trucks, electrifying trucks, not just with internal batteries, but potentially with overhead wires as well. And I hope he'd agree with me that rather than just come here today and announce this and spring it on the HGV sector, it's absolutely right that we make clear that we have a plan and then consult on that plan. And that's why Logistics UK, by far and away the largest haulier logistics representative organisation in the UK, has said that this plan gives them confidence and clarity on the steps to the pathway to net zero.
Now we go by video link to Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement today. Could he go further, however, on what we're going to do about ensuring that we have a sustainable maritime fleet and ensuring that, for example, around our coastal communities, there'll be the opportunity for plug-in processes for boats and ships, particularly that are fishing or around our coastal waters, and then in the long term, looking at alternative fuels that can power the long-distance fleets.
Stage.
This is very much at the forefront of our minds, and I thank my honourable friend for his comments and for welcoming this. We've already got plans in place to challenge stakeholders to agree a course to zero in maritime by 2050. The UK has a very rich, of course, maritime history with the International Maritime Organisation based in London, whilst it's a UN organisation, and we've been working closely with them on developing that shipping route to zero. We look forward to a lot more developments in this area, and I look forward to working with my honourable friend on them.
And now we go by video link to Janet Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know the aviation industry has had a very difficult year, and the best way to build back better is to ensure investment is put into building planes that are greener, cleaner and quieter. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that for a future that benefits public health, his department must prioritise reducing noise pollution in major flight paths, which is a real concern for many of my constituents living under 2 flight paths, and will he meet with me to look at this?
I absolutely agree with the Honourable Lady that reducing noise pollution is critical. And there are several ways that we're doing that. We've just passed a piece of legislation which is designed to redesign airspace management. So it means that aircraft will be able to take off on a steeper climb, come down on a steeper descent, and that will help with reducing the noise footprint. But she's also right that as we decarbonise and as we have engines which aren't just necessarily fuelled by jet engines, which are of course notoriously noisy, these new technologies are leading to much quieter aircraft as well. So I look forward to working with her and her constituents on that, and I'm very happy to set up a meeting between her and the aviation minister, who's an expert in this area, to discuss it further.
And finally, we go by video link to Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome the range of measures being taken to decarbonise transport. However, in the highly rural areas of my constituency of Sleaford and North Hykeham, there are in some cases simply no practical alternatives to car use. While the cost of electric vehicles remain prohibitive for many, and there is as yet no infrastructure for charging points locally, many of my constituents are concerned that they may end up being financially penalised despite having no alternative. What assurances can my right honourable friend provide to my constituents that their needs and their finances are being fully taken into account as we work towards finding solutions to the decarbonisation of transport?
Reassuringly for my honourable friend, £1.8 billion is the answer. £582 million for plug-in vehicle grants towards her constituents' needs, and £1.3 billion for the rollout of that infrastructure for charging that I mentioned before. And often when we have this discussion, we seem to have it in abstract, because we don't acknowledge that there are couple 100,000 people who are charging their vehicles from home as well, as we get to the point where there are more charging locations than petrol stations. Our job is to make sure there are sufficient on-street parking and charging locations. And we've got some fantastic technology, including wireless technology, which we're trialling to ensure that cars can charge up even as they drive, but certainly as they're parked. I also want to point my honourable friend to the National Bus Strategy, which I think could assist in her area as well, where buses haven't run before. We'd like to get them running and regularly enough that people do have further alternatives again.
Thank you. Point of order, Tangham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek your guidance from the Chair on a matter relating to another Member of Parliament, sadly, whom I have of course notified, and I did give Speaker prior notice of this point of order. I understand that following the end of a 6-week suspension ordered by the Independent Expert Panel for Harassment of Staff, a member has now returned to the estate, as is that member's right, of course, but taking a safeguarding approach. I am concerned that we have taken every possible step to prevent and manage any possible risk. As you may know, I have some expertise in this area, and unfortunately one of the best predictors of future risk is past behaviour. I'd therefore like to know, Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of colleagues and staff who have raised this with me, in the interest of safeguarding, what risk assessment has been done of the return of this member to the estate, whether experts have been consulted, if there is a risk management plan in place, and what guidance has been provided to staff to measure and to reassure them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order and for having given me notice that she intended to raise this point of order, and I'm pleased that she has also confirmed that she has notified the member to whom she refers. Although it's not appropriate for me from the Chair to comment on individual cases on the floor of the House, I can confirm that the Honourable Member's suspension, as agreed by the House, has now come to an end. And in those circumstances, the Chair has no authority to prevent a member from attending the estate. The Honourable Lady has raised concerns about safety and security of other members and of people who work on the estate. And of course, the safety and security of everyone who works here is of paramount importance to Mr. Speaker, indeed to all of us. The House will be aware that the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme is in place and is designed to ensure that everyone working here feels supported and safe. The ICGS helpline is able to offer guidance and support to anyone who has witnessed or experienced bullying, harassment or sexual misconduct. There are also other forms of support for staff in the House, including the Employee Assistance Programme. I am specifically mentioning all of these matters because it is probably the case that many people who work on the estate are not aware of the support and advice that's available to them and of the care that we all take about how they go about their everyday lives while in employment here. If anybody does feel unsafe, they should speak to their manager, contact the helpline, or consider using some of the other sources of support that are available. Everybody who works here should feel safe. I sincerely hope that these messages will be taken seriously, and of course most experienced members of Parliament are always very happy when those who work for them or in proximity with them come to them for advice or guidance on matters about which they might be concerned. Now, I appreciate that the Honourable Lady was making a very specific point, and I have explained that the point that she raised specifically is not a matter for the Chair, but it is a matter for the Chair and indeed all of us to have responsibility for the safety and well-being of everybody who serves this place. And I hope that I've been able to give her some reassurance. Thank you. I will now suspend the House for 2 minutes while arrangements are made for the next item of business. Order.
Order. Order. We now go to the 10-minute rule motion. Rachel Hopkins, who is participating virtually. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to give people who have made representations about development plans the right to participate in associated examination hearings, to require public consultation on development proposals, to grant local authorities power to apply local design standards for permitted development, and to refuse permitted development proposals that would be detrimental to the health and well-being of an individual or community, and to make planning permission for major housing schemes subject to associated work starting within 2 years and for connected purposes. And I'd like to refer members to my register of interests. It's a privilege to introduce my first 10-minute rule motion on such an important issue that is affecting so many of my constituents in Luton South and people across the country. We need a bold plan to tackle the housing crisis, but the government's planning white paper will restrict local communities' ability to shape their own area, allow for the creation of poor quality housing through permitted development rights, and allow developers to sit on planning permission rather than build desperately needed, truly affordable housing. It amounts to nothing more than a developer's charter that restricts communities while benefiting wealthy developers. This bill would ensure that local communities' right to participate in the planning process at a local level and on individual applications is protected. This measure is vital, as the government's white paper intends on creating a zonal approach to local plans, weakening local authorities and communities' detailed oversight of the planning process. This represents a shift away from public engagement and scrutiny of individual planning decisions to applications, to engagement only at the overarching local plan stage, which greatly restricts and in many cases removes the rights of local councillors, local resident associations and local residents to shape or object to a particular planning application in their area. It seems like the government's solution to speeding up planning is to remove the right of local people and councillors from having a say in the planning process rather than tackling other obstacles. The government's plan to remove the voice of local communities has been opposed by a wide range of groups, from the Local Government Association to Civic Voice and the Town and Country Planning Association. The delivery of new, truly affordable homes must be pursued through a locally led planning system with public participation at its heart. Indeed, just last night, Luton Council unanimously passed a motion that emphasised that planning works best when developers work with the local community, and it called on the government to protect the right of communities to object to individual planning applications. And I would point out that even councillors from the government's own party supported this motion. The Housing Communities and Local Government Select Committee, of which I'm a member, also recommended in the Future of the Planning System in England report that all individuals must still be able to comment and influence upon all individual planning proposals. This bill would reflect Luton Council's motion and the Select Committee's recommendation by legislating to ensure that people have the right to participate in development plans and associated examination hearings. The government also intends on ending the statutory planning notice requirement to inform local people through notices in local papers, on community notice boards, on lampposts, and potentially hard copies of documents, in favour of using just technology. The Select Committee heard about how local people want to continue to be able to comment on specific local planning applications, and that the proposal to drop the legal requirement to publish planning notices in local newspapers and the like would create a postcode lottery as to where that opportunity continues. This would undermine local democracy by creating barriers for those who do not have digital access, such as the elderly or those on low incomes. Instead, the Select Committee recommended retaining existing statutory notices for all local authorities, alongside using technology to make the planning process as accessible as possible. This bill would also expand the right to participate to include permitted development, which currently does not allow for objections from residents, and also seeks to allow local planning authorities to set local design standards for when an application is made for prior approval through the permitted development process. Constituents have also contacted me to raise their frustrations at how local planning authorities do not have sufficient power to oppose planning applications. And the HCLG Select Committee has heard that permitted development rights weaken local authorities' ability to shape places and diminish community engagement in the planning process. A report the government commissioned into the impact of permitted development homes concluded permitted development conversions do seem to create worse quality residential environments than planning permission conversions in relation to a number of factors widely linked to the health, well-being and quality of life of future occupiers. Many members from across the House will have also heard of horror stories of where permitted development rights have allowed the creation of poor quality housing in their constituency. An example of Unity House in Luton, an office building converted through permitted development rights, houses families with children alongside a 4-lane inner ring road. This permitted conversion brought more people into an area that is within an air quality management zone due to traffic congestion. It was only allowed to happen because PDR bypasses necessary planning permission air quality regulations. And when the government's own former housing advisor, Ben Clifford, warned that the changes to permitted development risk creating the slums of the future, I have to agree. This bill allows local planning authorities to refuse prior approval if the development would be to the detriment of the health and well-being of an individual or the wider community, therefore preventing poor quality homes that are in inappropriate locations or lack adequate community infrastructure, such as shops, schools and parks. And I've seen in Luton children having to play football in the middle of the pedestrian area in the town centre as a consequence of a higher density of housing being created in former commercial premises in the town centre under PDR, but without any consideration of local amenities. The children in my town deserve so much better. Last year, Labour formally opposed the government's changes to PDR, which allowed for additional stories to be placed on existing developments such as flats and houses. It's clear that the measures in this bill are needed to prevent the creation of homes through PDR further damaging people's, including children's, health and well-being. The housing crisis will not be addressed through PDR's creation of poor quality housing and will certainly not be addressed while developers sit on planning permissions. The failure to ensure that sites with planning permission have been built on is a key driver behind the government's poor record on house building. According to analysis by the Local Government Association, more than 1.1 million homes granted planning permission in England in the last decade are yet to be built. As the LGA said, local plans are also not holding up the building of new housing, with more than 1 million homes on land earmarked for development by councils yet to be brought forward by developers for planning permission. Currently, the requirement is for the development to begin within 3 years of permission being granted. This allows developers to land bank, which means holding land and selling it in the future when its value rises. We need to incentivise developers to build. That is why this bill would ensure that planning permission for major housing schemes will only be granted on the condition that development begins within 2 years of planning permission being granted. This bill safeguards the interests of my constituents and many of the organisations that are deeply concerned about the government's planning proposals. It lays the foundation for a planning system that allows local people to shape their place and deliver good quality homes that promote health and well-being. Thank you.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. 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 Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Taiwo Awatami and Mary Glinden. Tellers for the noes, Maury Rimmer and Jill Furness. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 219. The noes to the left, 0.
Ayes to the right, 219. The noes to the left, 0. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now return to Rachel Hopkins, who will prepare and bring in the bill.
Andrew Gwynn, Kim Johnson, Debbie Abrahams, Navendu Mishra, Liz Twist, Rachel Maskell, Kate Osborne, Ian Byrne, Sarah Owen, Barbara Keeley, Peter Dowd and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Rachel Hopkins.
Planning and Local Representation Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Friday the 22nd of October.
Friday the 22nd of October. Thank you. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Health and Care Bill, second reading.
Just say now.
Now.
Thank you. The reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition has been selected, and I call Secretary of State Sajid Javid to move the second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. The COVID-19 pandemic has tested our country like never before, and nowhere more has this been seen than in our health and care system. Everyone delivering health and social care in this country has risen to meet these tests in remarkable new ways. We've seen bold new ways of working, of overcoming bureaucracy, and of people working seamlessly across traditional boundaries. New teams were forged, new technologies adopted, and new approaches were found. There's no greater example of this than the extraordinary success of our vaccine rollout, where health and care colleagues have been able to draw on the collective scale and strength of our union to deliver one vaccination programme for the whole of the United Kingdom. And today, I can confirm to the House that 2/3 of adults have received both jabs against COVID-19 1 week earlier than planned. It's a remarkable achievement. Everyone working in the NHS and social care can be proud of what they have achieved, and we are all in this House very proud of them. Now, as we look to the post-pandemic world, we know there's still no shortages of the challenges that lie ahead. An ageing population, an increase in people with multiple health conditions, and of course, the chance to embrace the full potential of data and technology. I will.
It's just because, Secretary of State, you mentioned the issue I wanted to bring up about people getting older. I spoke to your colleague, the Minister of State, yesterday, and I appreciate for that.
It really mustn't refer directly to the Secretary of State. It's through the Chair. Jim Shannon.
Recent statistics show that over 40,000 people under 65 in the UK have dementia, and there are many more who have not been diagnosed as of yet. It would seem that these figures are not addressed in the Health and Social Care Bill. So can I ask the Secretary of State, what more will be done to offer support to those suffering with dementia and Alzheimer's in the UK through this Social Services Care Bill? Thank you.
Madam Deputy, I'm pleased that I gave way to the honourable gentleman, as he raised a very important issue. And in this bill, which I will come to, one of the central themes is integration. And when I come to that, I hope the honourable gentleman will see how that integration between NHS and social care will help to deliver a better service for those with dementia. Now, this, Madam Deputy Speaker, everything I refer to, these challenges are all in addition to the challenges of the pandemic that, of course, we still face, and the elective backlog that we know that is going to get worse before it gets better. Meeting the future with confidence relies on learning lessons from the pandemic, what worked and what didn't work, and building on a decade of innovation in health and care. Sometimes the best intentions of the past cannot stop what is right for the future. Bureaucracy can still make sensible decision-making harder, silos can stifle work across boundaries, and sometimes legislation, I will in a moment, and sometimes legislation can get in the way. We've seen how unnecessary rules have meant contracts have been needed to be retendered, even where high-quality services are being delivered. Or we've seen the complicated workarounds needed to help the NHS and local government to work together. Or we've seen the uncertainty about how to share data across the health and care system. People working in health and social care want the very best for people in their care. And that's why we've shown time and time again, not least in the way that they've embraced integration and innovation to save lives through this pandemic. They want to hold on to the remarkable spirit of integration and innovation, but they want to let go of everything that is holding them back. And we want to help them do it. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
On that point of bureaucracy, I recently saw the apotheosis of the NHS, where an Anglican church had draped an altar with a flag saying, "Oh, praise the NHS." So when we got a new Secretary of State, can we have a really hard-hitting attitude to NHS bureaucracy? We all, praise our doctors and nurses, but the fact is it's like any other bureaucracy, prone to underperformance and waste and incompetence. And there's no harm, as long as you preserve the principle at free at the point of delivery, in having innovative private sector solutions.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hear what my right honourable friend has said, and I think as I progress through my opening remarks, he will like what I have to say about integration and cutting bureaucracy. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, all these things that I refer to, all these changes we want to make, that is exactly what this health and care bill will do. I want to thank the thousands of hard-working staff through 2 years of consultation and engagement who have come forward and told us what they think works and what they think needs to change. In the words of Lord Stevens, the Chief Executive of the NHS, the overwhelming majority, he said, the overwhelming majority of these proposals are changes that the health service have asked for. This bill supports improvements already underway in the NHS. It builds on the recommendations of the NHS's own long-term plan. It is a product of the NHS, it is for the NHS, and it is supported by the NHS. I will give way in a moment, thank you. I'm also grateful to all the organisations who have helped shape these important proposals, everyone from the NHS Confederation to the Local Government Association. Now, I've spent many of my early days on this job talking to them, and they have all told me the same thing, which is that we are ready to take these reforms forward. And I will want to continue to work with them and listen to their specific concerns, just as much as I want to listen to the concerns raised by honourable members across this House and the other place. And with that, I want to listen to this particular honourable member.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I mean, he referred to Lord Stevens and what the NHS has asked for and trying to get rid of things that stand in their way. One thing they have not asked for is for a massive power grab by the Secretary of State, which this bill contains, which will lead to political interference in day-to-day operational and reconfiguration decisions, which may not always be in the best interests of patients. Why does he think that that is a sensible way forward and something the NHS wants?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the clinical decision should always be made by those with the clinical expertise. I think everyone in this House would agree on that, and it should be independent of any outside interference. And this bill does nothing to alter that. What the bill does do is recognises that the NHS is one of the public's top priorities. We spend over £140 billion of taxpayers' money on the NHS, and it is right that there is proper accountability for that spending to ministers and therefore to this House. I think most people would welcome that. Yeah. Now, I will, to the Honourable Lady. Yeah.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State giving way. When he's talking about people that he's consulted, could he confirm that he's consulted the trade unions, particularly over Schedule 2, Part 2, where it says that integrated care boards may appoint employees and to address their remuneration, their pensions, their terms and conditions. Can he confirm that this is a departure from Agenda for Change terms?
Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been very wide-ranging consultations on this bill, as I mentioned earlier, taking place over the last 2 years. Whilst I can't specifically say which trade union or which particular organisation would have been spoken to, as I was not in the department at the time, I know that the conversations have been very wide-ranging. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is not the limit also of our ambitions on the nation's health. We're also transforming public health. We're bringing the Mental Health Act into the 21st century. And by the end of this year, we're setting out plans to put additional adult social care, putting adult social care on a sustainable footing for the future. We're also very ambitious for our workforce. I have commissioned the Health Education England to refresh their strategic framework for health and social care workforce planning. HEE will work in partnership across the sector, and it will gather views from the widest possible range of stakeholders to help us shape a workforce with the right skills, the right knowledge and the right values for the year ahead. I will give way.
Very grateful. He set out his plan to bring forward a plan for social care by the end of the year, and I know he's looking for a cross-party solution to that. On two select committee inquiries, Communities, Local Government and the Health Select Committee joint inquiry, both those inquiries recommended, one of the recommendations was a system, a German-style social care premium. Would that feature in his potential recommendations, and does he agree that's a much fairer system than a Dilnot-style system, which really incentivises people to either spend their assets or move them to a place they can't be touched?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, first of all, he's right to say that it would be great if all members of this House could agree, or most members, and certainly in different parties, could agree on a new system. And I look forward to speaking to all honourable members about what a new future social care system could look like. In terms of the detail of that, I'm afraid my honourable friend is just going to have to wait a moment longer, but I will agree that the work done by the select committees, of course, will inform our decisions. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the measures, a little more detail that are in the bill and the themes that are captured in this bill. The first is more integration. We know that different parts of the system want to work together to deliver joined-up services. And we know that when they do that, it works. We've seen that with the non-statutory integrated care systems these past few years. They've united hospitals, they've brought together communities, GPs, mental health services and local authority care and public health. And it works. And that is why we want to recognise there are limits on how far this can go under the current law. So this bill will build on the progress of ICSs by creating integrated care boards and integrated care partnerships as statutory bodies. England's 42 ICSs will draw on the expertise of people who know their areas best. They will be able to create joint budgets to shape how we care for people and how we promote a healthy lifestyle. And with respect to the specific geographies of the ICSs themselves, as I've said elsewhere, I am willing to listen. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also... Yes, I will.
Yes, to my right, my friend. In passing, may I congratulate him on his appointment and also very much welcome Part 4 of the bill that introduces the Healthcare Services Safety Investigation branch of the Department of Health, which is a very great innovation promoted by the Public Administration Select Committee and scrutinised by the committee I chaired, the joint committee I co-chaired. But can I just reinforce the points that I know he's now receiving from NHS England, a warning about changing the boundaries of the integrated care systems as they're already operating. That in particular in Suffolk and North East Essex, we have a very, very high-functioning integrated care system, de facto operating already. Please, will you not change it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an important point my honourable friend has raised, and it may be on the mind of other honourable members as well. So it's important to point out, first, there are several factors that will be helpful in fostering stronger partnerships between the NHS and local authorities, including, of course, the alignment of boundaries. And earlier this year, the former Secretary of State, he did ask NHS England to conduct a boundary review of integrated care systems and to understand where local authorities currently have to work with more than one ICS, what's the best way forward and what's the best alignment. I've met with my honourable friend and other honourable members as well. I know that honourable members may have made representations to my predecessor, and I've been informed of those. Where the information might not be remembered easily, I'm sure we can get hold of some video evidence, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I want to thank all honourable members for their input in this. And as I have said earlier, and I want to stress, no final decisions have yet been made on the boundary review. Now, is it on this issue? Yes, I will.
Just a reminder that interventions do need to be shortened to the point, because there is a lot of pressure on time in this debate. Tim Farron.
It's very kind of the gentleman over there for the sedentary position, who should know. And my point is about boundaries. So Lancashire and South Cumbria are a perfectly reasonable boundary. But will he agree with me that there is concern that, of course, most rural communities are attached to bigger and more populated urban ones, and that can lead to an imbalance of decisions. So what we face in our community is one of the proposals on the table is that Preston and Lancaster hospitals could be replaced by a single super hospital somewhere in the middle. HIP2 is a good thing, but that would be a very bad thing, because it would mean that people in South Cumbria could potentially have to spend a 2-hour round trip just to get to A&E. Would he intervene and make sure that he rules off the table proposals under HIP2 that undermine access to healthcare in rural communities?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've listened very carefully to what the honourable member had to say. As I've said, no final decisions have been made, but if the honourable gentleman would like a meeting with the health minister, then we can arrange that, and that can be discussed further. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also very grateful to another one of my predecessors, my right honourable friend, the member for South West Surrey. First, for his leadership of the Health Select Committee, whose valuable report and recommendations we have taken on board, and also for his tireless dedication to the cause of patient safety, which sees its culmination in the creation in this bill of the Health Services Safety Investigations Body, or the HSSIB. Now, we must continue, in his words, that quiet revolution in patient safety. And I've asked my officials to consider whether the Care Quality Commission could look broadly across the ICSs to review how local authorities and providers of health and public health and social care services are working together to deliver safe, high-quality, integrated care to the public. But whenever there is a change in the NHS, I will give way. Yeah.
The Secretary of State talks about patient safety. Therefore, can I ask him why there is no recommendations in this bill from the Sir Bruce Keogh's recommendations on the cosmetic surgery industry, which now are 10 years old, and in questions that I've asked, they keep saying that they're going to be implemented. Wouldn't this be an opportunity to actually improve patient safety in this area?
I think it's an important issue the Honourable Gentleman has raised, and there are issues around the cosmetic surgery industry, and I know the Honourable Gentleman has spoken eloquently about those in the House before. I don't agree necessarily this bill has to be the vehicle for any change, but if it's something that he wishes to discuss further, I'd be happy to meet with him in due course, because I do think he's raised an important issue and it does require a fresh look. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, whenever there is change to the NHS, I know that it is tempting for some who should actually know better to claim that it is the beginning of the end of public provision. Now, we know this is complete nonsense. They know it is nonsense, but they do it anyway. So let me be very clear. Our integrated care boards will be made up of public sector bodies and those with a social purpose. They will not be driven by any private interests, and all while using the most innovative potential of non-NH bodies. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the spirit of this bill is about holding on to what is best about the NHS and removing what is holding it back. That's something that we all want, and I'm looking forward to a mature debate, Maybe that's too much to ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this chamber with this opposition front bench, but I hope, and I think the public expect, a mature debate on this bill and how we can achieve these sensible changes together. Now, in that spirit, the second theme of this bill is cutting bureaucracy. As we've been tested in these past months, we've looked at the rules and regulations through new eyes. It's become increasingly clear which ones are the cornerstone of safe, high-quality care and which are stifling innovation and damaging morale. It is that second group of rules and regulations that this bill strips away, removing the existing procurement regime and improving the way that healthcare services are arranged. Yes, it's about how we deliver better value for the taxpayer, but fundamentally, it's about how we free up NHS colleagues to deliver better care. We know that patients are better served when experts are free to innovate, unencumbered by unnecessary bureaucratic processes. That is why the bill will repeal Section 75 of the 2012 Act, giving the NHS the flexibility that they've been asking for. And I know that this is a point of agreement. It's a point of agreement with the party opposite. Well, you said it not just 10 years ago, you also said it in actually, let me say all the years. The party opposite said it in 2015, in 2017, in 2019, in all of those manifestos. So I'm sure they agree with this direction. Now,
Order. I think if people want to intervene, the Secretary of State has been very generous in giving way, but just shouting at him, it's not working. Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, they're excited, and I understand that. And let me excite them much more, because the third theme of this bill is greater accountability. We've never seen so clearly as we have in the past 16 months, how the health of our constituents is a critical matter for this House. The government of the day always works hand in hand with the NHS to deliver that priority. That's what people would expect from a responsible government. People also expect, rightly, that there are clear lines of accountability for how this priority is delivered. You see, accountability is the foundation of our democracy. I hope that we all agree on that in this House. And on that nation, on the nation's greatest priority, our health, this bill sets out clear lines of accountability to the people that we all serve. The bill simplifies what has been a complex structure, bringing the three different bodies that oversee the NHS into just one as NHS England. NHS England will continue to have clinical day-to-day operational independence, but it is right that the NHS must be accountable to ministers, and ministers must be accountable to Parliament, where we are all accountable to the people we serve. And naturally, of course, that accountability will extend to these ICSs. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite is on the record in an interview, I believe, with the Health Service Journal in December 2019, where he said, and I quote, that he agrees with the principle of the legislative changes that have been put forward by the NHS for democratically accountable ICSs. So he can't have any objection to this point, Madam Deputy Speaker. We'll see what he has to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, later when he approaches the dispatch box. Now, I hope we can all agree this is a sensible and pragmatic step. And let me also quote once more, another quote, "We will reinstate the powers of the Secretary of State for Health to have overall responsibility for the NHS." They're not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the words from the 2017 manifesto for Her Majesty's opposition. So, I look forward to working with the Shadow Health Secretary on this and other aspects of the bill, and I urge him to set aside politics and petty party politics and point scoring and do what the NHS wants him to do, which is to back this bill. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I finish my opening remarks, let me just turn to the amendment that's in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and Honourable and Right Honourable members opposite. Now, this amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, my point is this is what's claimed in this amendment is entirely wrong. It is exactly the right time for these reforms. The response to COVID-19 has quickened the pace of collaboration across health and social care, showing that we can do what we can do when we all work together, when we adopt new technology, when we set aside bureaucratic rules. The pandemic has also brought home the importance of preventing ill health in the first place. The bill lays the framework to achieve all of that. Now, more than that, it's what the NHS has been asking for. It builds on the NHS's own long-term plan and work that the NHS has already started to do voluntarily. And we've invested record sums in the NHS, both before and, of course, during this pandemic, and we will continue to do so. The systems are telling us that they are ready, that they want us to go ahead with this bill. They do not want to see any delay, and that is why this is important work for all of us, and hopefully Parliament can deliver what the NHS is asking for. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the unprecedented challenges of the pandemic have only deepened our affection for the NHS, and it's reinforced that noble idea that it is there for all of us when we need it. I started learning about the NHS from a very early age when I used to go to checkups with my mum and translate for her. It was there for her, it's been there for me, it's been there for my family, it's been there for my children, it's been there for all of us and our constituents. Now, even in this fast-changing world, with the new and evolving threats to our health, the founding principles of the NHS are as true today as they ever were. It's our responsibility to build on this incredible inheritance. It's an envy across the world, our NHS. So it's right that this government should work across health and care to shape a system that is truly fit for the future. Our colleagues in health and social care have achieved extraordinary things in the most extraordinary times, And we, in this place, must give them the firm foundations they need to build back better in the years that lie ahead. I beg to move, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And before I bring in the Shadow Secretary of State, I just want to remind honourable members that there will be an immediate 3-minute time limit for backbench contributions. For those in the chamber, there is a countdown clock here, and for those participating virtually, it will be on the screens. Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Ashworth.
Deputy Speaker, and I move the amendment that signs in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and myself. Well, I mean, the Secretary of State talked a lot, but didn't say very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, with that. I mean, look at the context in where we are. Yesterday, we recorded 36,000 COVID infections. Hospital admissions have increased to over 500 a day, up 50% in a week. Waiting lists are at the highest level seen on record, currently at 5.3 million. 336,733 people have been waiting over a year for treatment. Over 76,583 people are waiting over 18 months. And over 7,000 people are waiting over 2 years. 25,889 people are waiting more than 2 weeks from urgent referral to a first consultant appointment for cancer. Emergency care is grappling with some of the highest summer demands ever seen. 250,000 people are waiting for social care. NHS staff are exhausted, facing burnout. We went into this pandemic with 100,000 vacancies across the NHS and a further 112,000 vacancies across social care. And the answer from the Secretary of the State is to embark on a top-down reorganisation when we are not even through the pandemic. A reorganisation that won't deliver the integration needed because reforms to social care are delayed again. A reorganisation that won't deliver more care because, in fact, in periods of stretched health funding, could well deliver less care. And a reorganisation that is, in effect, a Trojan horse to hide a power grab by the Secretary of State. And let's be clear why this reorganisation is taking place. The reason they've come forward with this bill is because of the mess of the last reorganisation, the mess that he supported and voted for, the mess that he spoke out for in this House, saying it would modernise the NHS, and the concept of GP commissioning has been widely supported from politicians of all parties for many years. I urge my right honourable friend to keep putting patients first by increasing GP involvement in the NHS. Why, if he believed that then, has he U-turned now? And it was a mess that we warned of. My honourable friend, the member for Leicester West, who opposed the bill in this House, warned the government that it would increase bureaucracy, warned the government that it would increase the fragmentation that he's just complained about from the dispatch box. And when ministers said that reorganisation under Lord Lansley would reduce bureaucracy, and when backbenchers told us it would reduce bureaucracy, what ended up with that reorganisation? Billions was wasted, thousands of NHS staff were made redundant, and that was their priority then. And now they're asking us to clean up their mess today. They also told us that reorganisation would improve cancer survival rates. And where are we today on cancer survival rates? We are still lagging behind other countries on cancer survival rates. So perhaps the Secretary of State could have come to the dispatch box and apologised for that Lansley reorganisation and apologised for 10 wasted years. Now, we talked about NHS leaders, but the truth is NHS leaders asked for a simple bill to get rid of the worst of that Lansley restructuring and instead to re-embed a sense of equity, collaboration and social justice in our NHS structures. That is not what this bill is. And of course, the Secretary of State secretly agrees with me, because according to the Times, he wrote to the Prime Minister saying there were significant areas of contention that were yet to be resolved with this bill, and he wanted to delay it. Well, of course, the Secretary of State was only back 5 minutes and already Downing Street was overruling him. But of course, on this occasion, when they overrule him on his choice of spin doctors, he walks. When they overrule him on the future of the NHS, he puts his career first and stays in the Cabinet. Now I listened carefully to the case made by the Secretary of State. And he talked of the need for greater integration between health and social care, about the need to provide better coordinated care. He referred to an ageing population. And to be frank, that was a speech that health secretaries and their predecessor social services secretaries have been making more or less since 1968, when Richard Crossman first proposed the first set of NHS reorganisations. And indeed, there were echoes of his speech in that made by his predecessor, Keith Joseph, when he came to this House in 1972 to set up the area health authorities, bringing together hospitals and community care, working more closely with local authorities because we needed seamless care. And those authorities were of such a size that within a year they were rearranged again into district health authorities. Well, given the size of some of these integrated care systems that he is proposing, I suspect the seeds of the next reorganisation are being sown today. Now, yesterday, he told the House that his three pressing priorities for these critical months were getting us out of the pandemic, busting the backlog for non-COVID care, and putting social care on a sustainable footing for the future. But absent in his speech was any credible explanation as to how this reorganisation will meet his own objectives that he outlined to the House yesterday. And in fact, in the last 30 years, we've seen around 20 reorganisations of the NHS. Have any of them delivered the outcomes that health secretaries have promised from the dispatch box? Well, not according to analysis in the British Medical Journal, who observes past reorganisations have delivered little benefit. So why should this one be any different? So the question for me, how will the 85-year-old with multiple care needs experience better whole-person care as a result of the restructuring he is embarking upon? How will waiting times for elective surgery, for cancer and for mental health be improved by this reorganisation? How will health inequalities that have widened and life expectancy advances that have stalled be corrected by this reorganisation? On those questions, the Secretary of State had no answer today, because the bill fails those tests, because it is a badly drafted bill and in fact could even worsen health outcomes. Let me outline our specific concerns. First, on the proposed integrated care boards. The bill collapses the remaining 100 or so clinical commissioning groups into 32 integrated care systems, differing in geographical size and some covering populations up to 3 or 4 million. And in some parts of the country, the ICSs are not based on the NHS agreed boundaries, but currently centrally drawn up boundaries for political reasons. We know that Cheshire will be combined with Merseyside. Glossop is cut off from Greater Manchester and allocated to Derbyshire. Frimley is split up, leading the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, in an adjournment debate recently to complain, "Do not break up Frimley ICS. Just for once," her words, "just for once, let common sense prevail." So these boundaries and the way in which they were proposed by the previous Secretary of State prompted NHS providers to warn that the disruption could lead to a worsening of patient care. That was their words. Then, of course, we have the design of the integrated care system, split across 2 committees, a partnership board containing people from local authorities, the third sector and others, and an NHS board responsible for spending the money, commissioning. Remember, he's moved away from GP commissioning, of course. He wants the NHS board to commission now. Those 2 boards will probably have different chairs, but the NHS board only has to have regard to the partnership board strategy. Nor is it clear how local authority seats, the one local authority seat, will be decided when they cover more than one council, possibly even councils of different political persuasions, so we'll see how consensus can be built then. And other important voices are left out. Mental illness, Madam Deputy Speaker, accounts for roughly a quarter of the total burden of illness, yet there is no guarantee that mental health providers will get the seats on these boards when we know that mental health service is under pressure, and he tells us that mental health backlog is one of his personal priorities. And the pandemic has also reminded us that the health and well-being of our community is not just in the hands of large hospitals or general practice, it's also in the hands of our directors of public health, who have shown exceptional local leadership throughout this crisis, standing on the shoulders of their forebears who confronted in the past diseases like cholera, smallpox and diphtheria. Test and trace would have been far safer in their hands from the outset, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker. And what is their reward? They are sidelined. Public health, again, should be properly represented on the NHS boards, and we'll be moving amendments to that effect. I will do.
It's not just about them being sidelined, but it's actually about the budgets to public health, which have been pushed off into the autumn. If the consultation paper that we went out last year was anything to go by, County Durham would actually lose 19% of its budget. So how can we actually be taking these changes without being divorced from what's actually going to be provided in terms of cash?
Honourable friend is absolutely right. I'll come to the financial flows in a few moments. But how on earth can we have a triple aim of trying to improve health outcomes for a population and not even giving public health a voice and a seat on the decision-making body that decides health plans for an area? So, equally, he talks about integrating health and social care. There's no seat for directors of adult social services on these committees either. And what about patients? Patients wasn't mentioned very often in the Secretary of State's speech. Patients will always come first for us on this side of the House. And they have no mandated institutional representation either. No guaranteed patient voice. So we have yet again another reorganisation of the NHS where patients are treated like ghosts in the machine. It's utterly unacceptable, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is fragmentation, not integration, and with a continued sidelining of social care. And there is a loss of local accountability as well, because there is no explicit requirement that these boards meet in public or publish their board papers. NHS England has stated that is their preference, but it is not required, nor is there any commitment, given the wider geographical spread of some of these ICSs, for meetings to be accessible online. But of course, the white paper did indicate that the independent sector could have a seat on an ICS, and the explanatory notes to the bill say that local areas will have the flexibility to determine any further representation. And of course I will. And then I will...
Will he come to his... He talks about solutions to social care. Will he come to his own solutions to social care? And will they potentially include the recommendations of the select committees in terms of that German-style social care premium? Recommendations that were made by members on that committee of his party, that were elected by his party to serve on those committees. Is it something now he's willing to explore? Because he's ruled it out time and time again on the floor of this House.
I have... The honourable gentleman is a dogged advocate for this proposal for social care, and he's quite right. He always raises it with me. I'm unpersuaded, but I'm more than happy to sit down with the Secretary of State to discuss, with my honourable friend from Leicester West, to discuss the solution to social care. We keep getting told that they're going to have cross-party talks. Well, as I say, I think I missed the Zoom link because they haven't happened so far, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, these committees do permit a seat, if the committees want it, for the independent sector. And we've seen in Bath and Somerset, Virgin Care get a seat on the shadow ICS. We think that is unacceptable, and we will be moving amendments to prohibit it in committee. Now, I do welcome the removal of Section 75 competition and procurement rules, finally scraping off the remnants of the Lansley competition rules off the boots of the NHS. Because we did warn him and others that this competitive compulsory tendering would lead to billions going to the private sector, would be wasteful and bureaucratic, it would be distracting, and it even led to the NHS getting sued by Virgin Care when they didn't win a contract. But this isn't the end of contracting with the private sector, because without clauses to make the NHS the default provider, it would be possible for integrated care boards to award and extend contracts for healthcare services of unlimited value without advertising, including to private companies. And given the past year, when huge multi-billion pound contracts have been handed out for duff, PPE and testing, we naturally have concerns about that and will be seeking safeguards in committee. We are worried about further cronyism. But the reason why we are particularly concerned with this bill is the power grab clauses for the Secretary of State. He is creating 138 new powers, including 7 allowing him to effectively rewrite the law in future through secondary legislation to transfer functions between its arm's-length bodies without any proper scrutiny. And he has not explained why he needs these powers or given any guidance on how he expects to use them. And these powers also include a requirement that ministers are informed of every single service change, of every single reconfiguration, and the Secretary of State will then decide whether or not to call them in for ministerial decision. Are you sure you want that power, Secretary of State? Now, and because the Secretary of State has gone from wanting to liberate the NHS under Lansley to now listening out for the clang of every dropped bedpan echoing through Whitehall. This is not a plan for service modernisation. It's a back-to-the-future plan and will mean more inertia. Instead of powers to interfere at every level, we're resetting the mandate within years for the NHS. We instead would want the duties on both the Health Secretary and therefore the 42 ICSs to which he delegates those responsibilities, the duties to continue the promotion in England of a comprehensive health service as per the 2006 Act to be fully reinstated and made explicit. And that will be my final intervention, because I know there's a lot who want to get in.
As ever, I listen to him carefully. If it is the Back to the Future bill, then it presumably puts right what once went wrong. Does the right honourable gentleman support the clauses around foods high in fat and salt and sugar and the watershed proposals around advertising?
Yes, and I'm disappointed that they're in this particular bill, because I think they should be a standalone bill. And I'm going to, in my concluding remarks when I get to it, just say a remark or two about other public health interventions, which I imagine he, as a great champion of public health, would support, I would hope. It's crucial that the Secretary of State's duty to provide comprehensive health care is reinstated, rather than this duty to meddle in the NHS at any time he wants, because there is lack of clarity about how the funding flows work in this system. The talk is of moving to capitated budgets for an area in order to provide holistic care to meet the complicated care needs of individuals. But when you've got waiting lists increasing at the rate that they are increasing by, when you've got cancer rates going up and mental health referrals going up, how is an area going to fund the episodic care for each unit of extra care that is needed? Often care which is expensive and more complicated because it needs to be done in the acute sector. And we have worries because the clauses in the bill around the financial duties on ICS boards, NHS trusts and NHS foundation trusts, clauses 21 to 24, are alarming because they place a duty to ensure financial balance across the ICS area, but with no clarification about how that balance should be achieved and enforced. So when we know that local health budgets have been stretched to breaking point after years of underfunding, what does this duty mean for existing deficits? At the moment, trusts have a combined deficit of 910 million. King's has a deficit of 111 million. Worcestershire has a deficit of 81 million. Leicester University Hospitals Trust has a deficit of 80 million. So will the ICBs need to fill this £900 million black hole before they are even up and running? And going forward, how exactly will a trust and an ICS board, how exactly will trust and ICS board deficits be dealt with at the end of each financial year? Because he may recall, or some in the House may recall, that this could well be a return to the days, like we saw in the 80s, when health authorities would close beds and put off paying bills from January onwards in order to hit financial balance. Or will it result, if they've got to hit this financial balance year by year, will it result in a postcode lottery of more rationing and an even longer list of treatments being effectively removed from the NHS by decisions of ICBs because they've got to hit balance, effectively forcing patients to either go private or go without? I hope the Minister, in summing up, can clarify what the situation will be. And if a set of providers, trusts and an ICB, feel that the financial settlement that they have been given by NHS England will not allow them to deliver the levels of care to bring down the waiting list that he said is one of his top priorities, to improve mental health outcomes that he said is one of his top priorities, what is their appeal process? Because at the moment, by splitting out NHS England and by bringing them together and not splitting them out, How will the arbitration process work on whether on an area's financial settlement? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill is spun as an attempt to integrate health and social care, but there is nothing in it to actually integrate health and social care because there's nothing in it to fix social care. And if this was about integrating health and social care, where is the long-promised bill to reform social care? But the bill does repeal Care Act legislation that requires patients to be assessed for their social care needs before being discharged from hospital. But without long-term funding in place, this could mean a patient sent home, left without support, waiting for an assessment. So can the Secretary of State, or the Minister summing up, guarantee that this will not be the case, and will they put in place the necessary funding alongside the bill? Now, a number of Royal Colleges and health bodies have said today that the biggest challenge facing the NHS is workforce. We agree. Now, the bill proposes a duty on the Secretary of State to report on workforce once every 5 years. That is simply not good enough. We need a solution to workforce now. We need a solution to recruitment now. Our staff need a fair pay rise now, and we need more investment in training and professional development budgets now, and we need safe staffing legislation now. So we will be looking to amend this bill, hopefully on a cross-party basis, perhaps working with others who have put forward their own proposals to improve the workforce sections of this bill. And what does the bill mean for Agenda for Change, as my honourable friend from York put to the Secretary of State? Because the bill at the moment suggests that an integrated care system can change Agenda for Change terms. We disagree with that. And finally, on public health. The bill introduces restrictions on advertising of less healthy food and drink. We welcome this step. That was also in our 2017 manifesto, which he's been reading, which he may have noticed. But we would go further. So why is it that we cannot have more restrictions around the advertising of unhealthy food around schools? And of course, our public health crisis isn't just about obesity, it's also about smoking and alcohol. So why aren't there provisions on smoking services in this? Why aren't there provisions to ensure labelling of calories on alcohol in this bill? We will be seeking amendments in committee on that as well. But in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the wrong bill at the wrong time. Will a person with learning difficulties or an older person experiencing who needs social care experience improved care? No. Will social care be brought back in from the wilderness? No. Will the cancer backlog be tackled more effectively? No. Will health inequalities be narrowed? No. Will parity of esteem for mental health be delivered? No. Instead of a simple bill to end competition and foster local collaboration, NHS staff will be left with trying to second-guess where the Secretary of State will interfere next in the safe running of their local NHS with his in-year changing mandate. And where the rules around funding could result in more rationing and cutbacks, we cannot possibly support this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have championed integrated care for many years, but this bill does not deliver it, and we urge the House to accept our reasoned amendment tonight.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. Chair of the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Madam Deputy Speaker, to reorganise the NHS as one of your first acts as Health Secretary is what Sir Humphrey would describe as brave. But I am supporting this bill because it contains changes that the NHS has asked for. I take the Secretary of State at his word that there is more to come on social care, and he has said he will pursue the idea of independent inspections on safety and quality of the new ICSs to make sure they are outward-facing and focused on the needs of patients. But when it comes to the biggest challenge facing the NHS today, which is workforce gaps, this bill says little or nothing. Independent forecasts today say that we are currently short 400 psychiatrists, 1,400 anaesthetists, 2,000 radiologists, 2,000 midwives, 2,000 to 2,500 emergency care consultants, 2,500 GPs. We have more nurses, but we are short of learning disability, mental health and community nurses.
On GPs, will you give way?
I give way to my honourable friend.
is unquestionably that we have a challenge with the GP workforce. Would he agree that we have a big challenge from constituents with access to general practice? It's about the numbers, yes, but it's about access, and right now we don't have a balance right between telemedicine and in-person medicine.
There is a big issue, and the root cause of that issue, which is something that he was very aware of from his time in the Department of Health, is capacity in the system. And these capacity issues taken together are why the Health Foundation says that within just over a decade, we risk a workforce gap in the NHS of around 500,000 people. And this is why this is such a big issue. And I urge the Secretary of State to think about that as he takes this bill forward. And what I would say, yes, I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you for giving way. Would my honourable friend agree that this is also the case for stroke victims and rehabilitation services, that the vital link between those who are occupational therapists, physios, and not having the proper workforce in place for at-home care after a stroke?
She is absolutely right. These issues are not just about doctors, they're about all associated health professionals, allied health professionals, and indeed the social care workforce. But it's very important to note that they predate the pandemic. And that's why when I was doing my Right Honourable Friend's job, I set up 5 new medical schools and increased the number of doctor, nurse and midwife training places by a quarter. But we need to go further. And when the number of people we train, the number of clinicians we train, is decided by haggling between the Department of Health and the Treasury in a spending round, there is always the risk that it will be eclipsed by more short-term considerations. But the truth is now we have a short-term emergency with workforce burnout. And that is why I urge my right honourable friend to look at the simple and sensible solution proposed by the Health Foundation at all the Royal Colleges in the Times today, which is to legislate for Health Education England to have a statutory responsibility to publish annual independent workforce projections across the health and care system for the next 5, 10, 15 and 20 years. That would also say how many training places are needed and start to tackle this problem and start to tackle the obscenity of £6 billion spent every year on locum doctors and agency workers, which cannot be the best use of funds. Madam Deputy Speaker, frontline health and care workers are exhausted. They know there is not an instant solution to these issues. They know it takes 3 years to train a nurse, 7 years to train a doctor. But we can at least give them the reassurance that there is a long-term plan in place. At the moment, this is not in the bill. It needs to be in the bill. And after the dedication that we have seen from health and care staff over the last year, it is the very least we owe them.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last Health and Social Care Act of 2012 is what got me involved in politics, as I followed the Lansley proposals in sheer disbelief that anyone could think breaking the NHS in England into pieces and making them compete with each other would somehow improve patient care. So here we are, less than a decade on, and the government is having to unpick some of the worst aspects of their previous legislation, which drove competition instead of collaboration and led to the fragmentation of the NHS in England. Many will be glad to see the back of Section 75, which forced services to be put out to tender to commercial companies. But the government's COVID response doesn't exactly suggest they are any less keen on outsourcing. Over the last year, we have seen the establishment of parallel systems of laboratories and contact tracing instead of investing in the expansion of NHS labs and public health teams. Health and care services need collaboration and integration with the patient and their family at the centre. And that was key to the NHS requests that have led to this legislation. Obviously, this bill is a bit of a kitchen sink bill with many disparate components. But the main aim is meant to be removing some of the barriers to local collaboration. And to some extent, it will do that. Achieving integration, however, will still depend on establishing a genuine culture of cooperation within integrated care systems and partnerships. These should be statutory public bodies focused on how to provide the best services to their local population, including working with local government to provide social care and tackle the social determinants of health. Instead, private companies can sit on the integrated care partnership boards, as is the case with Virgin Care in Bath and Somerset, and could influence the commissioning of services for which they're hoping to win contracts. It's hard to see how this is anything other than a blatant conflict of interest, and suggests private providers are moving higher up the ladder and could exert influence on a larger scale. One issue is transparency, as private companies hide behind commercial confidentiality and don't publish accounts of how they've spent public money. Instead of taking the opportunity to return to a publicly funded and delivered health service, as we're lucky enough to have in Scotland, the purchaser-provider split remains, and the principle of commissioning and procurement means financial competition continues. The administrative costs of such transactional systems waste funding that would be better spent on direct clinical care. The government are, unfortunately, still wedded to the flawed idea that financial competition drives up quality when there is no evidence of this. Indeed, the impact of financial competition can mean that when a service starts to struggle, the loss of funding means its failure becomes inevitable. It's actually a relentless focus on safety, clinical audit, and peer review which can drive improvement in the quality of patient care. Due to devolution, our NHS was spared this destructive experimentation in marketisation, but we inherited a system of competing hospital and primary care trusts, which were then abolished and replaced with statutory public health boards. These are funded to deliver primary, community and hospital care to the population of their geographical area, and work with local authorities on integrated joint boards to deliver public health and social care to the same population. The long-term Scottish policy of integration was one of three aspects of our healthcare system that was praised in the Nuffield Trust report, Learning from Scotland's NHS, and which they considered the NHS in England might want to have a look at. The other two were quality improvement and patient safety. I was honoured to lead the development of the Scottish breast cancer standards in 2000, and through our yearly audit and peer review, saw outcomes in all units improve in the following years. We now have regular prospective audits of clinical care in 19 of the most common cancers, as well as standards in a broad range of medical conditions and services, as diverse as diabetic retinopathy, bowel screening, and forensic medical services. In contrast, many clinical outcome audits have disappeared in England, and publication of the Getting It Right First Time audit into breast cancer services has been held back since December 2019. The whole point of such audits is to identify weaknesses and drive clinical improvement. They should not be delayed for political reasons because they highlight issues that need to be tackled. With regards to patient safety, I'm very glad to see the proposal for the Health Services Safety Investigations Body make it into this bill after a 4-year delay. The agency will take a similar approach to that used in air accident investigations and share the learning from significant healthcare failures to try and prevent similar episodes in the future. Having been on the pre-legislative committee, it will be interesting to see how this innovative system evolves. However, I find it surprising that more hasn't been taken from Scotland's National Patient Safety Programme, which promotes a whole team approach to patient safety to try and prevent incidents happening in the first place. I remember it being introduced to surgical theatres in 2008, and it reduced post-operative mortality by over a third within 2 years. It's been extended to almost every division of our health service, leading to a significant reduction in standardised hospital mortality and morbidity, such as sepsis or pressure sores. A key principle at the core of both the patient safety and quality improvement programmes has been the involvement of frontline staff and patients in their design and development. I'm sure the Secretary of State or Health Minister would be very welcome to visit Scotland by myself and my colleagues in the Scottish Government, should he wish to see the programmes in action. There are several clauses in the bill which apply to the devolved nations, but while some relate to traditionally reserved issues such as professional regulation, others are less clear. There is growing concern in Scotland and Wales about how this government is using the UK Internal Market Act to undermine devolution, and how it might be used to widen the data gathering or procurement aspects of this bill to apply to our health services. In 2015, NHS England's 5-year forward plan highlighted the critical dependence of the NHS on a well-functioning and resilient social care sector, and that's still the absolute gaping hole in this legislation. With the funding gap in England now between £8 and £10 billion a year, a failure to properly fund social care will undermine the whole integration agenda, as providers are unlikely to be willing to share financial risk with a woefully underfunded service. Not only has the pandemic highlighted the vulnerability of the social care sector, particularly care homes, it has also brought home to us the important role played by care staff. The Feely Review for the Scottish Government proposes the development of caring as a profession and taking a human rights approach to social care, valuing it as enabling participation in society rather than looking on care support always as a burden. During the 2019 election, the Prime Minister boasted that he had a fully prepared social care plan, but it has yet to see the light of day, and it's hard to see how any integration agenda will succeed without it. Lord Stevens' plan also stressed the importance of preventative public health to reduce the burden on the NHS, but public health budgets in England have been slashed over the last 5 years. While the policies on tackling obesity are welcome, they are quite narrow, and there is little recognition of the role played by food poverty. Healthy foods are often more expensive. Indeed, poverty is the biggest single driver of ill health, and with another decade of Tory austerity due to begin with the cuts to universal credit in September, there is little chance of improving health and well-being, particularly among the most disadvantaged. Well-being is not about healthcare and is more than just an absence of physical or mental illness. But developing a well-being economy would require a total change in philosophy from this government, and there's little sign that they are interested in taking up the challenge.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wanted to make 3 quick points in my short contribution today. The NHS is a great institution because it has wonderful, dedicated and selfless people working within it. And that was recognised by the Department in the People Plan, and Clause 33 of this bill builds on that People Plan. I wanted to make a number of other comments about the workforce, but frankly they've been made more ably by my right honourable friend for South West Surrey, and I support exactly what he said. I'd encourage the Minister to listen to his comment about the need for a long-term plan, perhaps the duty to be shortened in time, and also for his comments about Health Education England, all of which were admirably sensible, as one would come to expect from my right honourable friend's contribution. I want to also welcome and counteract some of the criticism in the House about the new powers of direction today, because frankly the newly merged NHS England and Improvement has a range of new functions, and what these powers of direction do, of course, unlike what the Secretary of State said, there it is already clear that powers of direction only apply if they are in the public interest, if they relate to the functions, and given the new scope and scale of those functions, it seems right that the accountability and the possibilities of the need for accountability in the future are put in place. Likewise, I would encourage him not to listen to some of the criticisms of political expediency and political interference about reconfiguration. All too often, it is not political expediency trumping clinical need. It is political acrimony trumping political need, and all too often, reconfiguration that would benefit our constituents and the health of this nation is held up. So far from every bedpan in the NHS being looked at, it's a sensible move. Quite rightly, the reconsideration will still be done by the independent reconfiguration panel, and it's right that if the Secretary of State has a chance to look at those reconfigurations earlier, so should they. And I strongly encourage my honourable friend to ignore the criticisms he's heard and to proceed with that power. Finally, as he will know, the third point I particularly want to come to is the prevention aspect of this bill, which I warmly welcome. Obesity is a UK-wide health crisis. Over 60% of the adults in the United Kingdom are above a healthy weight. And some of the measures may well be discussed in committee, and there may well be some changes in committee, but the thrust of the measures are correct. We in this country need to recognise that health outcomes and health inequalities are affected by not tackling prevention. And this bill starts that, and I warmly welcome it, and I shall be happy to support it.
We now go to Rosie Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I actually find it very worrying that the government is choosing to reorganise the NHS during the third wave of the pandemic, a time of exhausted staff and huge pressure. The health service has been stretched to its absolute limits and the road back will be long and difficult. The NHS is scrambling to catch up, and yet amid the chaos, the government wants to completely restructure it. While I support the integration of healthcare and social care, that is not what the proposed integrated care boards and partnerships will achieve. I'm especially concerned that the bill removes the duty to provide secondary care services, that it permits the deregulation of all health professions, that it encourages hospitals to discharge patients prematurely without the assessment of their care needs. In some areas, commissioning responsibilities are up for grabs and even promised to local authorities who believe they can just do it without the benefit of NHS commissioning experience. There's no doubt patients and staff will suffer amidst this organisational chaos. I'm delighted that this appears to be the end of the disastrous competition of the Lansley Bill, but I doubt we can really trust that the end of tendering is going to mean the end of privatisation. This could actually give rise to privatisation that's unregulated by the tendering process. The private contracts awarded in my West Lancashire constituency have been nothing short of a disaster. And then to be told the culprit can have a voice in the future decision making is simply unacceptable. How can we allow self-interested, profit-motivated company stakeholders to influence decisions that are supposed to be made with one person in mind, the patient? Remember, it's all about the patient. I'm also very concerned about boundaries and the democratic deficit that they'll throw up in my constituency. Primary care will be in the Lancashire ICS, while acute services will be in the Cheshire Mersey ICS. My constituents will not be at the table at any point when their hospital services are discussed, as they themselves are not in the Cheshire Mersey footprint, although their hospitals are. So much for the primacy of place that everybody talks about. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Many MPs voted for the Lansley Bill with deep and great misgivings. They were right then. This bill is testimony to that, and I implore them, don't make the same mistake now.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you very much. Health bills, rightly, Madam Deputy Speaker, don't come around too often, so when they do, there needs to be good reason. My conclusion from the necessary establishment of the integrated care systems, the so-called triple aim, the removal of the competition aspect to the new power of direction being spoken about, is that there is good reason for legislation at this time. It's obviously a vast bill, But because they don't come around very often, it's understandable that colleagues and officials will use the opportunity to give legislative cover to things that they've been working on for a long time, and HSIB is a very welcome example of that. So I want to focus on three areas. Let me start with workforce, then primary care, and in doing so I refer the House to my entries in the register. On workforce, I remember publishing the cancer strategy in 2018. The issue then was not our ambition, but the cancer workforce to meet it. And obviously the chances of surviving cancer have improved significantly in recent years. There are many reasons for that, but detecting 75% of cancer at stage 1, early stage, which must happen, needs the radiographers in post, and it demands an endoscopy workforce that can properly execute the FIT screening programme for the bowel cancer programme, as one example. So, yeah, sure.
I thank the honourable member for giving me. He's making an excellent point about the necessary workforce in the NHS. And would he agree with me that when we have many thousands of frontline NHS workers in all departments who are here on visas and have worked hard through this pandemic, that perhaps if we were to offer them indefinite leave to remain, they would help fill that gap which so desperately needs closed?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a sensible point. There is obviously a process in place whereby that can happen, but if she's asking me, do I agree in a liberal immigration policy to help our health service, then absolutely yes, I do. So addressing the cancer workforce, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the wider NHS staffing picture, it's not an omission from the bill, because you can't legislate staff shortages out of existence. But if we don't address this issue, as my right honourable friend said, and face up to the long-term structural gaps that we have, many of the reforms around tackling the backlog and building back better, they won't amount to a row of beans. Yeah.
Very briefly, to congratulate him when he was a minister on the extraordinary work he did on early diagnosis on cancer. And is he aware that the Select Committee has just opened an inquiry? We had our opening session yesterday on this very issue, on how we have the right workforce in place to deal with these very important issues.
Well, I was aware of that, and I'm really pleased to hear it. And I know that the Select Committee has got Callie Palmer, who's, of course, the National Cancer Director, who is just one of the best in the business, coming before them soon, and I will look forward to following what she says. But just to conclude this point, then, I think in advance of the Comprehensive Spending Review, the bill should include a requirement on the Government to publish modelling of the future supply of the entire healthcare workforce. On primary care, I do welcome the formal creation of integrated care systems. I would say we need them to realise their potential and to do so fast. What do I mean by that? Well, if they're going to work, then general practice needs to embrace the wider primary care family, and that means finally recognising the potential of community pharmacy, ophthalmology and dental services as vehicles of prevention as much as they are vehicles of treatment. And finally, if we move upstream of the bill, it has to be about prevention for me. We hear talk this weekend of a waiting list touching 13 million people. So let's tackle that for sure, but let's also get behind the food and drink clauses in Part 5 and think about the future and our children as much as the present. I was fortunate to write up the HFSS proposals as part of Chapter 2 of the Child Obesity Plan several years ago, so I'm pleased to see the 9 PM watershed legislated for here, and I do pay tribute to Jamie Oliver and his Bite Back campaign and the young people in that, as well as Cancer Research UK for their support. I realise not everybody on these benches and maybe outside supports this move, and I would agree that it will have little impact if that's the grand sum of it, but I think ministers need to take their tackling obesity strategy published last year, implement it all, and then go again. And let me just say I welcome the clauses on fluoridation of water supplies. Let's stop debating whether we do this, and to borrow a phrase, follow the science. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, it's a bill that is worthy of support at second reading. I think there will be an awful lot of work to do in committee and in the other place, but I will certainly support it this evening.
Clive Efford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, our NHS is built on the values that Britain holds dear, that each of us is equal and we be treated on the basis of our need, never on our ability to pay. It's part of our national heritage, so much so that even the Tories have to pretend that they believe in its founding principles. Principles of fairness for all, from each according to their means, to each according to their needs. These are the very values that led to the creation of the Labour Party over a century ago. And if the Tories hold these values so dear, why have they failed to apply them everywhere else? This is the Tory government that left children without food in school holidays. that is failing to pay for children to catch up in their education, that are cutting £20 from universal credit from the poorest households in the country. Why did we have 11 years of austerity where billions were taken from public services that hit the poorest communities hardest? No sign of levelling up there. In the last 40 years, our NHS has come under threat on 2 occasions. During the Thatcher years, when it was starved of resources to breaking point, and again from 2010 in the Tory austerity years and the Lansley 2012 Act. And they're at it again. Integrated care systems are nothing short of capitulation to forces of the market. This bill will give the private sector the freedom not only to plan services, but to do so in their commercial interests above those of patients, and cover their tracks by hiding the records of meetings where they have intervened. For too long, there have been those within the NHS who have believed that it can only be improved if it's exposed to the rigours of the marketplace. The rigours of the NHS are saving lives and healing patients. There is no higher market test for the skills and dedication of health workers, and none is needed. Where the private sector is used, it should be to support the NHS services, not replace them. It was Knight Bevan who said, "The NHS will last as long as there are folk left with the faith to fight for it." Well, the Labour Party breathed life into the NHS. This bill is one of those occasions where we have to fight for the NHS again, and the Labour Party will lead that fight.
Saki Party.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was almost 3 when I was lying in a hospital bed and my parents were told that I only had 2 hours to live and they should start preparing for the worst. And it was the brilliant doctors and nurses of the NHS that saved my life. The paediatric surgeon who saved my life still refers to me as his miracle. Over 5 weeks ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, I became a father for the first time. Thank God for the amazing doctors and midwives of Warwick Hospital who displayed the highest degrees of professionalism. And while I don't want to say that they made the journey as painless as possible, namely because I wasn't the one giving birth, they certainly made it a little bit easier. And I want to thank the midwives, Sharon Lester, Gemma Fletcher, Nadine Morley, and the doctors Samia Sadanadappa and Giles Coverdale for all that they did. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a believer in the NHS. I am grateful for it. I want to do everything I can to preserve its status as one of the foremost healthcare services in the world. And to do this, of course, we must not shy away from reform. We cannot stop in the journey to making the NHS better, fixing what is broken, revolutionising old practices and evolving into a healthcare service which continues to be free at the point of access but delivers world-leading healthcare. In particular, in this bill, I'm particularly supportive of the integrated care services approach and putting them on a statutory footing. In Birmingham and Solihull, we have an ICS on a non-statutory footing. And in my experience, while CCGs do many good things, when they don't, there is no clear line of accountability, which I believe this bill will fix. Indeed, when I've not been happy with the CCG, I found myself getting lost in an opaque quagmire of passing responsibility and a lack of accountability. Ultimately, it's my constituents who suffer. So I'm pleased with the ICS's place in this legislation, with clear lines of communication, straight to the top, and putting patients at the heart of everything we do. And therefore, we will have a tailored and better healthcare service if we do that. In particular, I'm keen for us to move away from a one-size-fits-all approach. What works for the urban part of my constituency does not necessarily work for the rural part of my constituency. So I'd like to ask the Minister, when he's winding up, to give consideration to what the ICSs can do to have a much more adaptable approach to different communities and different patient needs. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also concerned about the impact of the last 16 months on the mental health of our population. One charity I spoke to this week said 1 in 4 people will suffer from a diagnosable mental health problem in the next 12 months. And I've spoken to a number of charities who have equally great concern about the situation that we're facing. So, of course, I'd like to hear a bit more from the Minister on what this bill does in terms of improving mental health care provision. And I hope we get some clarity on that. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that this bill is something that will improve the NHS. I'm optimistic for its future and for the healthcare of this country, and as long as we put patients at the heart of everything we do.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I, it's a pleasure to follow with the honourable gentleman and to congratulate him on the birth of his child. I'm going to vote against giving this bill a second reading. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't believe the government are going ahead with this bill at this time. It's irresponsible and without any consideration to those who work to save our lives and continue to save our lives. The Secretary of State is going to have to assert himself because he's only just in the job and he seems to have been bounced into this legislation. Why is it happening now, Madam Deputy Speaker? We've been through this before. I was on the Health Select Committee from 2010 to 2015. The Right Honourable Stephen Dorrell was chair. On a cross-party basis, we heard evidence that the 2012 bill was not the best solution for the NHS. We managed to pause the bill, but the government continued to press ahead. Integrated care is Labour Party policy. We've seen it. We visited Torbay, where the fictitious Mrs. Smith had a single point of entry, and everyone was able to track her all the way through the system, through hospital and out, for all her needs. But the 2012 Act stopped that, stopped the pooling of resources. Integrated care can only work if there are adequate resources for local authorities. Austerity measures since 2010 has starved local authorities and other public services of funding. That's what's making people angry. But the governance of the integrated care system has no clinicians and no patients. People who use it or work in it don't get a say. All sorts of other people can be added on. My second point is we don't trust them, Madam Deputy Speaker, on contracts. Look what happened during the pandemic. £347 million to Randox, the Tory-linked private healthcare company whose testing kits had to be recalled over the summer because of concerns about contamination. We warned them about Section 75, opening it out to tender. The transaction costs associated with that drains the NHS of resources. Fragmentation and destabilisation. Just ending Section 75 is not sufficient. The NHS must become the first and the default option, and private providers cannot be involved in the ICS or in commissioning decisions. We can't have a select group of fast-track friends. My third point is about the workforce, which has already been raised. They've been magnificent. They've already had a slap in the face with a 1% pay rise, and now a further reorganisation. Workforce planning is key to a smart organisation. Clause 33 says who is responsible, but not what must be delivered. And instead of reporting once every 5 years, how about laying before Parliament every year? The modelling will have to be done on the workforce assessment, so why can't it be made transparent and available? As the BMA said, we need independently verified projections of future workforce supply so local and regional decisions can be made on safe staffing levels. That phrase isn't even in the bill post-Francis. The Secretary of State should think again. This is the wrong time. The graphs are going up. The BMA and the Royal Colleges are against this bill. The main point about healthcare, the right to healthcare, hasn't been enshrined in this bill. This bill must be stopped now, and people and patients should be put first.
Joy Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank Neil from Buckinghamshire Healthcare NHS Trust, Buckinghamshire Council, the local Buck CCG, local GP surgeries, Reach care homes and care homes across South Buckinghamshire, Thames Hospice, and Jane from the Care Campaign for the Vulnerable, all of which are already modelling integrated care promised and promoted through this bill. And I just want to thank them for their tireless service. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also need to declare an interest that I am now a carer for a very disabled relative who became disabled through the pandemic and now requires 24-hour care. So I am fully aware of how broken the care pathways are. And I want to speak on behalf of disabled adults and their access to care and the carers that struggle with the demands of finding ways of advocating for their loved one in the current system. And I welcome any changes to integrated care because of that. And I want to share examples from my personal experience, not because it is important, but it just chimes with what I keep hearing from patient advocacy groups, from Age Concern, from MenCap, and from other charities. The problem that we see is when a patient is discharged from hospital, who then takes up the duty of care. My relative, I have countless examples of being discharged with open, bleeding wounds, bed sores, and waiting 4 days for a nurse to come and attend to them. of being given the wrong medication, of being unable to access. Yes, okay, what?
I just wanted to give the Honourable Lady a bit more time and to say, does she agree with me that what we would want to see more in this bill is how social care is going to be accounted for, which currently I feel is actually lacking?
Thank you. I thank the member opposite for the point that she raised, and I think this bill, and I've had reassurances from my right honourable friend that we are going to address the social care issues, but I agree that we need a parity of esteem between health and adult social care, and I would fully agree with that, and that we need to see those that are delivering those care pathways, councils, local authorities, given the parity of esteem that the NHS and other care providers now have. And I hope that we will look at this further as the bill progresses. The power of esteem, I think, is very, very important because there's difficulty with collaboration and coordination of care, and it's the major driver of health inequality and avoidable deaths for people with learning disabilities. Many people with learning disabilities have very complex health needs requiring healthcare professionals to collaborate and coordinate interventions. On top of this, there's also the need for healthcare staff to work together to deliver the healthcare that these vulnerable patients need. This requires effective communication and understanding, and also resource. And how these funding streams are coordinated and improved in the future is something that very much should be looked at. And I have seen firsthand, particularly with stroke victims who leave hospital, the varying levels of cognitive and physical impairments, the need for critical rehabilitation services to be coordinated and in place the moment they leave hospital, and how difficult that often is. And the workforce, many of the members here have already raised issues about workforce capability. I echo that. But I think we just need to look at how we can work together collaboratively to put the patients first and deliver the vital services that many disabled adults now need. We have an aging population, and we are facing a crisis in adult social care that will eclipse all other things in healthcare. And if we work now to deliver on these hard, and which I welcome in this bill, problems that we're facing now in integrated social care, we can find the solutions we need for the future.
We now go to Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the climate crisis and the reality of an ageing population, there has never been a better time for the government to centre the well-being of people and planet in how our public services and economy are run. Sadly, but unsurprisingly, the legislation before us fails in this context, and I will therefore be voting against this bill because it does not fundamentally deal with the very real issues facing our healthcare system. It doesn't address the desert of NHS England provided oral and dental health care, which has made it impossible for my constituents to get an appointment. It doesn't guarantee fair pay and conditions for the key workers that have seen us through this pandemic, and it doesn't deal with the scandalous state of mental health care. Patients in my constituency who are in crisis are discharged too early or not admitted at all, while for a decade, Norfolk and Suffolk Foundation Trust has failed to end the practice of sending patients out of area. What this bill does do is transfer yet more power, more centralised power, to the executive, rightly described as a power grab by my honourable friend, the member for Leicester South, and of course, the private sector. Clause 13 and the establishment of integrated care boards opens the door to private companies having a say on where funding is allocated and what services are delivered. Clause 3 gives greater political control to the Secretary of State over the NHS England mandate without creating a duty to provide universal, comprehensive and free healthcare to all. While Clause 38 empowers the Secretary of State to intervene in the reconfiguration of services, opening the door for politicised interfering and gridlocks on decision making. Where is the democracy, accountability and transparency of this bill? How is the right of my constituents to healthcare going to be guaranteed over and above the interests of private companies and the Secretary of State's political whims? To see what happens when private companies have any role in delivering care, just look at the social care crisis. In England, 84% of care home beds are managed by private companies, and 3 of the 5 largest care home companies are owned by investment firms whose main priority is economic rent-seeking, not the long-term care of our elderly. This model has, unbelievably, led to a cut in the number of care home beds despite an ageing population, meaning demand is only growing. I therefore urge this House to vote against this legislation on what remains of NHS England. Legislation that extends the same failed ideology that puts profit before people and which has driven our planet and public services to break down.
Thank you very much. Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today's bill will help our healthcare system to become more accountable and less bureaucratic, allowing our brilliant healthcare professionals to focus on their job, providing world-renowned care to patients rather than filling in unnecessary paperwork. It allows our healthcare system to be flexible, adapting to meet future and local needs. And as my honourable friend from Meriden said earlier on, a one-size-fits-all approach is rarely the most effective. And today's bill will mean local areas can develop practices that best suit their needs. Now, this is something that we're acutely aware of in Delyn, as we have a much higher proportion of over 65s than the national average. Sadly, the Welsh Government's funding to the North Wales Health Board is significantly lower per capita than the Health Board enjoys in South East Wales. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you'll know, that's a debate for another time and place. Sadly, one of the major elements of today's bill which should be praised falls a little bit short for my constituents in Wales. The bill will lead to greater collaboration and integration between the NHS, local authorities and care providers in England, and ultimately this will deliver more joined-up working and the best outcomes for patients. Yet this move towards greater collaboration needs to go further, and we need to see collaboration in healthcare across all constituent parts of the United Kingdom. The NHS is not limited to one part of our country, it's nationwide, and when you're treated at your local hospital, you're treated by the NHS. Not NHS England, not NHS Wales, but the National Health Service. People don't see that there should be a difference, and frankly, don't care. Just as we should be united in our response to COVID-19, it's now the time for our healthcare system to work together across borders for the good of all UK residents. And despite holidaying within the same country, as so many people are doing this year, if a constituent from Delyn holidayed in Cornwall and needed NHS treatment, their medical records wouldn't be on file and would be difficult to access. And without immediate access to those medical records, I can't help but worry that this could affect the outcome and care received, demonstrating the need to share records between all four nations. The issue that I've raised is one of many that could be resolved through greater collaboration between the UK government and the devolved administrations in healthcare, just as we saw with the fantastic vaccine rollout. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd urge the government to remember it is the government of the whole United Kingdom, which should come with an overarching responsibility to care and look after all its UK citizens, regardless of the nation in which they reside. And as this bill progresses through the House, I hope the government draws on the lessons it's learned from working together on the COVID-19 vaccine programme to consider further how greater collaboration in healthcare can be achieved between all four constituent parts of the UK to tackle public health issues that we collectively face.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to say that I previously had a role within the NHS, and I have family members who work in the NHS, which I'm very proud to have. 9 years ago, the party opposite passed the Lansley reforms, and for 9 years, the NHS has suffered the consequences of that disaster. We've seen creeping privatisation, fragmentation of services, and a lack of adequate funding. For patients, that's meant disjointed care and soaring waiting lists made worse by COVID. And for healthcare professionals, it's meant that the NHS is no longer a hospitable place to work. Before the pandemic, the service had a vacancy rate of 8%. That's 100,000 vacancies. And I know from discussions with a variety of professional bodies and unions that there are significant skill shortages which are only going to get worse. Last year, a survey from the BMA found that 45% of doctors across the UK experienced depression, anxiety, stress, burnout, and other mental health conditions. How is it right that our professionals in the NHS are so overrepresented in those experiencing mental health problems? The RCN have found that 36% of nurses were thinking of leaving the profession, and YouGov reports that a quarter of NHS workers are more likely to quit their job than they were a year ago due to low pay and understaffing. While ministers have clapped for carers on their doorsteps, many of my constituents who have worked in the NHS rightly say they don't want platitudes. They want to be heard. They want a proper pay rise and an end to top-down reforms which do nothing to address the real needs and their real concerns. For them, this bill is more of the same. But it's also an indictment of the 2012 Health and Social Care Act. It's the government's admission that they have failed. But rather than learn the lessons, they've doubled down on the failures. There's nothing on waiting lists, nothing on vacancies, and despite the Prime Minister's promise of a plan for social care, nothing on fixing the system that the pandemic has shown is not fit for purpose.
Quite right.
Rather than reinstate the duty of the Secretary of State to provide a comprehensive health service, or reverse the privatisation of the NHS, or reinstate the NHS as a default provider, the bill allows private providers to sit on the boards that decide how NHS money is spent. It's astounding, but not surprising, that after 9 years of failure, and after a year of handing millions of pounds to Tory cronies for useless PPE, and a failed privatised test, trace and track system, the government is now proposing to increase the influence of private companies in the health service. Unfortunately, on all these issues, the bill has nothing good to say, and even worse, it says all the wrong things.
Kevin Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State in opening this said that this would improve patient safety. One area it doesn't do that is in the area of cosmetic surgery. In April 2013, the government commissioned Sir Bruce Keogh to do a review of this industry following the PIP implant scandal. And they came forward with some very sensible and clear recommendations to improve safety in the cosmetic surgery industry and also make sure that patients were protected. The review highlighted the fact that for non-surgical procedures in this sector, those buying a ballpoint pen had more protection than people who were having these procedures. These recommendations have sat on the shelf in the Department of Health since then. I've asked numerous times about when they're going to be implemented. Only we said tomorrow, but tomorrow never seems to come. Now, we did see some change in terms of the on-member for Sevenoaks private members, which limited Botox, for example, for under 18-year-olds. But this business is a wild west when it comes to regulation. There's a missed opportunity in this bill, not only to get proper patient safety, but actually to implement Sir Bruce Keogh's recommendations, which the government say they support, but somehow don't want to implement. This is a multi-billion-pound industry, and patients are being put at risk, mainly women in this sector, who need protection. I hope that the government will implement the Keogh recommendations in this bill. And can I just put the Minister on warning now? I will put table in amendments for that. But it is important that, and I haven't yet understand the reason why, because the Royal Colleges support this, a large number of members of Parliament have backed these reforms, and they do need to be implemented, and we're missing an opportunity. Can I just touch on one last thing about public health? I agree with my right honourable friend from them for Leicester South. Public health in this crisis, strange enough, that's been forgotten about. If we'd actually concentrated, put in the main focus on public health and supporting directors, I think we'd have had a better outcome. But it isn't just about, in this bill, forgetting about public health. It's about the money that goes with it. Under the usefully named fairer funding formula being touted last year, County Durham would have lost £19 million in public health funding, while Surrey would actually increase its budgets by £14 million a year. That cannot be right, Mr Deputy Speaker. Public health needs to now be at the centre of our healthcare locally, and the government has got to ensure that it's not just gets a voice in this bill, but local directors of public health get the finance and support that they actually desperately need.
John Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In the short time I have to speak, I would just like to comment generally on the bill and specifically on one part of it. This is a second reading debate, and I see much merit in many of the provisions of this bill and the general thrust and direction of it. I understand much of the thinking behind it, as it is a real opportunity to improve the overall performance of our health service, to remove some of the unnecessary bureaucracy that has grown up around it, rationalise some of the geography through the ICSs, a very relevant issue to Cumbria, improve the decision-making process through the boards, and encouraging collaboration within the health service, though we must still be open and transparent. These are all very welcome changes, which have broad support, including from health professionals in my community, where I've had discussions already with them. This will also be on top of the additional financial commitment to the health service that this government has already made, and the commitment to more doctors and nurses, all of which is very welcome. I would, however, like to focus on one area of the bill where I have some concerns. That's section 125 and schedule 16 relating to advertising. This has the potential to adversely affect our food and drink sector. And I would remind the Minister that it is the largest manufacturing sector in the country. It employs a significant number of people up and down the country. It makes a huge contribution to our economy and to our exports. And very importantly, and I think this is actually a key point, it is an innovative sector with considerable R&D and investment, and it's already done a huge amount in terms of reformulation. It's taking out sugar and salt from our foods and is continuing to do much on this. I fully appreciate that obesity is a major concern for our society, and rightly so. Everybody wants the UK to be a fit and healthy country, but we have to tackle this issue in a sensible and proportionate manner. I'm not convinced that Schedule 16, in its present form, will actually achieve very much. Indeed, what it will do is reduce investment. You'll see fewer products coming to the market, fewer healthy products, which is what we want to see. There'll be less incentive to innovate, and ultimately fewer jobs and money in our economy, and for in many respects very little gain. Also, as an aside, we do need to remember that our own health and well-being is our own responsibility. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting the second reading of the bill today, but at the committee and report stage, I, and I'm sure some other honourable members, will seek amendments to Schedule 16. This is so we get the right balance between our health agenda, the food sector, and our individual freedoms and responsibilities.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make clear that the Liberal Democrats have long supported the aim of integration between health and social care and far greater involvement of local authorities in the planning, commissioning and delivery of services. We recognise that the pandemic has forced many of these bodies to work closely together in a much more collaborative way, and that is welcome. However, this bill pays lip service to social care. It is largely a bill about NHS reform, yet another acronym-laden reorganisation, which seeks to provide the legislative basis to integrate NHS services currently in crisis mode with a broken, underfunded and fragmented social care system. It's a massive power grab by the Secretary of State for political interference in operational and local service reconfiguration decisions and who runs integrated care boards. And it is woefully inadequate in ensuring that the plans and resources are in place to ensure that we have sufficient doctors, nurses and other healthcare professionals and carers to deliver care both now and in the future. All against the backdrop of record waiting lists when staff are burnt out, stressed and struggling to cope with the third wave of the pandemic, whilst dealing with surging A&E visitors and tackling the enormous backlog of care. Without meaningful social care reform, this bill cannot realise its aim of providing better citizens with better joined-up care. With over 100,000 vacancies in the workforce, 1.5 million people are currently missing out on the care they need, putting additional burden on the NHS and, of course, importantly, 9 million unpaid carers. The government has promised, and I take them at the moment at their word, though they've broken it many times, that they will bring forward social care reforms later this year. So why not delay this bill for a few months and take account of the new model of social care rather than doing a half-baked job now? Mr Deputy Speaker, it really beggars belief when we look back over the last 16 months with the pandemic that the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk, who is the architect of these proposals, seriously thought that granting himself more powers over the day-to-day running of the NHS is a good idea. We only need to look at the PPE fiasco and the failures of Test and Trace, both of which were run centrally, that handing back power to the Secretary of State is the very opposite of what we need, and allowing him or her to meddle in the day-to-day running of our NHS seems to fly in the face of the desire for more local and regional decision-making. I fully support and endorse the Right Honourable Member for South West Surrey's proposals on health and care workforce, independent planning proposals, and they need to be properly resourced and annually reported to Parliament. So without a workforce plan, without wholesale reform of social care, while waiting lists are skyrocketing and the Health Secretary embarks on a power grab that is his predecessor's vanity project, this bill will fail in its fundamental aim shared by most members of this House and health and care leaders.
Order, sorry. Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I declare my interest and my family's interest in healthcare service. I welcome this bill. And those concerned about this should realise that this bill is an evolution, not a revolution, coming from the ground up. And don't take my word from it. Take it from the Evidence and Health Select Committee, where, I quote, Simon Stevens said, "We've been working so closely for a number of years with our colleagues across health services and our broader partners. So genuinely, I think this is unusual, if not unique, in terms of having come from the NHS as a series of asks to Parliament rather than something Parliament is imposing on the NHS. That's the leader of the NHS. Now, 3 minutes is a very little amount of time to try and pull this bill apart. So I'm going to use my moments to try and ask for some amendments and some new ideas I'd like the Minister to consider. Some are practical, some are short, and some are much bigger. The first is a simple one. Annual virus drills for care homes. We have fire drills regularly, but care homes, given the pandemic, may well benefit for being future prepared for further pandemics. I'd like to see mental well-being as a public health issue. Everyone suffers with mental well-being. Not everyone has mental health, and this House often gets confused between the two. And that's really important because until we label it as such, it becomes very hard to implement education and protective policies. Many of you will know across this House that my particular interest is body image, the labelling of altered images. And just like we label calories on food, a parity can be made between physical health and mental health. And finally, and probably the most revolutionary piece I'd like to put across, is to have a named person for change on the front line. We have named whistleblowers. We have protected people who are guardians for data. But fundamentally, change has to come from the bottom. And all too often in my career, I was told, you're too junior, or this is the way we've always done it. And we want to empower the people at the front line who understand how the system works to be able to make those changes. And I think there is a chance to put an amendment to be able to do exactly that. And I'm happy to meet with the Minister to explain further. Now, as I've got a little bit more time, I'm keen to point on the reduction of bureaucracy. And it's very well making sure that when we're commissioning, there's a problem. But fundamentally, we need to look at the admin on the health service side, the barriers between primary care and secondary care, because about 5 to 10% of a GP's workload is dealing with chasing admin. This is not time well spent. It takes services away from the clinical front line and something that could be remedied, possibly even without legislation. Thank you.
Video link. Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. We all know the last top-down reorganisation of the health service was a disaster for our people and those who work in it, so I was quite excited to hear of the plans to sort it out. I must have been mad. Instead of bringing forward a bill to deal with their own mess and sort out the health crisis they've created, we have a hodgepodge which will do neither, and it could make it worse. Now, the Prime Minister's response to decades of regional inequality and underfunding of communities like mine is pathetic. It seems that instead of robust proposals to reskill our people, invest in our services and tackle their homemade crisis in the NHS, we are told an increase in alfresco dining and an extension to the service of takeaway pints are the answers. That sort of trite nonsense is downright insulting to people who live in constituencies like mine. People in Stockton North live shorter, less healthy lives than others in more affluent areas by virtue of geography alone. As cancer research has said, if the UK is to tackle inequalities and make sure no community is left behind, then health must be hardwired into the government's levelling up agenda. If the government is serious about levelling up for communities like mine, then it has to take meaningful action to tackle the health inequalities that plague them. In Stockton North, 7.4% of the population suffer from asthma, higher than the 6.5% who suffer across England. And in England, the level of COPD among the population is 1.9%, which again rises in my constituency to 3.1%. There are other inequalities too, and we need action now. So will the new Secretary of State come good where others have failed and provide Stockton with the new hospital it desperately needs? Mr. Speaker, 13.2% of adults in Stockton-on-Tees are smokers, and both smoking attributable hospital admissions and deaths are increasing, yet government action to reduce smoking has generally stagnated. Measures in the bill to tackle obesity are welcome, but smoking is the leading cause of preventable premature death, yet there are no proposals to tackle it. The bill represents an ideal opportunity to introduce the US-style polluter pays levy for tobacco control as recommended by the APPG on smoking and health, and which the government itself promised to consider 2 years ago in their Prevention Green Paper. The APPG, and I declare my interest as the Vice Chair, has provided a model for this approach, and I'm grateful for the work of Action on Smoking and Health and others for their work. The APPG published a comprehensive set of recommendations that would help the government achieve its ambition of a smoke-free 2030, including further regulatory measures to denormalise smoking. But nothing has happened. Cancer Research UK has estimated that on current trends, we won't make England smoke-free until at least 2037. It'll be longer for poorer communities. We need action now. The government say we need bold action. Take it now. That's one step towards tackling inequalities that blight our country.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, what we've seen in the past is that reorganisations that have been successful have been centred around patient care. So we've seen that with cardio, we've seen that with cancer. And the reason that I think this will be successful is the aspect of patient care that will improve and outcomes for patients will be around accountability. And there are 3 ways in which I think the bill does that quite successfully, and ways in which I think it could do more. So firstly, in terms of the involvement of the CQC, having the CQC inspect social care services, I think will be absolutely crucial for increasing visibility and transparency in terms of outcomes for patients. And I think the criteria for which CQC use when inspecting social care and being focused on patient outcomes, I think will be something which will really make a difference in terms of the quality of care that patients get. I think that's also true for integrated care systems as well. We need to make sure that they're not measured on bureaucratic targets, but what they're actually doing for patients. I would just like a side note here in terms of the CQC. We've talked a lot about doctors' surgeries today. The CQC, as we all know, do inspect doctors' surgeries. There is a question of, as to whether they're doing enough, especially at the moment in terms of outcomes for patients, because I have a lot of very good GP surgeries locally, but the levers by which we as members of Parliament can get them to really improve the quality of services, I think is somewhat lacking in many cases, and is something that could be looked at as part of that admirable increase of involvement of CQC as part of this bill. The second area I wanted to just touch on was around HSIB. I think the fact that we've seen through the Health and Social Care Committee how important HSIB has been in terms of changing the culture within the NHS. What we've also seen raised, though, is the number of times the recommendations haven't necessarily been followed through. And I think more focus on that within HSIB and a mechanism by which the Department of Health and Social Care are mandated to follow through on the outcomes, again, could be something which I think would really add to the accountability part of this bill. And then the final point is around the somewhat thorny area based on the debate today of political control. Now, I happen to think that my constituents do have a right to be involved in decisions that are made by the health service on their behalf, which are not clinically based. And I think it's absolutely right that we have a health service which has to explain to my constituents why they want to make a reorganisation in the area, and that actually, if my constituents do not agree with it, that I have the mechanism by which I can go to the Secretary of State and say, do you know what, I do not agree with what you're doing here, this is not right for my constituents. So I understand the arguments that are being made today, but I think the fundamental point about accountability is the one that will really shape the future of our health service. I think it's a very positive thing, and I think the mechanisms contained within the bill today will have a positive outcome for the outcome of patients within my constituency and nationwide.
Lesterson?
During the pandemic, NHS staff, care workers and public health teams have all gone the extra mile, as they always do, protecting and caring for people. Health professionals have been ably assisted by a number of former colleagues who had retired and by an army of volunteers. I thank them all. Now, in government, Labour increased NHS funding by more than 9% a year. Compare that to just 2.5% pre-pandemic from the Conservatives, or the £8 billion cut from council social care budgets since 2010. In the Liverpool City region, there are 50,000 patients waiting to start routine treatment at Aintree Hospital alone, of which a third have waited more than 18 months. Meanwhile, many people find it difficult to get an appointment at their local GP surgery. New facilities, including a new health centre in Maghull in my constituency, would help there. Alongside the immediate challenges of the pandemic, Labour's priorities are to address the problems caused by those Conservative cuts which predate the crisis. Waiting lists, staff recruitment, social care funding, and yes, giving our staff a pay rise. After all, who will look after patients if we don't value our staff? Sadly, the Conservatives have rather different priorities. The pandemic has seen companies without a track record, companies who happened to know the right people, making their fortunes. As the National Audit Office confirmed, companies without political contacts had only a 1% chance of succeeding, while £10 million was handed out in contracts without competition. And then there's Serco Test and Trace, delays in returning test results, depending on £1,000 a day consultants and unused call centre capacity. All this waste and inefficiency begs the question why ministers were so committed to outsourcing.
Absolutely.
The Health and Care Bill offers some answers. Private companies on new health boards and the centralisation of power points to a potential consolidation of the cronyism and privatisation that has characterised the Conservatives' approach to the COVID crisis. And every day that frontline NHS staff are forced to spend on top-down reorganisation is a day less to tackle waiting lists, address the challenges in social care and cope with COVID. Meanwhile, the reorganisation will take money away from local services where it is most needed. A prime example is the cut of £253 per patient from Knowsley as a result of this bill, one of the poorest boroughs in the country. It will face poorer health outcomes. That is the reality of this bill. How can it possibly be right?
Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill, and particularly its intentions to better integrate health and social care in England. As Vice Chair of the APPG on obesity, I'm also pleased to see the introduction of restrictions on advertising for high fat, salt and sugar products online and on television before 9 p.m. I would, however, emphasise that there needs to be a level playing field between the two. And as a member of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I endorse the findings of our inquiry into the preceding white paper, especially its comments on social care provision and workforce planning. And I hope that these matters can be addressed as this bill and indeed as this year progresses. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill also provides the opportunity to address some of the disparities in healthcare provision across the United Kingdom. Further to my constructive engagement with colleagues at DHSC, I hope that my honourable friend will consider 4 proposals. First, we should mandate the collection of an agreed set of UK-wide directly comparable data on NHS performance and outcomes for clinical and research purposes. I'm already engaging with the ONS on how this could work in practice and believe that this bill could have an important enabling role to play. Second, data interoperability must be improved. It's unacceptable that the health service in Wales cannot often communicate in a fit-for-purpose way with services in England and vice versa. Third, my direct experience of working within the NHS leads me to feel strongly that inspection, safety and audit mechanisms should be introduced at a national level to ensure a minimum standard of care for all British citizens. Those who are managing inferior services must be able to learn lessons from more effectively run areas and ultimately be held to account. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope this bill can be used to provide equal access and choice to secondary and tertiary healthcare services across the country, regardless of where in Britain they live. My constituent Ian Kitely was diagnosed with cancer in 2015. As a result of his treatment, he developed problems with his vision and required cataract surgery in both eyes. Like so many in North Wales, when he was advised of a 2-year waiting list, he was forced to pay for private healthcare, something that he was able to fund through fundraising. And only in the last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, I saw patients while working as a GP who had been advised of 2-year waits solely for their first outpatient clinic appointments at Glenclwyd Hospital. This bill provides a vital opportunity to level up healthcare to ensure that all of our constituents can access the best treatment as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When a Labour government proposed a national health service after the Second World War, promising free universal healthcare for all, it was a radical idea, opposed by the party opposite. They complained, and I quote from an amendment they put down at the time, that it discourages voluntary association and that it undermines the freedom and independence of the medical profession. They didn't like that the NHS was centralised, that it was public, and that it was free for all. They condemned it as Marxist and voted against it 22 times. Fundamentally, they opposed the NHS for taking healthcare out of the market and for putting public good before private profit. But the party opposite saw its popularity and begrudgingly was forced to accept it. Mr Deputy Speaker, these fundamentals haven't changed. This NHS corporate takeover bill is another step away from the original, truly public healthcare system, free from the corrosive influence of profit. The party opposite still opposes that idea, but don't take my word for it, take their own. The Prime Minister, when he was a backbencher, slammed the NHS as monolithic and monopolistic and called for privatisation. 4 senior cabinet members as backbenchers wrote a manifesto where they argued that 2/3 of hospitals should be run outside of the NHS and run privately or not-for-profit. And the new Health Secretary, who in the last year, alongside his role as a backbencher, has been on the books of a US megabank, JP Morgan, making £150,000 a year from a company who, and I quote from their literature, see the opportunities that lie ahead for private healthcare, and whose ideological hero, Ayn Rand, who he says he rereads every year, is an extreme right-wing libertarian philosopher who detested socialised healthcare. But it's not just words, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's deeds too. To break up the NHS, not all in one go, because they know that the public wouldn't like that, but piece by piece, privatisation by stealth. That's what they've been doing. Since coming into power in 2010, more than £96 billion has gone to non-public healthcare providers. Nearly 20% of healthcare bids now go to private providers, and this bill won't reverse that, it will simply entrench it. It will put private companies on healthcare boards, giving them a say over our care and public funds. It will put steroids on steroids, the cronyism we've seen in this pandemic, where Tory mates and donors have been handed billions of pounds in dodgy COVID government contracts. And it will implement a healthcare model that incentivises cuts and closures, rationing funding to health boards. Mr Deputy Speaker, this dangerous bill is another step to privatisation. In its place, we need to reinstate the NHS as a truly public service with a proper pay rise for its workers, 15%, making up for a decade of falling pay. Thank you.
Stan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to draw the House's attention to my declaration in the Register of Members' Interest. Now, I want to focus on 2 main areas in this debate. The first is the role of patients in accountability and transparency, and the second is tariff, the way we pay for procedures and care. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the bill, but in doing so, I hope that we have the means to address a deep-rooted cultural issue of regarding patients' views as less valuable than those who work in our National Health Service. Because before I was elected, I was often involved in advocacy campaigns. Patient groups would want to challenge NHS England's commissioning policies or service specifications. These policies govern technologies and procedures that are used to treat conditions. But those groups would find the decision-making processes totally impenetrable. So would the clinicians and health policy experts advising them. So what chance do individual patients and relatives have to make their voices heard? Because the same impenetrability applies to clinical commissioning groups. Patient access to established procedures and technologies are blocked by local policies, but you have to be dedicated to find these policies on convoluted website or page 178 of a 256-page document. For example, CCGs regularly restrict patient access to hip and knee procedures to patients with body mass indexes of over 30. Extraordinarily, some CCGs allow procedures for patients who only have BME less than 25. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will confidently predict that this would disqualify the vast majority of honourable and right honourable members, and we should call it for what it is, which is rationing. This rationing was routine before COVID created massive backlogs and NHS waiting lists in some CCGs, and transparency and openness is the solution to these problems. A formal role for patients in ICS boards, a formal role for patients in the development of commissioning policies, and creating a national appeals board for challenging commissioning decisions are all ideas that I hope ministers might consider as the bill progresses. And finally, just on tariff. National tariffs aren't perfect, but they do incentivise providers to treat as many patients as they possibly can. The bill states that NHS England must publish an NHS payment scheme, a document containing rules for determining the prices to be paid in future for hip and knee procedures, for examples, because tariff has led to hip and knee replacements and other routine procedures done at volume and at scale, so at least when commissioners agree to pay for them. High volumes of elective procedures have been a good thing, and the current elective backlog is probably the biggest challenge that the NHS faces coming out of the pandemic. So whatever ends up in that document, Mr Deputy Speaker, it needs to be clear, transparent, and provide incentives for high volume procedures to be carried out at pace and scale.
Okay. The government's health strategy is clear. Whilst health demand rises, the amount of resources being provided to the NHS is declining, which leaves well-heeled patients with nowhere else to go to avoid ill health except into the so-called independent sector. An example is a constituent who told me that his opticians had said he could wait 6 years for cataract operations, by which time he'd be nearly blind, or he can go and pay for a cataract operation now in the private sector. So even before COVID, they had cut their health budget spending. In Britain, we were spending £2,000 per head of population less than was being spent in Germany. There were cuts to the numbers of staff and their pay as well. 100,000 vacancies, 17,000 fewer hospital beds, over 100 fewer A&E facilities, and hospital waiting lists therefore doubling, even before COVID arrived since the end of the Labour government. This bill continues all of that process as you would expect. The bill will make the NHS more remote because it's top down, and it's a Trojan horse for elements of privatisation. Newly remote administrators will have little sensitivity to local health requirements. Think of the differences between the health needs of former coalfield communities such as I represent in West Yorkshire with the inner city of Bradford or the relative affluence of Harrogate. Yet all of that is going to be covered by a single new board. And then centralisation of clinical services makes them less accessible. I have 20,000 people living in my constituency with no car to their household's name and with poor public transport, many of them with chronic health needs. How on earth will they be expected to travel to centralised services in Leeds or elsewhere under those circumstances? Deputy Speaker, there are two competing views of health provision, really facing each other now. Either health is about an ethos of care or it's about making money.
This bill leads in one direction. The government don't want to fund the NHS properly, so they're trying to entice more private money into health, often from sources which we know fund the Tory party. But privatisation puts one person's wealth in front of another person's health. And look at the pages of the American health service providers today, salivating at the prospect of growing NHS waiting lists. And now so-called independent providers are to be invited to sit on boards which actually manage the NHS budgets. Yet the idea of profiteering from someone else's ill health is repulsive to most British people, yet it's intrinsic to this bill. You can only call it one thing, which is parasitic capitalism. Along with the RCN, the BMA and many other practitioners, we must resist the creeping destruction of our NHS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Generally, this bill is to be welcomed as it seeks to promote collaboration and the integration of local health and care services. It aims to give local people, local clinicians and those running local NHS and care services more control over the way that health and care services are delivered. The King's Fund highlighted that the bill will remove clunky competition rules and make it simpler for health and care organisations to work together and to deliver more joined-up care to more people. That said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is important to recognise that over the last 16 months have been very challenging and very exhausting for those working in health and care, and in many respects the last thing that they now need is yet another NHS reorganisation. Groups like the BMA do have concerns, and I would urge the government to look at these closely in committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are two issues that I would briefly like to highlight. Firstly, from the perspective of the Waveney area, can I urge the government to retain the existing boundaries with Waveney remaining in an ICS with Norfolk? To change the boundaries, to make them coterminous with the two counties, would be highly disruptive, an unnecessary distraction and demotivating for hard-working staff. It would place at risk health integration that has taken place in the area in recent years. To achieve better collaboration with care services, it is better to build on these existing foundations rather than to dismantle them. In many respects, boundary wars have been going on behind closed doors for the past 7 to 8 months, though I'm very grateful to both the Secretary of State and the Minister for State for listening to my concerns in recent weeks, and I urge them to retain the status quo. Secondly, the health issue that has taken up most of my time in recent weeks is NHS dentistry, or rather the lack of it. Many of my constituents are in agony, and local NHS dentists urgently need the funds to see more patients. I think that we are gradually moving towards a short-term solution, but this has taken far too long. Longer term, there needs to be greater accountability. Dentists need to have a voice on integrated care boards. Dental budgets should be protected, and steps must be taken to tackle the staffing crisis. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill provides a statutory footing to ways of working that in many respects are evolving naturally. However, there are potential pitfalls, particularly from my own perspective, changing ICS boundaries, and I would urge the Minister to avoid this at all costs. Thank you.
Video link. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the wrong bill at the wrong time. To introduce a bill like this when the COVID pandemic is far from over and staff are on their knees shows a lack of understanding of what's needed. I'm also concerned that this reorganisation of the NHS is being used as an opportunity to extend the involvement of UK and international private healthcare companies. The bill is proposing that private healthcare companies can become members of integrated care boards, potentially procuring health services from their own companies. Under the bill, these ICPs will only have a core responsibility for a group of people in accordance with enrolment rules made by NHS England. There are concerns that this evokes the US definition of a health maintenance organisation, which provides basic and supplemental health services to members. So can I ask, what is included in these core responsibilities? Why is there no longer a duty, only a power for ICBs to provide hospital services? What does this mean for the thousands waiting for elective surgery? What about those waiting for cancer and other therapies? For those saying, what does it matter who provides our healthcare as long as it meets the NHS principles of being universal, comprehensive and free at the point of need? Well, firstly, the bill is a clear risk to these founding NHS principles. But there's also strong evidence that equity in access to healthcare, equity in health outcomes, and healthcare quality are all compromised in health systems that are either privatised or marketised, as the NHS has increasingly become. This brings me to my third area of concern, health inequalities. It was noticeable that the bill places the duties for reducing health inequalities with ICBs. The 2012 duty on the Health Secretary in NHS England to reduce inequalities has been repealed, showing the clear lack of commitment to levelling up, to reducing the structural inequalities that have been laid bare by this pandemic and that have contributed to the UK's high and unequal COVID death toll. By doing this, the Health Secretary is not only ignoring decades of overwhelming evidence that clearly shows health inequalities are driven at national policy level, it is ignoring the commitment that the Prime Minister gave to implement Professor Sir Michael Marmot's recommendation from his COVID review last December to tackle these inequalities and build back fairer. My fourth and final point is on social care. As chair of the APPG on dementia, I want to express my profound disappointment that 19 months on, the Prime Minister's pledge to fix the broken care system is still not done. The bill is a missed opportunity for setting out the framework for social care reform in the context of an integrated health and social care system. For people with dementia and their family carers who've suffered disproportionately from COVID, this is a real blow. They deserve better. For me, the principle of health and social care...
Sorry, we have to go on. Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you. Anything that starts to undo the damage done by the 2012 Act is welcome, and some of this bill actually reflects the reality that's been on the ground for some years, in it our local health services have indeed been ignoring the competition elements, and I applaud them for that, because they sensibly recognise the only way the NHS could cope would be to cooperate, not compete. And let me put on record my thanks to those leading our health and care system in Cambridgeshire in recent years. They were brave. They shouldn't have been having to break the law to deliver the services our people needed. Alongside, of course, heartfelt thanks to all those medical and non-medical staff who go above and beyond. But what those staff don't need at the moment, on top of everything else, is the uncertainty that is now encompassing them. But the reason these people were in that difficult position is what makes me oppose this bill, because I will not ever trust the Conservatives not to try and privatise the NHS. And that's based on long experience, because Cambridgeshire was the test bed for many of these things, for those 2012 reforms, driven, of course, by Lord Lansley, who was then the MP for South Cambridgeshire. Long before I came into this place, I found myself working with other campaigners, particularly Unison, Unite and GMB colleagues, to tackle what felt like an endless onslaught. I remember arguing over the lifting of the private patient cap, the then chief executive of Addenbrooke's telling me as an AGM that where he came from, they're very relaxed about private health care. For years, Addenbrooke's had land allocated for a private hospital, and the chief executive admitted that the future business model was that it would seek to bring patients from across the world. The then chief exec of Papworth was on record wanting to expand private care from 5% to 15%. Nearby Hinchingbrook Hospital was run as a private outfit by Circle until they handed it back because they couldn't make it work. That Circle, then run by Ali Parsa, now CEO of Babylon, whose act was so brazenly promoted by the former Health Secretary. Then there was the Uniting Care fiasco, which I spoke endlessly about in this House, an £800 million 5-year contract where older people's services were being effectively privatised until it collapsed in a huge waste of time, effort and public money. So this form, and that's why I will always oppose this. There are other concerns, but time's limited. Just a couple. The British Association of Social Work have highlighted the removal of social work assessment prior to hospital discharges, their right to do so. The relationship between hospitals and some care homes has long been far too close, in my view, frankly, at times bordering on the corrupt, and is pressure to discharge too quickly. The last thing we need to do is remove professional assessment. I'm also concerned about Clause 80 on data sharing, but I don't trust the government on that either.
We have a wonderful NHS. It needs support, not reorganisation. But all past experience and evidence tells me that the Tories will always want to find a way of making money out of it. We will always be trying to stop them, because that isn't what the NHS is about.
And remote link. Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm pleased to support this bill, the first significant reorganisation of the healthcare in recent years, only the second since the Conservatives came into office following 13 years of Labour administrations when they reorganised the health service 9 times. So we shouldn't be taking lessons from members of the opposition on the timing or the fact of putting things right. This is a very substantial piece of legislation, and it's learning from some of the lessons that we've taken away from the way in which the NHS has had to work during this COVID pandemic, and in particular, looking at the acute sector, the way in which the flow through of patients had been discharged out of the acute sector as a result of much closer working with social care and local authorities is an integral part at the heart of creating the new integrated care boards. And I very much welcome the fact that these are now being established on a statutory footing, and that there will be representation from local authorities. There will be a role for the health and well-being boards to provide local oversight. I think this is an essential step in order to allow the healthcare economy across our communities to collaborate effectively together and to remove some of the artificial barriers. I'd like to touch on 3 other things very briefly. Reconfiguration and the measures proposed for that. We in Shropshire have been at the wrong end of a very protracted process for reconfiguration of our acute hospitals. Streamlining the process by which decisions are made will benefit patients. The experience in Shropshire has been that it's taken several years to reach a point where decisions can be made, and there are at every stage obstacles put in place which just add to delay and uncertainty. And as a consequence of this delay and uncertainty, it's hard to attract staff to work in a system which is not working as well as it should be. And the system itself has gone into special measures. So I think these measures to streamline these difficult decisions are very welcome. Secondly, on workforce, as the Chairman of the Select Committee said, the bill is somewhat light on workforce, but it does include some key measures to speed up the ability for those who are trained physicians in other systems to be able to be welcomed into the NHS or to return to the NHS if they have retired. And I would urge in committee stage the ministers to look very carefully at what can be done to
under huge time constraints. Rachel Maskell.
Deputy Speaker, this health and care bill has been conceived in bunkers behind screens and within echo chambers. Straight from the US health market, its architectures are immune to objections from frontline leaders now expected to deliver this new health and care system. In case the government hadn't observed, they're in the midst of managing a pandemic, its resurgence and its aftermath. They're holding together a fragile workforce traumatised by the pressure and sacrifice of the COVID war. They're vaccinating a nation while seeing others fall to preventable diseases. They're embracing those with broken minds as they try desperately to hold on to their own. It's no time to strip out the NHS infrastructure, as eager as we are, to replace it with something so ill-defined, so void of detail, so illiterate as this bill presents. I know why. This bill will shift blame from the imploding NHS and shattered care system from the impervious Prime Minister to NHS workers. For the backlogs, it will be their fault. For service cuts, they'll be to blame. And government will shrug its shoulders at the postcode lottery and rationing. And with over 5 million waiting for hospital appointments, when unable to see a GP for weeks, when waiting longer than ever at A&E, or the care system fleeces you for all you have and fails to restore your dignity in the fading years of life, this bill scapegoats local health and care teams while government wash their hands. We are in this mess because government And their let's not forget Lib Dem chums in 2012 messed with our NHS, ignored clinicians and seeded the failures we have witnessed throughout this pandemic. History repeats itself. This market-driven system enabled ministers to sign away billions of pounds on crony contracts while frontline staff were wrapped in bin bags and some tragically in body bags. This bill lets them off the hook. So when things go wrong, they simply point the blame to others as they avoid shame themselves. But worse, private companies are already sitting round the tables of these shadow integrated care systems to profit further. Nothing has changed. And if nothing changes, we don't need this bill to further destroy the remnants of Labour's precious NHS. The one time we need certainty, there's none. This bill fails to provide vital stability, funding, accountability or transparency. It fails on prevention or advances that patients need. There's more private commissioning, not less, no workforce planning or vital staff pay, and crucially, no social care, yet the NHS to integrate with it. Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour believes people deserve better. We must integrate health and social care free to all in need, wholly delivered by our public sector, by fairly rewarded staff, and accountable to this Parliament and to the people. Now is not the time. This is not the bill, and I will vote against.
Video link. Anne-Marie Morris.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome this new legislation, and particularly I welcome its aims and objectives, providing the best possible health and care to everyone in this country. But to achieve that, things must change in that legislation. It must explicitly provide provisions for mental health, not just physical health. It must include provisions for children's social care, not just adult social care. And it must provide for the commissioning not just of medical services, doctors, nurses, infrastructure, hospitals, but of medicines and devices, which we know have been so absolutely crucial in the fight with COVID. How are we going to do this? First of all, we need to include parity of esteem clauses, one for mental health and one for social care. We need to define what we mean by parity of esteem. That would be a first. What are we going to put in, not just money? What processes are we going to promise to deliver? And what healthcare outcomes are we looking to deliver? The same for mental health, the same for social care. Both are deserved. As others have said, we need a proper workforce plan, but it must cover not just health, but also social care. And it must look specifically at how are we going to deal with recruitment? How are we going to deal with the career paths of the future? How are we going to look at the training for the future and retention? And it should be an integrated plan, not one separately for health and care. Our nurses, for example, work across both systems. We need to provide for the commissioning of medicines and devices. Currently, it's a postcode lottery. The previous legislation on medicines and devices covered licensing. It didn't cover commissioning. Patient choice depends upon reforming that system so that everyone gets access to those medicines which are approved by NICE. Currently, not the case. We must positively review now big picture strategy. What do we need? What are the skills we need for health and care? We must look broadly, not narrowly. We must look at those, for example, our pharmacists. What greater role can they play? How can we improve our training so that people have more general skills which we can use in a pandemic like this so that everyone in the health system can be used? To support this, we will need to rework the membership provisions on the ICB and the ICP. We will need to amend the data regulations to ensure that they can go beyond the boundary of the NHS. And we will need to look at our medicines directory, the sister of the devices registry, to ensure that that includes information right from research through to patient experience. Much to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It can be done. Where there is a will, there is a way.
Thank you. Video link. Geraint Davis.
The NHS was established to provide equal rights to healthcare, free at the point of delivery, irrespective of income or personal health. Yet as we emerge from the pandemic in praise of the NHS, this bill is yet another step towards dismantling and privatising the system. We have the highest vaccination rate, thanks to the NHS, yet in England, we've also got the highest infection rate of the Delta variant, thanks to the government going into lockdown too late and coming out too soon. 128,000 people dead, 695,000 currently have the COVID variant, and record waiting lists. So the government should be investing in more capacity now in the workforce and in beds, reinstating the 12,000 empty beds. But instead, the government is putting £10 billion into the private sector over 4 years with the framework contract, when the private sector only has 8,000 beds in total. So doctors will have to leave NHS hospitals to go to private hospitals, further disrupting NHS services. Coming out of the pandemic, we need a healthcare bill that re-energises the NHS and rewards our nurses and doctors who have saved the country from calamity. But instead, this bill allows private health companies to sit on boards deciding where the NHS funding is spent, and allows further outsourcing, opening the door to more taxpayers' money siphoned off to the profits of private contractors. The NHS is being fragmented, and talk of patient choice is disingenuous, as funds must be transferred in the internal market, so it's a postcode lottery. There hasn't been postcode patient choice in England since the internal market was introduced, and in contrast, in Wales, the Labour government continues a planned system that has delivered the highest vaccination rate in the world, a 90% effective test, track and isolate system, wholly delivered by the public sector through the councils and health authorities, a lower death rate over a 5-year average, 13% in Wales versus 20% in England, despite Wales's older population, and public procurement in place of crony contracts to Tory donors. Wales has shown the public money is used most effectively in the NHS by public sector delivery, so more people are treated equally, irrespective of income and personal health, true to Aneurin Bevan's founding principles. Instead, this bill is a backdoor for US companies via trade deals to further break up our system on the road to health insurance, which is the poorest and sickest, hits the poorest and sickest hardest. It's a rotten bill. It's banned for Britain's health, banned for our wealth, and our most treasured achievement, our NHS.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I have to confess I am wary of NHS reorganisations. But as Sir Simon Stevens told the Health Select Committee, this one is almost unique in being primarily a series of requests from the NHS to Parliament. In delivering a more integrated health and social care system, the bill will implement a number of proposals in the NHS's own long-term plan. And crucially, of course, as other members have said, this bill is accompanied by the commitment to raise NHS funding by £33 billion, the largest cash increase in its 73-year history. In putting the integrated care systems on a statutory footing, I would hope ministers will give them a strong mandate to conduct and fund research. The pandemic has shown the vital importance of research. Not only did the Oxford University scientists deliver a world-leading vaccination in record time, but their recovery trial established dexamethasone as the first effective treatment for COVID, saving thousands of lives. The report I co-authored for the Task Force on Innovation, Growth and Regulatory Reform sets out a blueprint for a new regulatory architecture for clinical trials to replace the EU Clinical Trials Directive. This bill could be an opportunity to take those reforms forward, along with our ideas on a more modern approach to health data. These plans would improve the chances of discovering better treatments for life-threatening diseases and could also unlock huge economic potential opportunities, capitalising on the abilities of our world-leading scientists and universities. And as many have said, this bill must be used to improve workforce planning. As demands grow on the NHS, we have to continue to expand capacity, and we can't do that unless we're training and recruiting the people we need. In particular, we must have more GPs so our constituents can get the care they need when they want it. GPs are currently under unprecedented demand pressure, and I'd urge the Minister to ensure that this bill gives GPs a strong voice in the new structures to make sure a local input is given to these new structures. Supporting the NHS will always be a key part of the work I do as MP for Chipping Barnet, because I know how important it is to my constituents. Knowing that the NHS is there when we need it is one of the greatest advantages of living in our United Kingdom. The COVID emergency has reinforced that 1,000 times only, and I take this opportunity to pay tribute to our NHS, its staff, and to thank them for their courage, dedication and professionalism. Thank you.
Video link, Belrabiro Addy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This month, we've marked the 73rd birthday of the NHS, and instead of celebrating it and giving it the homage that it deserves, the NHS, one of the very best things about our country, the government have introduced a bill that looks set to ramp up their long-standing attempts to continue to privatise it. Now, I was proud to sign the reasoned amendment in the name of the member for Coventry South, because we don't need private healthcare companies to sit on boards deciding how NHS funding is spent. And we don't need further outsourcing of contracts without proper scrutiny, transparency and accountability. And we don't need the introduction of a model of healthcare that incentivises cuts and closure of services. Forcing NHS staff to implement yet another top-down Conservative reorganisation will take people away from the task of tackling growing treatment lists and coping with rapidly rising COVID cases. What we need to do is fill the 84,000 vacancies we have, and we need a 15% pay rise across the board for our NHS staff. And it's hard to see how ordering a reorganisation such as this, whilst ignoring calls for increased funding and a plan for social care, could be anything other than disastrous. This corporate takeover bill, and that's exactly what it is, will put private companies at the heart of the NHS and actually pave the way to sell off our confidential health data to multinational corporations. Nobody wants to see that. It's going to normalise the corrupt contracting we've seen during the pandemic. The money we spend on our healthcare should go to the services we need and not to the pockets of Conservative Party donors or corporate shareholders. And over the past of the pandemic, we've seen what this outsourcing and privatisation has meant in practice. Contract after contract awarded without competitive process, and people being failing contracts. All these deliveries failed on again and again and again. Now the government want to open new ways up for this to happen, and they have just done this throughout the pandemic already. Now let's use what's happened with track and trace, a complete disaster in the hands of Serco, a system which has been so ineffective that recently MPs concluded that it had no clear impact, a £37 billion system with no clear impact. After a decade of cuts, it was our NHS, all of the staff, all of the volunteers that led the vaccination rollout, and it has been a success, and it has been their success, not the government's success. And that's an example and a lesson that we can learn of exactly what happens when you give the NHS the funding it needs. But this bill does nothing to do that. We don't need more overpaid consultants involved in the NHS. We need to value the staff that we have there already and put the investment in it that we have seen make the vaccination programme a massive success. And we need to be clear that our NHS...
Order, sorry, you have to go. Video link. Bob Blackman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I strongly support this bill that is before us tonight for its second reading. Can I set out, though, although there are strong measures to combat obesity in the bill, there are none to tackle smoking, which is the leading cause of preventable premature death, including cancer. Now, I would say that I declare my interest as the chairman of the all-party parliamentary group on smoking and health. The paper that we produced, the report that we proposed, suggested that we have the polluter pays levy that the government promised to consider 2 years ago implemented. This bill is the ideal opportunity to introduce that. Now, given that the analysis that Cancer Research UK have carried out, that we won't achieve the government's aim of a smoke-free England until 2035, when the government is aiming for 2030, which is a decade later than in our poorest communities, there is actually no time to waste. We need to get on with this particular job. Now, in the recent paper that the government set out on public health, the government accepted that it not only had a responsibility to help people improve their own health, but also to go further when it came to industries that are based on addictions like smoking. Now, here is the ideal opportunity, and I urge the government to consider the recommendations laid out by the All-Party Parliamentary Group and introduce those as amendments during the committee stage of the bill, so that we tackle the most deadly addiction that exists in our society. Now, of course, we need to combat not only smoking rates, but as well as the long-standing unacceptable health inequalities that exist across the country. But this plan needs to be comprehensive, and it won't be effective without sufficient additional and sustainable funding. A smoke-free 2030 fund, using the industry to pay for it, but without industry interference, could pay for the comprehensive measures that we need to reach the ambitious target across all socio-economic groups. I also mention in relation to the plan to combat obesity, it seems to me that there is a measure that will be harmful to many of our media companies, but not actually hitting some of the social media and some of the online companies. That runs the risk of having a two-stage process. Perhaps we could consider having limits at weekends to limit the impact of junk food advertising on our TV when our young people are watching. But overall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a good bill. We should support it, and we should support our National Health Service that's brought it forward before us today.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by paying tribute to everyone working in health and social care and to unpaid family carers. All of them have gone above and beyond in their caring roles during the pandemic. The government's response to this could have been to give NHS staff a proper pay rise. It could have been to publish plans to put social care on a sustainable financial footing, or it could have been to recognise fully the tremendous contribution of unpaid carers. But instead we have this bill, a top-down reorganisation of the NHS, which will concentrate power in the hands of the Secretary of State, offering no guarantees of better outcomes for patients and removing rights from carers. Now, it is welcome that the bill brings an end to every NHS contract having to be put out to tender. And there have been some changes which see unpaid carers referenced in the bill, but further changes are needed. A change is needed for the bill to put a duty on the NHS to have regard to carers and to promote their health and well-being. It is welcome that the bill includes a duty on both NHS England and the Integrated Care Boards to consult carers. But rather than just involve and consult in relation to the patient, the duty that is needed is for the NHS to consider carers in their own right, as proposed by the Select Committee in its report. It is worrying that the bill undermines carers' rights in relation to hospital discharge. Clause 78 removes carers' fundamental rights by removing the need to assess a patient at the point of hospital discharge. The way this is done removes carers' fundamental right to have an assessment to ensure that services are provided to make sure that the patient is safe to discharge into their care. This is an issue, as Carers UK quote research showing that only 26% of carers were consulted about discharge and a third were only consulted at the last minute. The bill proposes to extend the Care Quality Commission's remit to cover the delivery of social care services. However, this excludes social care provided through NHS continuing healthcare. The Parliamentary and Health Services Ombudsman found last year that people continue to be seriously let down by failings in the way continuing healthcare is delivered. So I asked the Minister to agree with the Continuing Healthcare Alliance that there should be an additional duty on the CQC to assess ICS's delivery of their continuing healthcare duties and to hold them to account where these duties are not being met. The Care Quality Commission will have a remit to rate local authorities' delivery of social care, but when £9 billion has been taken out of social care budgets and long-term reform is consistently delayed, the government should recognise that inadequate social care services are a problem of their own making. Finally, I question the timing of this bill. Staff are exhausted and are now facing another wave of COVID infections over the summer. I urge the Secretary of State to recognise this and adjust the timeframes for implementing these reforms so that they do not end up distracting from the NHS's real job of caring for patients.
6:44 wind-up. Derek Thomas.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill because I know that in Cornwall I want to pay tribute to my NHS managers and social care managers, because they have been biting at the bit, straining at the bit for a long time to integrate more effectively, more successfully, and this helps them to formalise that and do a good job of it. But also, in the short time I've got, want to talk about the perspective of a patient. We know that diabetes, for example, costs the NHS and social care a colossal amount of money. And we also know that across the UK, we have pretty much all the tools and the treatment and the care and the support and the devices that someone with diabetes can access and manage their condition and live as much as possible full and good lives, and for the length of their lives. But we also know that because of the situation as it is now, that this care isn't joined up and it's not universal across the country wherever you might live. And so for this, I hope this bill delivers, just for example for diabetes, a joined up, clear pathway where from diagnosis, and I welcome the emphasis on prevention as well, but welcomes from the diagnosis right through their lifetime, as they manage that lifelong condition, that this bill enables them to get every bit of support, care, device they need to live full lives, to manage their care and to take active parts in society as a whole. I say this for people with diabetes because I should have declared the all-party group for diabetes, but it also provides a blueprint for all sorts of lifelong conditions that enable people to live their lives in our communities successfully. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Wind-ups, Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In today's debate we've heard from 37 honourable and right honourable members, as well as the member for Delyn, and another 29 honourable members who have registered interest to speak but were not called. There are a huge range of topics covered, some of which I hope to briefly refer to, but I hope members forgive me if I can't refer to each contribution individually. Many members have talked about the particular geographical configurations of their ICSs, and it is clear there is lots of unhappiness about this in certain parts of the country. And that is hardly surprising, given that this has been done without any parliamentary oversight so far, and it seems under this bill Parliament will not even get to approve where the boundaries lie. We know there has been no attempt at public consultation or discussion about where these boundaries sit, and that is a theme throughout this bill. Decisions, money and power move further away from the public and closer to the Secretary of State. He is certainly taking back control, but at the same time he is silencing the patient voice. In this bill, the Secretary of State gets a veto on who leads the ICSs. He gets to stop foundation trusts borrowing the money they desperately need to tackle a £9 billion maintenance backlog, and he even gets the power to decide himself whether to instigate the closure of local services. Contrast this with when the 2012 Act was going through Parliament. The Secretary of State at the time, now Lord Lansley, told this chamber, and I quote, "We want clinicians and their patients to lead the NHS, but they cannot do this while they sit under a vast hierarchy of regional and local organisations, all reporting to Whitehall. Everyone agrees that top-down command and control gets in the way of clinicians doing their job." This bill supercharges command and control, so it is little wonder that even the BMA have now come out against it. And it does create a vast web of new organisations, but very few of them will actually be making decisions. It is pretty clear that the integrated care partnerships in particular will be little more than bystanders when it comes to the crunch, and that the boards will have all the power. That is a huge democratic deficit that cannot be allowed to go unchallenged. And when we hear about companies like Virgin already having a seat on one of the ICS boards, as we've seen in the South West, we know that the power lies in totally the wrong place. This bill needs to make it crystal clear that private companies should be a million miles away from making decisions about how the NHS is being run. Yet at the same time, the bill does not legislate for boards to include a representative from a mental health organisation, for example. How is that going to encourage integration, let alone parity of esteem? And of course, there are plenty of others who aren't guaranteed a seat at the table who ought to be at the vanguard of integration. Directors of adult social care, directors of public health, carers, and most of all, patients. Patients seem to have been completely forgotten in all this. And how will these decisions be made by these boards? How will there be transparency about where the money is spent in those areas? Don't forget, generally, these areas are much larger than CCGs. How can we be assured the money will go in those parts of the ICS with the most need? And how can it be challenged if it doesn't? We have seen the blatant abuse of the Levelling Up Fund that party political considerations see every decision made in this government. Will it now be the patients who pay the price for this? How will all those combined trust deficits of £910 million be met? The danger is this bill will force ICSs to close local smaller services to bail out the bigger trusts. And of course, whilst we welcome an end to Section 75 provisions, I do wonder exactly how much money has been wasted in convoluted procurement processes and legal challenges. Is it 3 billion, 4 billion, 5? Whatever the final figure is, there is no doubt that that money could have been better spent on frontline services. And whilst moving away from that monumental mistake is a good thing, it does seem we are going from one extreme to the other with the removal of any safeguards at all on who contracts can be awarded to. The government are literally legislating for cronyism. I'm sure the pub landlords and pest control companies will be delighted at this, but we really cannot give the Secretary of State the blank cheque that this bill allows. And in terms of blank cheques, there's a huge blank sheet of paper where the plan to tackle the workforce crisis ought to be. The Secretary of State producing a report once every 5 years is not a serious commitment to the workforce. Indeed, it's not a serious commitment to Parliament either. And it doesn't even mention the social care workforce. Well, let's not forget we have 122,000 vacancies. The Select Committee have set out the kind of detail that we really ought to be aiming for: annual, independently audited reports that cover the NHS and social care. In the words of the Select Committee, the way that the NHS does workforce planning is at best opaque and at worst responsible for the unacceptable pressure on the current workforce, which existed even before the pandemic. This bill will just reinforce that position rather than reverse it. The Secretary of State's introduction to this bill today sounded very much like he thought this really is the panacea that we have all been waiting for, but many more experienced members could be forgiven for having a sense of déjà vu. Let us remind ourselves what Lord Lansley told this House about the 2012 reforms. He said, "Previous changes have tinkered with one piece of the NHS or another, when what was needed was comprehensive modernisation to create an NHS fit for the demands of the 21st century. That is precisely what this health and social care bill will deliver. The bill provides the constitution and structure that the NHS needs to work for the long term." Well, how has that worked out? Record waiting lists, record staff vacancies, billions more diverted into the private sector away from the NHS, life expectancy stalling, A&E targets missed for 5 years in a row. The NHS were trying to unpick the last disastrous reorganisation before the ink was even dry on the royal assent. So why is this set of reforms going to be any more successful than the last? How is one line of this bill going to tackle the operation backlog? Isn't the truth that without a proper sustained funding settlement to meet the demand in both health and social care, this latest set of reforms are merely another rearrangement of the deck chairs? And why, oh why, is so much time and resource being focused on a wasteful top-down reorganisation in the middle of a pandemic? Even the Prime Minister told us on Monday we're not out of it yet, and only today planned operations have been cancelled in Newcastle because of a surge in COVID cases. Isn't it the case that every meeting that is called, every document that is written, every minute that is spent on this top-down reorganisation is less time spent on fighting the increase in COVID cases we currently see, is less time spent on bringing down waiting lists, is less time spent tackling the increase in mental health conditions, is less time spent solving the workforce crisis, and is less time spent on actually delivering the reform to social care that the Prime Minister promised nearly 2 years ago now. This bill is the equivalent of reorganising the whole interior of your house, spending fortunes on new furniture and decorations, but finding it is all ruined within months because you forgot to actually put a roof over your head, because you cannot fix the NHS if you do not fix social care. We know that, everybody knows that. The government say they have a plan, but we still don't know what it is. And crucially, for the purposes of today's debate, we do not know if it will fit in with what is in the bill before us. So are we going to have yet another reorganisation next year because there was no forward thinking? And what about learning the lessons from COVID? The inquiry isn't even going to start until next year, so we're going to see yet another reorganisation when we have learned the lessons from that as well. The only thing that is guaranteed from this reorganisation is that another one will surely follow shortly afterwards. So let's reject this bill, go back to the drawing board and come up with a plan that actually deals with the challenges that we have to face.
Minister. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Prior to winding up this important debate, I would like to put on record, as I always do, and as I know the Shadow Minister does, our gratitude towards all the staff in the NHS, in social care and indeed in local government and other key workers for everything they have done in recent months. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is evolution, not revolution. It supports improvements already underway in our NHS, and it builds on the recommendations of the NHS's own long-term plan. laying the foundations for our recovery from this pandemic. Now, not only is this bill backed by the NHS, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is backed by so many others working across health and care. A joint statement from the NHS Confederation, NHS providers and the LGA reads, and I quote, "We believe that the direction of travel set by the bill is the right one, noting that working in partnership at a local level is the only way we can address the challenges of our time." The Chief Executive of Age UK has said that ICSs are to be embraced and made as effective and inclusive as they can be, and the King's Fund are calling for us to press ahead. The list goes on, Mr Deputy Speaker. The NHS want us to press ahead, and in the words of Lord Stevens, the overwhelming majority of these proposals are changes the health service have asked for. So it's vital that we in this House do right by them and by patients at this critical juncture, and this is the right juncture, the right time for this bill. We legislate, Mr Deputy Speaker, they obfuscate. And to remind the Shadow Secretary of State of his 2017 manifesto, we will reinstate the powers of the Secretary of State for Health to have overall responsibility for the NHS. With this bill, we put increased accountability for the Secretary of State at the heart. Yet now the Shadow Secretary of State no longer seems to agree with himself and characterises his own proposals as meddling. Now, I know that the Shadow Secretary of State is dexterous in his politics and his policy positions, which has probably seen him survive under multiple leaders of the opposition. But even this is stretching it a little bit. Now, we've sought, in getting to this point, to work on a collaborative basis at every stage. And honourable members can be reassured we will continue to adopt this approach in the weeks ahead as we proceed with this bill, hopefully into committee. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, set out in his opening remarks his willingness to listen. And in particular, he highlighted, in the case of ICS boundaries, that no decision has yet been made. As my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, set out in his opening remarks, we are determined to embrace innovative potential wherever we find it. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is quite different from many of the accusations we have heard here today. Now, I know it's tempting for some, even when they know better, and they do, to claim it is the beginning of the end for public provision. It is not, and they know it. They know it's scaremongering rather than reality. They know that there has always been an element of private provision in healthcare services in this country, and they should know that, because as the Nuffield Trust said in 2019, and I quote, "The evidence suggests the increase in private provision originally began under Labour governments before 2010, and the Shadow Secretary of State should certainly know that, because he was a special advisor in the Treasury and in Number 10 at that time." So, turning with regard to the implementation of this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, the NHS itself wants, subject to legislation, to move at pace to implement statutory arrangements for ICSs by April 2022. That is why NHS England is beginning preparatory work, including publishing an ICS design framework. Further work, including on ICB design and consideration of appointments and staff, from CCGs, will take place after second reading, of course. And this is all subject to the passage of the bill. Now, turning in the time I have left to me to some of the specific points that were raised by honourable and right honourable members. The honourable member for York Central raised the Agenda for Change issue, and I can reassure her that it's not the intention that ICBs depart from Agenda for Change. The bill drafting and wording is in line with the existing arrangements for other NHS bodies with respect to Agenda for Change and translates it into this context, but I'm always happy to further discuss that with her if she wishes. Her suggestion that this was conceived, as she put it, in a bunker is quite simply not the case, and indeed all the stakeholders, including the NHS, have said this is one of the most collaborative pieces of legislation development they have seen. Turning to workforce, as I believe the honourable member, my honourable friend, the member for Winchester, said, you cannot legislate to address workforce challenges, but we can and we will look very carefully at the recommendations of the Select Committee and indeed of my right honourable friend, the member for South West Surrey. The honourable lady, the member for Twickenham, while we don't always agree on everything, makes sensible points, although I would slightly tease her that she argued against the principle of the Secretary of State having powers in reconfiguration shortly after her honourable friend, the member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, intervened on him, asking him to do exactly that. The honourable, she did. The honourable lady, the member for Central Ayrshire, again, grateful for her comments, and I'm happy to accept her kind invitation to join her on a visit to Scotland. The right honourable member for North Durham made a very important point, and he quite rightly, in making that point, paid tribute to the work in this space done by my honourable friend, the member for Sevenoaks, with her recent private member's bill. As the Secretary of State said, either he or I or the relevant minister will be happy to meet with him to discuss that further. Member for Meriden, my honourable friend, was right to talk about the need for local flexibility, and that is what we are seeking to do here. The member for Eltham, I have to touch slightly on his remarks. He asked more broadly about public spending constraints after 2010. He is brave, perhaps, to mention that. As I recall the legacy of the previous government, the right honourable member for Birmingham Hodge Hill summed it up pretty effectively, saying, "I'm afraid there is no money." And on social care, which a number of honourable and right honourable members have mentioned, I have to say, we will take no lessons from the party opposite. In 13 years, 2 Green Papers, a Royal Commission, apparently a priority at SRO7, net result, absolutely nothing. Inaction throughout. We are committed to bring forward proposals this year. They talk, we will act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing my remarks in this debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the NHS is the finest health service in the world. We knew that before the pandemic, and the last year and a half have only reinforced that. It is our collective duty to strengthen our health and care system for our times. I was shocked, although probably not surprised, that the opposition recklessly and opportunistically intend to oppose this bill, a bill that, as we've heard, is what the NHS have asked for, once again putting political point scoring ahead of NHS and patient needs. For our part, we are determined to support our NHS, as this bill does, to create an NHS that is fit for the future, to renew the gift left by generations before us, and to pass it on stronger to future generations. We are the party of the NHS, and we are determined to give it what it needs, what it has asked for, and what it deserves. I encourage honourable members to reject the opposition amendment, and I beg to move second reading of this bill.
And apologies to the 30 members who did not get in this important debate, some of whom are currently in the chamber. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Order. Could all members resume their seats while I put the question? The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no? No. Tell us for the ayes, Teo Oatemi and Jill Furness. Tell us for the noes, Tom Persglove and Maria Caulfield. Lock the doors. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 218. The noes to the left, 359.
The ayes to the right, 218. The noes to the left, 359. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is, the bill be now read a second time. As many of that can say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no? No. Division, clear the lobby. Is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that can say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Maria Caulfield and Tom Pursglove. Tell us for the noes, Toba Owatemi and Jill Furness. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 356. The noes to the left, 219.
The ayes to the right, 356. The noes to the left, 219. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the programme motion to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order papers, may I say aye? Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally. I think to move. The question is, as on the order papers, may I say aye? Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and Means resolution to be moved formally. I think to move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that I say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now, motion number 6 on exiting the European Union road traffic.
Next move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many of that please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 7 on the Channel Tunnel. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many of that please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Finally, motion number 8 on public health. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many of that say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Video link. Petition. Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Feltham and Heston to call on Santander to stop the closure of the bank branch on Bath Road in Hounslow West. The petitioners declare that it is crucial to save this vital, valued branch with 2 cash points, which helps boost our local economy and provides vital banking services for thousands of local residents, many of whom are older people and without access to online banking. These are residents who use the branch frequently and have valued the service with Santander for many years. This petition, along with the corresponding online petition, has collected over 400 signatures and has been supported by local councillors, particularly Councillor Bandana Chopra, Councillor Jagdish Sharma, Councillor Sumra, and colleagues and residents, particularly from across Hounslow West, Heston and Cranford. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to ask that Santander does not close the Bath Road branch, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition Santander Bath Road branch.
Thank you very much, Seema Malhotra. Petition, Fiona Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I rise to present a petition on behalf of residents of Sandbach in my constituency. It asks for provision for the existing Sandbach cemetery to be extended. I've met with a number of local people who are very concerned that in a short time, Sandbach residents will no longer have access to cemetery space in their town and will have to travel some miles out of town for burials and to visit relatives' gravesites if an extension or alternative cemetery provision in the town is not secured. A petition with similar wording, which has been circulated by volunteer campaigners in Sandbach, has been signed by over 4,400 people, a very substantial number for a town the size of Sandbach. I hope that presentation of this petition in this House today will serve to highlight the extent of these deeply held concerns by my residents, constituents more widely. The petition states, the petition of the residents of the United Kingdom declares that Sandbach Cemetery is nearly full, so burials would take place several miles out of town, notes that a local petition calling for an extension to the cemetery land has received over 4,400 signatures. The petitioners therefore urge the House of Commons to request Cheshire East Council to reconsider their decision not to extend burial provision in Sandbach, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition Sandbach Cemetery.
Thank you very much, Fiona Bruce. Petition, Dr. James Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of the Vale of Clwyd regarding maintenance of the Rill Cut and Prestatyn Gutter, alongside an online petition on the same topic, which has been signed by 606 people. The petition states, the petition of residents of the constituency of the Vale of Clwyd declares that the maintenance of the Rill Cut and Prestatyn Gutter should be the responsibility of Natural Resources Wales, Denbighshire County Council and connected public sector bodies. Further notes that existing riparian ownership should not prevent the creation of an effective system of oversight, and further, that current ineffective management of this local waterway results in significant environmental blight. The petitioners therefore request the House of Commons urge the Government to take immediate action to ensure that a full public sector maintenance programme is introduced to manage the Rill Cut and Prestatyn Gutter, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition Rill Cut and Prestatyn Gutter.
Thank you, Dr. Davis.
I beg to move this House to now adjourn.
The question is that this House to now adjourn. Ben Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have secured this important debate on devolution in the East Midlands region. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I understand that the forthcoming Levelling Up White Paper will set out the Government's plan for further rounds of local and sub-regional devolution, and it seems, if so, a pertinent time to examine the opportunity in the East Midlands to put an ambitious Levelling Up and devolution package at the heart of a sustained recovery for our region. I've had some exploratory discussions with other council leaders across the region, and I've been met by largely enthusiasm and a commitment to explore our options in more detail. There's a genuine will and a drive to get on with things in the East Midlands, and we need government to give us the tools to do the job at hand for UK PLC. I want to pay tribute to the great work of those leaders across the region who've come together in recent years on projects such as HS2, our Development Corporation, our Freeport. These leaders from across the public and private sector have shown courage and commitment to the region, bringing forward ambitious plans despite the pressures of the pandemic. In my conversations with these colleagues, there's a strong ambition to bring power and resources closer to their councils, their universities, their businesses. In a post-pandemic world, it's vital that we harness that enthusiasm, that we commit to rebuild the East Midlands economy and to improve the living standards of local people, bring high-value jobs, sustainable employment, training opportunities, growth and prosperity. I should offer my thanks at this point as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to Sir John Peace for his leadership of the Midlands Engine. A devolution package for the East Midlands would complement and strengthen the work of the Engine and Midlands Connect and help him to deliver on some of the ambitions that he has for the region. It can support the huge effort and resource that he gives to our key priorities. Now, the East Midlands is home to over 5 million people and over 175,000 businesses. It has a diverse mix of counties and cities, market towns, countryside, and a distinct culture and communities. It contains world-class business, innovation and manufacturing excellence. The region's economy has untapped potential for growth. But despite this critical mass and this potential, the East Midlands has received some of the lowest levels of government investment over many years compared with other parts of the country. Now, as is a region of undoubted attributes and proud heritage, what is often overlooked, however, is its strategic location, creating, as it does, a bridge between the south and the north of our country, and with its strategic transport links which help connect the Union as they go north through England and up into Scotland. And for this reason, the East Midlands is vital. It's a hub for our nation, but for too long it's been seen instead as a place that you drive through to get from one place to another. It is, Mr Deputy Speaker, so much more than that, and we must capitalise on that potential. Now, the resurgence of the East Midlands is critical for the renewal of the UK economy as a whole, and given our position at the bottom of those rankings for investment, we must be, therefore, at the centre of a levelling up agenda. An East Midlands Combined Authority, under a unified vision and plan, which is complementary to the Midlands Engine and the Government's devolution and recovery ambitions, would be levelling up in its most literal sense, in that other regions with devolution packages like the West Midlands, Greater Manchester, Teesside, have more local powers to make a real impact and more funding. A package for the East Midlands would equalise these things, would bring us up to a level of equal opportunity with those other areas. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I congratulate him on bringing this debate, and it's great to hear the East Midlands being debated in this House. As he knows, I'm a member of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Select Committee, and we've been looking at the evolution of devolution, English devolution. We'll be hearing from the excellent Ben Houchin and also Tracy Braben tomorrow, but last week we heard from Jamie Driscoll, the Mayor of North Tyne, and Andy Burnham on their experiences. And he said, Andy Burnham says that the entities that have been created can help to bring coherence to areas that have felt a little disparate previously. And in the context of the East Midlands, would you agree that devolution or some sort of authority is exactly something that we can do to bring that region together to get the investment that we really need?
I thank my honourable friend and my Nottinghamshire neighbour for that intervention and for engaging with this debate today. Is absolutely right that, particularly for a region like ours, which doesn't have that metro centre, it doesn't have that obvious urban hub. We are 3 cities, 3 counties with different spatial geographies, different transport links, and we need that hub, we need that connectivity to have a single vision about how we'll plan that across the region, or else we all are off in our own different local directions and we can't make a coherent argument to government. So this is really important for that unity of purpose and for delivering that investment. Is absolutely right. The unprecedented financial, economic and social challenges facing our area require a more ambitious and dynamic response that we can't achieve operating within the status quo. A regional devolution of powers and resources is key to enabling us to be competitive and to be ambitious for our people and places. The conditions created by a combined authority would enable us to pool sovereignty and capacity on an unprecedented scale. Benefits could include a coherent plan focused on delivery for our economy, a focus on achieving the greatest public value for residents and places, more efficient and effective spatial planning, including transport, and dealing with some of the challenges that my honourable friend mentioned. A unified approach which would be more attractive to government, working to help make sense of the many existing and complex structures that exist in our region, the Midlands Engine, strategic partners, councils, businesses, investors, bringing a clarity of purpose and strength through unity and confidence to those who want to invest in our region. Councils could come together to create a mayoral combined authority, and this body would complement the West Midlands Authority to the west, the Northern Powerhouse to the north, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority to the south. In many ways, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are the hole in the middle of the donut that doesn't have those powers where everybody around us seems to. Building on our excellence in high-tech and advanced manufacturing companies, an East Midlands Authority could take the regional lead, promoting action on climate change, for example, carbon reduction, to be a catalyst for our green economy and artificial intelligence industries of the future. Governance of this authority could be inclusive to provide strategic coordination of regional policies, with councils joining forces with industry, higher and further education and wider public sector partners. Now, across the 3 cities and counties, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, there are 28 local councils. Through the Levelling Up White Paper, there's an opportunity to lay down enabling legislation which requires the vast majority of councils and partners to sign up to a combined authority rather than all. That way we're confident of a consensus for a new combined authority and we can move at pace. Alternatively, an option could be to discuss and negotiate a geography for an MCA that can incorporate all those partners, the vast majority of local authorities within the region that want to be part of this in the first instance, perhaps with a system of affiliation for others who might want to join. In short, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are options, much of which has been done in terms of the work and planning for this. Much of this documentation exists, and now is very much the right time to explore them. An East Midlands Combined Authority would create a single voice in the region, a clear and focused channel of communication, would improve services to communities and generate additional GVA, creating new jobs, supporting businesses and promoting radical public sector reform. It would give us localised powers to genuinely tackle inequalities in skills, in health, in a way which is bespoke and fits with our communities. That can't be done from Whitehall, that needs a local drive. The government's challenged East Midlands in the past to work together, and there's been progress. Our new interim development corporation is working to generate nearly £5 billion a year of GVA for our regional economy, 4,500 homes, 84,000 net additional jobs. Transport for East Midlands provides collective leadership on strategic transport issues, agreeing major investment priorities. There's joint work on strong political consensus across the region on a coherent vision for HS2 around Toton. Partners are working on a business case for an inland free port centred around East Midlands Airport. We've secured 2 sites on the long list for the STEP Fusion programme. We're working together on developing defined economic corridors for the A46 and the A50, and partners are working across the region on our COVID-19 response, of course. There are other great projects underway. The Space Park in Leicester, pioneering world-leading research and engineering space technologies in Derby and Derbyshire on future fuels like hydrogen in partnership with Toyota. In Nottingham, a recently announced partnership with Thomas Heatherwick to reimagine the future of Nottingham City in a post-COVID world. These examples demonstrate the huge potential and the collaboration that's happening across the region, but the current system is constraining. A combined authority would change this, give a new mechanism for devolution, pan-regional determination of strategic priorities and dialogue with government, and a credible delivery partner. For all the many boards and bodies we now have and all the work we're doing together, none have the financial clout or the legal powers to deliver. This is the next step that we need to take. So initial priorities for the East Midlands Authority could include a strategic approach to working with industry on a zero carbon future, full fibre connectivity for the East Midlands, establishing it as one of the most digitally enabled regions of the UK. It could manage a coordinated and targeted plan for transport infrastructure that supports our wider growth, particularly through delivering on the benefits of HS2, the Development Corporation, the Freeport, and our wider spatial vision. It could help us to put together a skills system that's aligned to our region's future economic landscape, in tune with the needs of our residents, more people employment in higher skilled jobs to support business growth and productivity and ensure that all of our communities can benefit from that growth. A joined-up East Midlands-wide tourism, culture and heritage strategy could help us showcase our region and its assets to the world, our world-class destinations, the Peak District, Sherwood Forest, Bosworth Battlefield, our vibrant cities and our rich heritage. Bringing partners together in this way offers enormous potential to tackle the great challenges of our times, including climate change. And we've begun this journey through initiatives like the Midlands Engine 10-point plan for green growth, but there's much more we can do by working together, pooling capacity, innovation and resources. We're famous for our innovation and invention, and we can become a world leader in green growth with the right incentives. And Mr. Speaker, in summary, I believe this is the right time to create a strongly governed East Midlands Combined Authority. Any successful reform is a combination of strong central government direction and locally led implementation. The current COVID-19 crisis demonstrates that with the best of our response being where central government has provided the policy and local areas have implemented it. And we know from our joint work on HS2, the DevCo, the Freeport, there is latent potential for inward investment. The East Midlands has low level of private capital, and now more than ever, with government funds strained by COVID, we need to attract investment to our region to fuel that recovery, growth and prosperity. We have so much to offer, and bringing our undoubted potential to the market in a unified and coherent way will pay dividends now and for future generations. If the UK economy and society is going to move forward quickly, decisions must be made at the right level, freeing us up locally to work across wider areas and to get on with the job of securing that growth and prosperity. So I'm asking government to look at this carefully, to work with local stakeholders in the region and support us in trying to make it happen.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking and congratulating my honourable friend for securing this debate? It's an extremely important debate. He articulated very passionately on behalf of his community, and I can certainly assure him that his ambition to secure a more prosperous future for the East Midlands is one that is shared in every corner of this government. Can I also take the opportunity to congratulate him on his new role as the leader of Nottinghamshire County Council. It's great to see such strong local leadership being provided, which I think we all recognise is essential to the mission of levelling up. And he talked articulately about our passion and commitment to unlocking economic prosperity across all regions of the country, and that's absolutely right. It's why we've made Levelling Up and that Levelling Up agenda a central part of our economic strategy. We plan to address the long-standing economic inequalities, delivering economic opportunity and improving lives and livelihoods up and down the country. Wherever you were born, wherever you grow up, we believe you should have an equal opportunity to get on in life, thrive, and find the type of opportunity that you want in your own life. As the Prime Minister announced earlier in May, our landmark Levelling Up white paper will be published later this year, and this will set out and articulate bold new policies that will improve opportunity, that will support businesses and boost livelihoods across the country, including, of course, in Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands. And Levelling Up is about providing the sort of momentum to address precisely the sort of long-standing local inequalities that my honourable friend articulated so clearly in his speech, and providing the means for people to pursue life chances that previously have been out of reach for too many people in too many different communities. And we're backing up these ambitions with considerable funding to help unlock the investments most needed within our communities, particularly as we help local places rebuild and recover from the pandemic. The White Paper will be a natural continuation of our commitment and support to local places, in particular building on the £4.8 billion Levelling Up fund that we announced in the spending review. This is the fund that is enabling local areas across the whole of the UK to invest in the type of infrastructure that improves everyday life. That could be regenerating town centres, high streets, upgrading local transport networks, and investing in cultural and heritage assets, exactly the kind of projects that my honourable friend has said are so urgently needed in towns and places in the East Mids. We published the prospectus in March, and we explained how we're welcoming bids from all parts of the country, as everywhere has its own local challenges. But we've also been clear on the areas of the country that have the highest category of need based on the fund's priority themes of economic recovery, transport connectivity and regeneration. And we've recognised the need in Nottinghamshire with 3 districts, Bassetlaw, Mansfield and Newark and Sherwood, as well as the City of Nottingham being identified as Category 1, and so benefiting from that £125,000 of capacity funding to help them work up bids for later rounds of the funds. In Derbyshire, Derby and the districts of Chesterfield, Derbyshire Dales, Rewatch and High Peak have been identified as Category 1 along with the City of Leicester. And furthermore, we are recognising explicitly through the Levelling Up Fund prospectus the crucial role of Members of Parliament in championing the interests of their communities and understanding their local priorities. I also just want to briefly mention, before turning to devolution, the Community Renewal Fund, which sits alongside the Levelling Up Fund, and that's enabling places to pilot new approaches tackling the skills, employment and local business support challenges that are faced in different local communities. Ultimately, the UK Community Renewal Fund will help us pave the way for the introduction of the new UK Shared Prosperity Fund from 2022, about which we'll be saying more in an investment framework later this year. It is important, I think, for local areas, councils and groups of communities to look at both the dual opportunities of the Levelling Up Fund and the UK Community Renewal Fund, which have the potential to complement each other extremely positively, given that many places in Nottinghamshire and East Mids are among the high priority areas for UK Community Fund investment. I have no doubt that the councils will be grasping the opportunities presented by both of those important funds, and I certainly believe they will when you consider the excellent work the councils in the East Mids have done developing plans for more investment in the region. I know that Nottinghamshire have submitted proposed sites for the STEP programme with its ambitious programme to design and construct a prototype fusion energy plant, with one site being the Ratcliffe-on-Soar power station, and the East Midlands Freeport, based around the East Midlands Airport, which is the busiest cargo airport in the country, was selected in March as one of the 8 new freeports. We absolutely recognise the scale of the opportunity that this presents for communities in the East Midlands. The region's connectivity to other freeports and combination of an airport and rail port does create a distinctive offer from other freeports in England, and we're keen to see all partners working together constructively to deliver this for the East Midlands. And that's why I'm pleased that our officials in MHCLG are currently assessing the proposal for the East Midlands Development Corporation covering Ratcliffe-on-Soar, the East Midlands Airport and Towton. I commend the councils involved, including Nottinghamshire County Council, for maintaining the momentum here and setting up a company as an interim vehicle to show intent. I also note that local partners met just yesterday with my colleague, the Minister for Housing, the Right Honourable Member for Tamworth, and had productive discussions on progress to date and the future plans there as well. I understand that the excellent collaborative work of councils in developing these proposals has led to the formation of the Alchemy Board, bringing together local authorities, local enterprise, partnerships and universities. They're to be absolutely commended for working together, and it's no surprise that given all of this cooperation, consideration is now being given to what devolution should mean in the East Midlands. As I already set out, the Prime Minister will publish a landmark Levelling Up white paper later this year that will articulate the bold new policy interventions that will improve livelihoods as we recover from the pandemic. And we've already made huge strides towards rebalancing the economy and empowering local government. This has been supported by our programme of devolution, one of the largest in recent decades, including 9 mayoral devolution deals and 1 non-mayoral devolution deal in Cornwall. 41% of the country is now served by a Metro Mayor, and almost £7.5 billion of investment funding is being unlocked over 30 years to the combined authority mayors. Already this is paying dividends, with mayors delivering the programmes that local people want to see on the ground, accountable to the electorate and shaping local priorities. But we recognise that the country is large and diverse, and what works for our city regions, particularly those with a single-tier local authority, might not be right for every part of the country. Our plans for further devolution will be included in the white paper, which we will launch later this year. Local support for governance changes is, of course, a key principle for us, and we will welcome proposals from areas for local government reorganisation where there is strong support. But we are clear that reform of an area's local government is most effectively achieved through locally led proposals which are put forward by those that know the area and which have a good deal of support amongst local councils and stakeholders. I absolutely recognise the complexities of the East Midlands, with its 3 unitary cities, 3 counties and 22 district and borough councils. There are already signs of the East Midlands demonstrating its clear willingness to work together. We want to help the area build on that potential, so it will be extremely interesting to hear more about the proposals that my honourable friend has highlighted today to allow more decisions to be made locally to better serve residents. I very much welcome the discussions that my honourable friend has started and begun with vigour and passion, and look forward to discussing it further with him and other local leaders too, to see how the proposals can be taken forward. I'm aware that members and local leaders in other parts of the East Midlands are also looking at locally appropriate solutions to help deliver Levelling Up, and I very much would welcome hearing more about that in due course as well. So this is an extremely important area. I think we can make progress working with my honourable friend and consider his proposals, so looking forward to discussing them in more detail. Can I thank him for bringing this debate to the Chamber today? We'll certainly reflect on the points that he's raised as we continue to pursue our Levelling Up agenda right across the UK. I think that despite the challenges of COVID-19, ensuring that the whole country can benefit from the same opportunities remains a core part of our agenda. We will tackle geographical disparities in key services and outcomes across the UK, improving health, education, skills, increasing jobs, growth, building stronger and safer communities, and improving infrastructure and connectivity. We believe that all areas of the country should have the means to positively shape their own future. This is more important now than ever as we look towards the road of recovery, and I look forward to working with members of Parliament and local council leaders from the East Midlands to ensure that we can deliver this for our country.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.